was announced within the section Political Theory. Now, political theory appears from the announcements to be one branch among a number of branches of political science. Political science, in its turn, appears in the announcement as one among a number of the social sciences. On the other hand, however, political theory is the first branch, according to the announcement, of political science. These purely administrative or bureaucratic facts have some deeper interest, because there is a certain ambiguity regarding political theory. And let us start from that. The ambiguity is ordinarily expressed in the following terms. Political theory may be causal theory, or it may be normative theory. Most of you, if not all of you, will have heard of this distinction. While it is very popular, it is not very convincing for the following reason. Because the distinction between normative and causal seems to exclude the possibility that norms can be causes. But it is evident that norms can be causes. Someone may make a decision because it is just to do so, and then the justness of the thing would be the cause. At any rate, this distinction is questionable, and I propose this distinction. There is a kind of political theory which deals only with political life as it is, and there is another kind which deals also with the question of how political life should be. Let us call the latter form of political theory political philosophy, and then we have explained part of the title of this course. But I must say one more word about political philosophy in general. The notion of political philosophy is very simple and can be made evident to the meanest capacities in the following way. If we look at political life as it is, we see that it is concerned either with preservation or with change. If it is concerned with change, it is concerned with the change for the better. And if it is concerned with preservation, that is done on the presumption that how things are is good, or at least good enough. All political life is guided by notions of better and worse. But one cannot know of better and worse without claiming to know something about good and bad. Better simply being the comparative of good, and worse the comparative of bad. Now, therefore, everyone assumes to have some awareness of good and bad. Now, if this is properly elaborated, insofar as it applies to political society, that means we always have some opinion, sound or unsound, well-founded or ill-founded, of what the good society is. There are people who say, well, this is a bad reactionary concept, and they say everyone should have his notion of the good society, and a society where everyone is permitted to have his notion of the good society and to act on it is called an open society. But these men are not aware of the fact that while they say so, they mean the open society is a good society. So little can one avoid the question of the good society. This then is the theme of political philosophy, the good society. Now, a view which was once very common, but which is still very powerful today, of the good society is the following. A good society is a society dedicated to human excellence, to to virtuous activity, to the noble, but in such a way that its members find their chief satisfaction in virtuous activity. Satisfaction, that means they are pleased with it. The good society in which the noble and the pleasant are in harmony. This was developed first by Aristotle, but it has earlier origins and lasts up to the present day. Now, Aristotle made it perfectly clear that this good society is not possible if it or its members do not possess the necessary equipment. You cannot have such a good society, say, in Antarctica, as Antarctica was prior to modern development. So now, but here is a great key alternative which confuses the issue. The equipment can be either easily obtained or obtained only with great difficulty. It can be easily obtained if there is an economy of plenty. And it can be obtained with difficulty only if there is an economy of scarcity. Now, the general condition of mankind until a short while ago, not to say up to date, was that it lived an economy of scarcity. And here is a key cleavage between modern thinkers and ancient thinkers, that Aristotle, believing that an economy of scarcity can under no condition be avoided, was in favor of an aristocracy, rule of a few, because he thought it is impossible, for reasons of equipment, of lacking equipment, that all can engage in this satisfying virtuous activity. Modern democracy takes the opposite point of view. But this great difference between modern democracy and Aristotle doesn't do away with the fact that it is the same notion of the good society still underlying both solutions. Both the moderns and Aristotle and his like say that the good society in the most desirable sense is not always possible, either because there is was no scarcity, there is no equipment, or for other reasons. Now, this much in the most general way about what is the definition of political philosophy. The point with which I think you all are familiar is this, that in spite of the fact that the primary notion of political philosophy is of obvious reasonableness, political philosophy is now generally regarded to be impossible. And we cannot stress this fact strongly enough. We have to go to indicate at least generally the reasons why political philosophy is today generally regarded to be impossible. There are two different grounds, and which I will indicate by giving the names of the two schools in question. The one is called positivism, by far the most powerful element in the social science divisions in this country. And the key thesis of positivism can be stated very simply. We can have knowledge only of facts, not of values. Which means, of course, we can have knowledge of facts insofar, of values insofar as they are facts. I.e., I can know the fact that this and this group of people cherishes this and this set of values. But I can have no knowledge of them as values. I.e., I cannot say whether these values are reasonable or unreasonable, sound or unsound. Now, if this is true, if there is no possibility of knowledge of values, it is clearly impossible to have knowledge of the good society. The second ground, which is more sophisticated, therefore also more rarely visible, but theoretically more interesting, I call historicism. And according to this view, the distinction between facts and values is ultimately not tenable. It may be useful within a very limited range, but it is not tenable in itself. So, in other words, men cannot help thinking of the good society, and this thought of the good society is absolutely essential for any factful study on societies they might make. But historicism, in contradistinction to political philosophy, says that these notions of the good society are essentially variable from historical epoch to historical epoch, from culture or civilization to culture or civilization. For example, the Greeks may have had a certain notion of the good society, which was a notion of the good Greek society. There cannot be the notion of the society as a universally valid notion. At any rate, political philosophy is today generally, although not universally, regarded as questionable in itself. This is the first thing we must consider. We must immediately add another point. While political philosophy is today generally regarded as impossible, history of political philosophy is today generally regarded as possible and necessary. I believe there is not a single political science department in the country, as far as I know, where students are not supposed to take courses in the history of political philosophy. Or am I wrong? I have never heard of that. So history of political philosophy is regarded as legitimate. Now, what we are doing in this course can very well be described as a part of the theme of history of political philosophy. So no one among you should have a bad conscience for taking this course. But let us consider in the first place the connection between the denial of the possibility of political philosophy itself and the demand for a history of political philosophy. First, I state this connection from the point of view of positivism, i.e., of the view now prevailing in social science. Political science, as it is understood now frequently, a value-free political science, is related essentially to what one must call the common sense understanding of political things. Meaning, before you go into any inquiry of a scientific nature, say about presidential elections or whatever have you, you know already in advance some facts about presidential elections. You may regard them as trivial, but without knowing them and taking them for granted, you cannot even begin to study. Or if I may use my favorite example to make this simple verity stick, when someone is sent out by a super scientific sociologist to make deep depth interviews or question this kind of thing, the sociologist will never tell him, ask only human beings and not dogs or oaks. Furthermore, he will take it for granted that every one of these boys and girls knows how to tell a human being from a dog or an oak. Where did these students learn that? This is, you must admit that it's an absolutely basic assumption. Without it, you can't even begin. And yet this basic assumption is never taught in any classrooms. And yet it is, to repeat, the basic assumption. Now, this we call common sense understanding. We grow into it, we don't know how, and we act on it in all our theoretical and practical pursuits. The common sense understanding is primary. Therefore, if we want to understand political science, the scientific study of political things, we have first to understand the common sense understanding, because the scientific understanding is a transformation, a specific transformation of common sense understanding. Now, if we want, this is, I think, every thoughtful and intelligent positivist must admit the stringency of that argument. Now, if we then turn to this great question, the common sense understanding of political things as a great and primary task of political theory, that would no longer be admitted by all political scientists, but I think it is nevertheless true. It can be easily brought to see that the book conveying this common sense understanding of political things in the most articulate manner is Aristotle's Politics. And therefore we would have to understand this work wholly regardless of any historical interest, only because we want to do a decent job as political scientists. This much about the first reason. Now, what is the connection between the denial of political philosophy and the demand for the history of political philosophy from the point of view of political philosophy itself? I have stated briefly the primary evidence in favor of political philosophy, that simple reasoning leading from change or preservation up to the notion of the good society. This is, I think, can be made clear to every man, even of the meanest capacity. But while this is so evident, we hesitate to act on it because we feel somehow that by the reasonings of both positivism and historicism, this evidence is obfuscated. That makes sense. But then we remember our contemporaries and say, well, why don't they act on it? There are tremendous powers in our world which contradict it and which obstruct this common simple understanding. Therefore, since political philosophy has lost its evidence in spite of this prima facie evidence, we must understand that primary evidence in favor of political philosophy fully. We must go into the question as to what its implications and its presuppositions are. We must go back to the origins of political philosophy, i.e. to a time when political philosophy was not yet in existence, but had to be established as a possible pursuit and had not become a matter of tradition. Traditions have this dangerous quality that they induce one to take for granted the most important premises. This is the reason why I, for one, am especially interested in the origins of political philosophy. Now, this origin, that according to the traditional view, political philosophy was originated by Socrates. And surely the earliest books we have are the books by Plato and the books by Aristotle's Politics. We could have given this course then on Aristotle's Politics as well. But Plato is more immediately relevant today for us than Aristotle's. And not only because he happens to precede Aristotle in time. For the reason being that Aristotle can already build on the Platonic or Socratic basis, whereas Plato and Socrates, the two are indistinguishable for all practical purposes, laid the foundation for political philosophy. Therefore, we shall then study in this course, which I give every second or third year, we study Plato. Now, after having briefly indicated why we should read Plato, we must now consider the question of how to read him. I think we can distinguish three ways of reading, which correspond to the distinction between positivism, historicism, and, let us say, the view of political philosophy. Now, the positivistic approach, and this is one with which you are all familiar, even if you had never gone to college. It is to look at Plato, from this point of view. What is the contribution which Plato has made to present-day thought? I think the popular presentations all have this character, and many of the scholarly ones. Now, this approach has one grave defect. It takes for granted that present-day thought is a standard of judgment. It absolutizes uncritically present-day thought. Accordingly, what is characteristic of this approach is the thoughtless use of present-day concepts in interpreting Plato, or for that matter, any earlier thinker. Such concepts are values, totalitarianism, charismatic, reactionary, progressive, and so on, terms which are wholly meaningless in a pre-modern context. One can say very briefly, as it has been said more than once, that this positivistic approach to the thought of the past is, quote, unhistorical, unquote. That is a catchword which is frequently used. And this implies the right procedure is, quote, historical. Now here we come to an interesting question, because historical is very ambiguous, and I will explain that briefly. Now, in the ordinary understanding of a historical understanding, say, of Plato would mean to understand Plato, in the first place it would mean to understand the phenomena of the past in their own light, and not in the light in which they appear when we project them against present-day thought, present-day society. To understand the phenomena of the past as they really have been, as a famous historian calls them, as they were understood by the people of the past themselves. This is what is crudely meant by historical, but here an ambiguity arises. The first form of understanding corresponds to what I called historicism, and this proceeds as follows. Plato was, of course, a Greek. He was even an Athenian, and perhaps we can add he was an upper-class Athenian, and we can say some more things about him. For just as, say, Machiavelli was a man of the Renaissance. Historical understanding of Plato means to understand Plato in the light of Greekness, just as to understand Machiavelli means to understand him as a man of the Renaissance. We know, but how do we know about Greekness and about the Renaissance? Well, through modern historical scholarship, which includes archaeology, inscriptions, and what have you. And on the basis of these modern concepts of Greekness and Renaissance, or whatever else the epoch may be, we have to understand the thinkers of the past. We can say this kind of understanding is genetic in the following manner. We want to understand the genesis of Plato's thought out of the matrix of Greek thought, or Machiavelli out of the Renaissance. It means it is genetic also in another way. We wish to understand not only the genesis en bloc of Plato's thought out of Greekness, but we wish to understand each step of the genesis. In other words, we look for signs of a development which Plato underwent from his beginnings, if he could, when he was only 15. Unfortunately, that cannot be done. But from very early times, say when he was 20 or 25, up to in his 70s when he died. And this would mean, for example, that in reading this work, which we plan to read in this course, the Gorgias, we would be particularly interested, and interested above all in the question, to which stage in the development of Plato does this particular dialogue belong? If you would, the most recent commentary is by an Englishman, Dodds, Oxford University Press, and if you would read his introduction, you would see that he has no overriding interest other than when did Plato write that, and you have no idea how much a man can say about his subject. Now, I distinguish from the historicist approach the one which I would call historical. And this is something very modest, but I believe indispensable. To understand Plato's thought as Plato meant it. Now, in the application of this, we cannot start from a notion of Greekness. Perhaps this Greekness is a construct of modern historical research based on all these diggings and so on, and it may be historically much truer than what Plato thought. But if Plato didn't know it, if Plato didn't know anything of these developments before 1000, which they now gradually uncover, then it would have no effect on Plato. To repeat, Greekness, these notions are hypothetical constructs, maybe have a great plausibility, but they are hypothetical nevertheless. Plato may have seen the same phenomenon of which the modern historian speaks in an entirely different way. Only the way in which Plato saw it is an element of Plato's thought. Say the Peloponnesian War. Modern historians say some very interesting things about it. But did Plato see the Peloponnesian War as a modern military historian, for example, or economic historian sees it? Therefore, we should first see how Plato saw it, and whether Plato regarded it as in any way important. Perhaps we cannot exclude to begin with the possibility that although Plato didn't know many things which the modern historians have disinterred, that Plato may have had an overall better judgment on phenomena of his time, of earlier times, than the modern historian has it. That we cannot exclude. Because there is such a thing as wisdom, which does not depend entirely on the bulk of information. We must good. At another point, the sequence of Plato's writings. The view which is now fairly generally accepted is that we know in which sequel Plato wrote his writings, and so that we can speak of early dialogues. I have to mention that at the beginning to dispose of it. Early dialogues and later dialogues, middle dialogues, of the dialogues of the middle period, and late dialogues. And the early dialogues are more or less the same as Socratic dialogues, i.e. dialogues when Plato still was much more under the influence of Socrates than later. Now, the key difficulty is this. Let us assume we would know with absolute certainty the sequence in which Plato has written the various dialogues. This would not prove in any way anything about the sequence of Plato's thoughts. This simple thing which, thank you very much, which Paul Shorey stated many years ago at the University of Chicago, that this simple thing must really be taken seriously. In other words, Plato can have written a dialogue where he abstracted from something which he knew quite well, at that time, for one reason or the other. Not all philosophers make their development in public. You know that was said about a famous German philosopher, Schelling, that he made his development he began to publish when he was 20. And all the stages of the development were a matter of public knowledge. There are also people who begin to publish at a much later stage and have a definite notion. In this particular book, I will not go beyond this point. It can in no way be excluded by any evidence we have. We do not have Plato's diaries or notebooks so that we can say, today he writes down at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, for the first time I had this conceit. We have no such knowledge. But the most important point is that the concern with the sequence of writings or with the sequence of thoughts deflects attention from the most important thing, namely that we understand each dialogue by itself and try to see what Plato wants to tell us, which is infinitely more important than when Plato wrote it, under what conditions of health and so on. This kind of research, which is very powerful, is fundamentally based on a notion which I regard as fantastic, namely that people like myself, scholars, fundamentally mediocre men, can survey the possibilities of a genius like Plato. What Plato could or could not have thought at a certain time or altogether. So I think we will wholly disregard this approach. And we will do the very simple thing which people try to do in former times as the chief or only thing, namely to understand either this is worth knowing, worth understanding, then we study it. But in order to have some information about a culture of the past, or Plato as an exponent of that, this is a purely secondary thing which is has in itself no philosophical interest. Nevertheless, there arises another question of an external or methodical kind. How should we study Plato? To read him, sure. And if we can learn Greek, all the better. If we cannot do that, let us try to get the best possible translation, and that's clear. The difficulty in the case of Plato arises from the fact that Plato did not write in the way in which, say, Aristotle and almost all other political philosophers wrote. Aristotle's Politics is a scientific treatise. Plato did not write any treatises. Plato wrote only dialogues. And the Republic and so on, these are all dialogues. This compels us to read him differently than the other great writers. Now, what does this mean, that Plato wrote only dialogues? That Plato never speaks to us in his own name. There's always someone else speaking. Now, the way in which people dispose of this difficulty frequently is this, but surely Plato doesn't speak. But he has a spokesman, Socrates. And if we listen only to Socrates, that's the same thing. But it is not quite the same thing, one reason being that Socrates is not the only spokesman of Plato. In some dialogues there are other spokesmen. And secondly, this still doesn't do away with the question, why not present a teaching in the treatise form, or why in this awkward form of a dialogue? because that Plato only did it to have some variety and some amusement of people who would get bored by a strictly philosophic or scientific treatment, that is not to be assumed. Why did Plato present his teachings only in dialogues? Now, Plato has discussed this question through the mouth of Socrates in one dialogue called the Phaedrus, where he speaks of the defects of writings in general. All writings are in a way bad. And one reason given is because they say the same things to everyone. Whereas, that's the implication, one should say different things to different people in different circumstances. We can assume that the Platonic dialogues are writings which are meant to be free from the defects of writings. They are writings but free from the defects of writings. How does he achieve them? The alternative to writings are, of course, conversations. In a conversation, you speak to this or that individual or a variety of individuals, people whom you know more or less, whereas in a writing, you speak to a multitude of people whom you do not know at all. Now, when you speak to people whom you know, you can consider his capacity, his possibilities in speaking to him. In writings, you cannot do that. A dialogue is a kind of compromise. It is a writing, but it is a writing presenting a conversation. Shall I make it clear in the form of so if I write or present it in the form of a treatise, I speak at it here in this direction, in one direction. When I converse, what I say depends very much who the conversant is. There are n such lines, depending on who these conversants are. All Platonic dialogues are dialogues between not Socrates and someone else. Socrates is not the only speaker, as I said before, but between a clearly superior two men who are clearly inferior to him. That is universally true of all Platonic dialogues. These are all, as it is simple in this way. Takes his company. Socrates speaks, say, in the Gorgias, say, to Gorgias, a man much lower than Socrates. And Socrates adapts himself in order to be intelligible to the capacities of Gorgias. If we want to know what Socrates' full thought about the subject he discusses with Gorgias, which happens to be rhetoric, we cannot merely listen to these sentences said to Gorgias, but we have to transform them into sentences which are not merely ad hominem, ad Gorgiam, toward Gorgias and with view to Gorgias. In other words, the operation which we would have to perform is, if this is what we read, we have to transform this line into this line. We have to make this operation. Now that is of course terribly vague and abstract. I will make it a bit more clearer by reminding you of another statement made by Socrates in the Phaedrus. In the Phaedrus, Socrates says that good writing, or good speech as he calls it, must comply with the demands of the peculiar necessity governing writing. This necessity means that there is, just as in an animal body, every part, however small, however trivial, fulfills the function so that the animal can do its specific work. The work of a horse being different from the work of a cow or of an eagle. In the same way, in a good writing, every part, however small, apparently negligible, must be necessary to enable the work, the writing, to fulfill its specific function. And the specific function of a writing, as Plato means, is of course to make people awake, to make them to begin to understand. This then is the rule for performing this operation is then don't take anything for granted. Consider every detail, however trivial and seemingly unimportant, as very important. Ask, why does he now make this and this move in the conversation? Why does Socrates commit this and this blunder? Because he makes many blunders which any one of you would avoid, but which Socrates nevertheless makes, and sometimes with great success, because people are not always very attentive in conversation, as you probably know from your own experience. You can get away with murder, as it were, especially when people are very tired. Good. This principle can also be stated in this way. In every life conversation, chance plays an enormous role. Someone knocks at the door, the telephone is ringing, suddenly hail, and so on. And to say nothing of the things which go on within the individuals having the conversation. In a Platonic conversation, there is no chance. Everything is meaningful. When he makes a conversation on rhetoric between Socrates and Gorgias, then he has his reason for picking Gorgias and not other orators, and so on and so on. But this goes into much greater details. So the time when the dialogue takes place, the place where it takes place, the number of participants, the character of the various participants, all these things have to be considered. I mention only one more point which should be developed at much greater length, but we do not have the time for that. Now, if we are really good children, as I think we all should be, and do not believe to know things which we do not know, then we are confronted by a variety of Platonic dialogues, as a matter of fact by 35, and while we hear from very learned men all kinds of theories about the sequence in which they were written and the circumstances in which Plato wrote them, that we don't know. This is at our best plausible hypothesis. We are confronted by 35 enigmatic animals. And we must really first acquire a sense of the enigmatic character of such works. We must look at them entirely from the outside to begin with. And then we would make observations like the two following ones which I mentioned now. Most Platonic dialogues are performed dialogues, or as people also call them, dramatic dialogues. But that's very simple, meaning a dialogue where you have at the beginning of each paragraph the name of the speaker. Say, Callicles, Gorgias, and so on. That's the performed dialogue. The Gorgias is the performed dialogue. The others are called narrated, i.e. they are narrated by someone else. Say, Socrates says, well, I went yesterday down there in the company of X, and there we met Y, and then Y said this, and then I said that. And this is, of course, very cumbersome, as is pointed out somewhere, because he has to say all the time, then I said, and then he replied, and so on. But it has also its advantages, this kind of performance. There are 9 of performance. Another distinction to which I would like to draw your attention right away is that between voluntary and compulsory dialogues. A voluntary dialogue is a dialogue which Socrates seeks. A compulsory one is one which he cannot with decency avoid. Now you all know from your experience there are these two kinds of conversation without any question. Now the Gorgias, as you will see from the first page, was surely a voluntary dialogue, whereas the Republic, for example, is not entirely voluntary as one which you would see when you look at it. Now this much in the way of a most general introduction. And now we turn to our dialogue, the Gorgias. Why did I select the Gorgias? The first choice in a course on Plato's political philosophy would be the Republic. Now the Republic is devoted to the subject of justice, of the just city, which is only a different formulation for what I called earlier in this meeting, the good society. But since, for the purely accidental reason that my last course on Plato's political philosophy dealt with the Republic, and some variety is something into which even a professor is entitled, I decided this time to study with you again the Gorgias. And this, the justification is, in the first place, the Gorgias is much shorter than the Republic, so we can read it more thoroughly. And secondly, the Gorgias and the Republic are very closely akin to each other. So by studying the Gorgias, we will make some progress towards understanding of the Republic. The subject of the Gorgias is rhetoric, not justice. But it so happens that the discussion of rhetoric leads very soon to the subject of justice. So in the Gorgias we have a discussion of rhetoric and justice. In the Republic we have a discussion of justice. But in the Republic, the most important antagonist of Socrates is an individual called Thrasymachus, who is a teacher of rhetoric. And while rhetoric doesn't become the theme, rhetoric is there as in the atmosphere of the Republic. So both dialogues deal in a different way, with different emphases, with this complex, justice and rhetoric. Incidentally, if there is anyone among you who thinks that justice is, of course, I still think admitted to be a concern of political scientists, but if he thinks that rhetoric is not, he would be rather old-fashioned, because the study of propaganda, of manipulation by verbal symbols, is, of course, a legitimate subject of political science, even of the most up-to-date kind. Now, this kinship between the Republic and the Gorgias is indicated by Plato very simply by the structure of the two dialogues. The Gorgias has a very simple external structure. Some people call that anarchistic, because Socrates speaks first with a man called Gorgias, and then he speaks with a man called Polos. It's always getting longer, because the Gorgias section short, Polos longer, and then the bulk with a man called Callicles. Now if you turn to the Republic, and first place to the first book of the Republic, you see also three men following him. First called Cephalus, arriving with his team, then his son Polemarchus, and then Thrasymachus, also three men. And the parallel is very close. Gorgias is the oldest here, Cephalus is the oldest there. Good, but otherwise there is no visible parallel. But we must consider not only the first book of the Republic, but also the Republic as a whole. And then we get this picture. There is first Cephalus and his son Polemarchus. Then we have Strauss, and then we have the bulk of the work, books 1 to 10, in which the interlocutors of Socrates are the brothers Glaucon and Adamant. This is more interesting, I think, because Gorgias is a stranger, comes from Sicily. Polos is also a stranger. Callicles is a native Athenian. Is also privileged, such a man. Here, Kevalos and Polemarchos were also strange medics. Thrasymachos is obviously a stranger, a teacher of rhetoric from not only out of town, but out of the state. And Glaucon and Adamantos are also full-blooded Athenians. And this is of some interest for the works, as we will gradually see. So, the simple consideration why the difference between strangers and natives is important is indicated in the Gorgias more clearly than anywhere else. Strangers have to be careful. Natives can be frank. So before we turn now to the text of the Gorgias, I would like to state the difficulties which we have to overcome in the following simple manner. The statement is based on observations regarding the literature on Plato. There is a kind of writers whom we may call, without disrespect, thoughtless and tasteless detractors of Plato. Most of them are a kind of vulgar Marxists, who know in advance that this can only be a superstructure, of this kind of thing. I don't want to mention any names of authors, but this is quite, I think these people don't have to be taken seriously. The greater danger are the ones who are not detractors of Plato, but are great admirers of Plato, but in a wrong way. Let me call them the cluck, the people who applaud Socrates, even before they have heard what he says. And therefore, this is also a danger. And therefore, in particular, do not give any benefit of the doubt to the people who oppose Socrates, who might have some point somewhere. And if we miss that point, we might miss what Socrates has to say. This is my general introduction, and the procedure would be now to do what we will do for the rest of the course, to read as much as we can of the Gorgias. And I have appointed, if I may say so, Mr. Reinken as lector. He will read the passages which we need. He has a very good enunciation, as you will find out soon. And then we will discuss it. I don't believe we can read the whole Gorgias in this manner. I wish we could. And may I suggest this procedure, that you have read for each meeting about 8 or 10 pages of the Loeb translation pages, so that you have at least some very general familiarity with what the subject is. But before I ask Mr. Reinken to begin, I would like to find out whether there is any point I made in my speech which you think should be discussed. Yes.
You mentioned about the dialogue, the use of dialogue. Is dialogue also used to say that each one of the speakers may possess some truth, and therefore the main speaker is not necessarily going to...
I can't hear you.
You made the point about the dialogue. Isn't it also true of dialogue that sometimes is used to show that there may not be any one truth? right, and not necessarily only the main speaker.
That could be, yes. But I don't believe that this is, because even assuming that this would apply to the Platonic dialogues, it would not contradict what I said, that the chief speaker, the mouthpiece as they call him, is superior in understanding, thoughtfulness to the people with whom he speaks. That would in no way contradict it. Yes. Yes, Mr. Baruch.
You made a statement regarding the fact that we have to go back to the sources of political philosophy in order to understand the implications of political philosophy. But you made it in the context of larger argument. I didn't understand the why for that statement.
Because political philosophy, say 100 years ago, the notion of political philosophy and its necessity was still generally taken for granted. Because such, say, a man like John Stuart Mill, however different his doctrine may be from that of Plato or Aristotle, he still had no doubt about the necessity and possibility of political philosophy. Whether he would have called it political philosophy or not is another question. Today, political philosophy has really become questionable. The simplest proof is this. The work of Sabine, I think it is called History of Political Thought, which is the most popular book of this kind. He has a preface to his book in which he says, almost in so many words, political philosophy is impossible. These are all wrong theories, perhaps brilliant errors, surely very effective errors, but that's all there is to it. And we study them only because they have had such tremendous effect in the past. But none of these doctrines can be said to have been true. So it is a history of error. But this history is never, why political philosophy is not possible. History of political philosophy is possible and even necessary. This is, I think, one can say, the general view. There are some extremists in the positivist camp who say history of political philosophy should not be taught in political science departments. That should be taught in general humanities course. I have heard that. Apparently they want to keep all mischief out of political science department. But this is not the generally accepted view. So this is a massive fact. Political philosophy is impossible. History of political philosophy is necessary. Now the question is, I think it is undeniable that we today need the history of political philosophy. Well, again, let me state the whole concept. As long as political philosophy was regarded as necessary, there did not exist a history of political philosophy. I mean, the first history was, as far as I know, was written about 120 years ago. There was a man who wrote in around 1680 in a Latin program on the history of natural law, but this was a tiny thing of 16 pages. But the first history was written, I believe, around 1840, 50 in Germany, by Strauss. And then, of course, there came this Frenchman, whose name I don't remember at the moment, Janet. And then Dierke and Brother Carlyle and Sabine, Mr. Böhlen, the most famous name. Now, one thing is, so as long as political philosophy was powerful, that no one cared for the history of political philosophy per se. With the decay of political philosophy proper, there emerged an interest in the history of political philosophy per se. And we have somehow to face that. We cannot disregard the fact that today political philosophy has all prejudices against itself. And therefore we have to reflect about its possibilities in a way in which it was not necessary as long as the tradition was firmly established. And therefore we must go back to the origins, because there the foundations were laid and not already taken for granted. Yes?
Would you rule out the possibility completely that history might not help in understanding Plato the way he understood himself? I would give as an example a historian like Hegel.
Like?
As an example, I would give a historian like Bernard Hegel. This is someone that might help us understand.
Hegel?
Hegel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, if you don't quote me, I would say no. I mean, I don't believe that this is the only contribution which help which I could ever derive from Hegel was that on some occasion, more than one occasion, he gave parallels in footnotes to a passage in an orator or in a tragic poet, which I did not know, and which it was really helpful for me to consider. But the whole construction, you see, in the case, well, is it possible to write a history of music without being musical? I believe that everyone would admit that it's not possible. Yeah? Because he might write something about the weight and the hair shape and shaved or not shaved, the kind of beard which the famous musician said, but he couldn't write anything about their music. I believe you would admit that. Can one write a history of thought, of philosophic thought, without philosophizing? In other words, if you do not take the question of justice and the good society and all the other questions seriously, if they are not questions for yourself, you are almost in the position of an unmusical man who is asked to make comments on a symphony. You know, that I think it cannot be done. That, what do you mean by that? Psychological misfortune.
Okay, if a man, let's take the extreme case of a man who has paranoid monetary.
Yeah, no, in other words, it's a technical insanity. Is that it?
Yeah.
I mean, something which could not be, which is not due to the fact, for example, that he had unreasonable expectations, which were disappointed, and then he becomes, how shall I say, irrational. Because Aristotle and Thomas, of course, would also say these unreasonable expectations. To that extent, it is simply a kind of natural punishment for his original folly. That you do not mean. You mean something which just hits a man without any fault or folly of his kind. Yeah, that's insanity.
That's
Yeah, no, I mean, in other words, whether it is, Thomas does not discuss the question whether the insanity must of this kind that he must be locked up with a straitjacket, or whether he can still run around for some time. This is an unnecessary subtlety, is it not? From this point of view, I mean, he can no longer be, he is a pitiable human being who cannot be held responsible anymore, whether it is one of these long-range diseases or whether he has to be locked up immediately. Yeah?
This implies totally irresponsible, totally not.
Yeah, but
and then there's all these questions of degree, which I'd like to put into the
yeah, but this is, of course, I mean, that is then the whole question of freedom, of human freedom, which will be discussed later, yeah, you know. But here, I think Thomas is perfectly justified in leaving it as a general statement about insanity without going into the question that there are borderline cases where you can say, well, he is rather insane, but not quite insane, you know, this kind of thing. Then you can take whichever way that you choose. That is not a fundamentally interesting question. Because the main point is clear. To the extent to which it is insanity, he has given his opinion.
Unless you believe the statistics that come out now and then that
which statistics? You must tell it.
I believe it was one in the New York Times where
before it went out of business in Kentucky.
Maybe that was the reason for the strike.
I believe a study done in New York in some area, I've forgotten the exact area, but the extent is about 7.
Now, in the sequel he develops the thought that virtue is of course a virtue of the human soul. And hence the statesman must have some knowledge of the human soul. How will he know the goodness of the human soul, i.e. virtue, if he doesn't have some knowledge of the human soul? Let us read A23 following. The politician must speculate about the soul. Yeah?
Indeed, the foundation of science is even more requisite for the statesman, inasmuch as politics is a higher and more honorable art than medicine. The physicians of the better class devote much attention to the study of the human body.
Now this element later, a few lines later, the politician must speculate about the soul, but he must speculate for the sake of these things which we are discussing. Yeah? And here you have it.
And the truth of politics, therefore, is what Mr. Psychologist must study the nature of the soul, though he will do so as an aid to politics, and only so far as is requisite for the objects of inquiry that he has in view. To pursue the subject in further detail would doubtless be more laborious than is necessary for study.
Yeah, well, this is of course of utmost topicality and, as it were, what the doctor ordered for us. Yeah? No scientific psychology required for the understanding of political things. I remember the case of the social smile, which was discovered. When I asked the student once which psychological discovery is of any political importance, and then he mentions the social smile. And I told him that this is not even important for electioneering candidates, who have to kiss babies, because it doesn't make the slightest difference to them whether the smile is social or pre-social. So this is a mere muscular change, and that's clear. So I think that is still true. And here there is, of course, full agreement between Plato and Aristotle. The psychology which Plato gives in the Republic is deliberately provisional and as crude as the psychology given here. But you had to say something.
Yes, with regard to this interpretation of politics and morality are coextensive. How does that stack up against the question Aristotle raises in politics? I think he talks about, he asks the question, is the good man the same as the good citizen? And he says no. So
that's very simple. Everyone here in this room, I know, can refute Mr. Glenn. Don't you remember?
Continuing position, I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I would like to show you how simple the answer is by asking someone in the class. Mr. Evans. Yeah, but the good citizen is relative to the regime. There can be a good citizen in communist Russia, in Nazi Germany. And there can also be a good citizen in an aristocracy. A good citizen is relative to the regime. Good man is not relative. Good man is, in this sense, absolute. But the good man, if you look at him and see what is implied, then you see that the good man and only the good man is fit to be a ruler in the best regime. This is not only. Only the ruler in the best regime will show forth the good man in his fullness. It's a good man who is good enough to be a decent taxpayer and soldier in the community is a very qualified good man. It's not the good man in his fullness. Very simply, for example, a judge must, of course, be just to a much higher degree than a simple man who never goes before a law court. Obviously, these things which lay dormant in the ordinary man are activated actualized in the judge. Now, still more in the statesman who has to take momentous decision without the guidance by the law which the judge has. Yeah? That is what he means.
Well, then politics and morality are not simply coextensive.
They are coextensively, they are not identical. That is a lot, but they are coextensive because there is no moral virtue which in its fullest form it does not reveal itself in political action.
It seems to me as though it would be more precise to say that good politics and morality are coextensive.
Yeah, but bad politics is by definition defective politics. Yeah? And therefore we can distinguish. I mean, I think it is very important the distinction between individual ethics and social ethics, so familiar today, is alien to Aristotle. From the very beginning he said, political science is concerned with it. It's the most comprehensive view. A man is essentially a social being, a political animal, and therefore is a doctrine of the perfection of man must be political. There is something in man which transcends the politics. And this comes up in this work only at the end of the book. You know, the content of it. Yes, by the way, now one could say this. What is the difference between modern scientific psychology and the crude psychology which Aristotle uses? In fairness to Max Weber, that much maligned man, one must say that he was sound regarding psychology. He didn't believe that scientific psychology can be of any use for the social science, and he put it very simply. The kind of psychology you need is that which you need for playing bridge. You know, a certain understanding of human beings, you know, that you need. But you don't, scientific psychology of no use, and as one must measure. Now, what is, however, the recommendation of modern scientific psychology, which Aristotle doesn't see? I think one can say that the modern scientific psychology is related to the notion of manipulating human beings. Then, of course, if that were our chief task, then we might have to know all kinds of things which we do not know. But for Aristotle, the task of the statesman is, of course, not to manipulate human beings, but to exhort them, to appeal to them, to preach to them. This word, which has such a bad meaning in present-day social science, was, of course, is perfectly proper for the statesman. And one must, well, in America you have Lincoln, who did a lot of preaching, and his greatest acts are connected with acts of preaching. Yes. And by the way, the other reason, of course, is that mass society and its special problems may create difficulties which require for a certain kind of studies about people getting tired and whatnot, which were not necessary in more simple societies. Yeah.
Well, even playing bridge, a man who has played thousands of hands with people of different nationalities could make a statistical study of whether Japanese tend to finesse or lead to their queen more than English would do.
I never played.
There'd be a role for science there.
You got all kinds of things. You can also have the science of postage stamps. You can also have the science of postage stamps. But the question is whether it's useful. Yeah.
Well, I think I have a locus where Aristotle does take up the Madison Avenue approach implicitly. The 1308A to which I referred, under the oligarchy, it lists 5 modes of deception by which oligarchies keep people out. These are petty tricks well worthy of recommendation by
for such low-class regime. Low-class regime. But in the first place,
and he says they don't work.
Yeah, sure. But apart from that, he would know the really clever oligarch discovered them without any professor at the elbow. So that's so good. Now let us continue where we left off in 826 about this subject. Yeah? about the soul is spoken.
Some of the teaching current in extraneous discourses, but the student of politics, therefore, as well as the psychologist, will study the nature of the soul.
Yeah, well, what extraneous discourse, in Greek it is in exoteric speeches. Now this word exoteric speeches is really ambiguous. It may mean popular, outside of serious consideration for merely popular literature, but it may also be exoteric to the present, outside of the present study, and therefore belong to natural science or psychology. This is, I mentioned this only in passing. Now then Aristotle proceeds to divide the soul, according to a very common scheme, into a rational and irrational part, and says what part means here is irrelevant for our political inquiries. That is a theoretical question of great importance, but irrelevant. And a part of this irrational part is what we share with the plants. With the plants, the merely vegetative in us. And this is most effective in dreams in men, and i.e. at a time where there is no important difference between decent and indecent people. So therefore politically absolutely uninteresting. Good. Another part of the irrational part participates in reason, either by disobeying or by obeying. Very simple. Your digestive process, you can't command it. Yeah? But you can command, for example, your arm. And the arm obeys. And you can also command your desires. I mean, simply to stop, at least not to bother you anymore. This is another part of the irrational soul, and this is, of course, of great importance. There is a parallel to this, Aristotle notes in B16 following, in the obedience or disobedience of the members of our body, which are subject also to logos. The man who is completely intemperate, you cannot control his sensual desires in any way, is a kind of paralytic. Just as in the case of paralytic, the arms and legs do not obey. In the case of the absolutely intemperate man, the desires do not obey in any man. Whether this would not be a case of excusable, criminally excusable conduct is a question which we may take up later when we come to the question of responsibility.
What's the significance of the exhortation here? One should hold that are not less than the soul expressed instead of the body. We don't really see it somehow like the body.
Yeah, no, very simply, that a man is paralytic, strictly understood, we see. But that a man is paralyzed as regards his will, we cannot strictly speaking see. I mean, we see him behave in a certain manner, but you do not see the paralysis as such. We infer that. One may therefore say, that is 1103a beginning, that hitherto he said, this is a minor subtlety, hitherto he said there is the rational part and the rational part. Yeah? And there is an interesting irrational part here, that's the desiring part. The desires which obey or disobey the reason. But the fact even that they disobey proves, of course, that they can obey. In the case of the digestive system, you cannot strictly speak of disobedience because there is no possibility of their obeying. Aristotle said, therefore, you may also divide it as follows, that to introduce a bipartition of the rational part. The rational part proper, the commanding part, and that part of man which is by nature fit to obey through reason. So what he called first the irrational part, a subdivision of the irrational part, you can also call a subdivision of the rational part. One which is ruling and in itself rational, and the other which is merely obediential. And then let us read the end, 1103a4, because here introduces a distinction.
Now virtue also is differentiated in correspondence with this division of the soul.
There is a division into a rational part, strictly understood, and a part which is rational only by being able to obey it. Yes? Go on.
Some forms of virtue are called intellectual virtues, others moral virtues. Wisdom or intelligence and prudence are intellectual. Liberality and temperance are moral virtues. When describing a man's moral character, we do not say that he is wise or intelligent, or gentle or temperate. But a wise man also is praised for his disposition, and praiseworthy dispositions we term virtues.
Yeah. So here's, in other words, this distinction between the two kinds of rationality is underlying the distinction of virtues into intellectual and moral virtues. The virtues of the intellect reside entirely in reason. The virtues, it is moral or ethical virtues, reside to some extent in our appetitive life, in the sub-rational part. And and of course Aristotle is here concerned in the book primarily with the ethical virtues. And only later on does he speak of the intellectual. Mr. Magazine?
I want to go back to something that we discussed earlier.
Yes?
Strauss should be talking about the fact that Aristotle has guided himself to the section we read today by generally received opinions. And it seems to me that there are several cases in which what he says is strange. And I have in mind one in particular that he says that once a man has lost his happiness, that it will take him a long time to get it back again. And it seems to me to be contrary to what most people would say. They would say a good man, in other words, is someone who, if he lost his happiness, he gets it back immediately.
Oh, no, there are many examples. For example, you see, I have seen, I believe you have seen people who were very happily married, and then the wife died. And no, I assume it genuinely, and the people who loved her. And this destroyed in a way for him his happiness. And then, say after 10, 15 years, there's a beautiful description of that, not exactly in this form, in Tolstoy's War and Peace. No, it was the death of, what's the name, Prince Andrew's first wife died, and when the next, when spring comes, and at the same time he sees Natasha with another. So then the wound heals, as we call it. That's what Aristotle means. I mean, and the deeper a man is, the longer it will take for the wound to heal.
You don't think he was speaking, as I would say, almost as an historian, in other words, from experience? That this is something.
Aristotle always speaks from experience. I mean, how can you speak about such matters without experience?
But I had in mind something like something which he used somehow for reading people who knew it, or else he would.
No, but I think that is a very common thing. Or if people lose a child, a son in war, how long will it take until the wound has healed? And one can say, this is one criterion by which we distinguish superficial from non-superficial people, how long it takes for them such wounds to heal. And this is what Aristotle has in mind. It is not, and then it would, then there are people who are unable to suffer, who on such occasions simply get drunk, and this kind of thing, and or in other way, or travel a lot, and so this kind of, you can do that. But other people think that it does them good to suffer because it makes them more human. And this is what he has in mind. I mean that Aristotle does not come up with an elegant solution as the Stoics did. Happiness equal to virtue and that sort is, I think, is to his credit. Because it's the Stoic solution that can be defended in classrooms, perhaps, but not in life. And Aristotle would say the test of such assertion surely is whether you can live on them.
Well, I had in mind that even that it might, even in this respect, might be derived from a background in difficult conditions. For example, Job, who after all was very happy and then happy.
Yeah, but that is really, but here the problem is stated in very different terms. That is, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Strauss, Aristotle's two-part division of the rational part of the soul comparable to Plato's entire division of the soul.
He doesn't speak of the bipartition of the irrational part of the desire.
I was thinking that the two parts of Plato's division should be put into the two parts on the rational side, the commanding and the obeying.
Not because Aristotle uses here a simpler distinction which Plato also uses first, before he makes the tripartition. This is a good question for later, but what Aristotle has to say about the third part of Plato's, the themos, the spirit. You must keep this in mind. There was someone else. There is, then I will take up in conclusion the question of Mr. Butterworth, if I can, I will at least read it. If Aristotle has come upon his first principle by deduction, and yet insists that we must proceed by way of induction, should we not expect him to demonstrate his first principle on inductive grounds? If he does not do this, what can we reasonably conclude? Yeah, but the question is simply, Aristotle presupposes here something in his deductive thing. Namely, that each being or each class of beings has a specific perfection. A specific perfection. So the perfection of a cat, a perfect cat, is something radically different from a perfect horse and from a perfect human being and so on. Yeah? Now, this overall relation between being, specific being, and specific perfection is here simply presupposed. But how did he get it? This is not said here. And then something like induction would surely be the beginning of the argument. But what induction, of course, never means in Aristotle Baconian induction. Never. I mean, therefore, the question of, which was so crucial for Bacon and later on, contradictory cases, doesn't play a role. What induction means you can see before Aristotle, a single case is sufficient. Or uncontested experience. Yeah. For example, when Aristotle would say man is a bisexual animal, i.e. his species consists of males and females, then he would say, well, I have never seen a human being who was not male or female. And if someone would say Miss Jorgensen, or what her name was, or Mr. Jorgensen, yeah, he would say, well, if this happens once in a billion of cases, this surely needs some study, but that doesn't affect the fact from which we must start, that man is a bisexual being. Yeah? And this is essential to man, the human race. Good. That is a way, uncontested experience. That's one thing. And the other thing is a simple case. For example, how does Socrates proceed? That is what he calls, what was originally called induction. Someone says, happiness, courage is a simple case. Courage means attack. And then, so what is this? But look, the Scythians don't attack, they run away. They are very great people. You know, they are horsemen. And they turn up for a second and then they run away. So the definition of courage in terms of mere attacking is deficient. That's induction. You look around and then you see case and then you grab it. Induction means to take cases which you have observed and draw conclusions from them. That is the primary. The Baconian notion of induction is entirely different, and that modern notion led, of course, then to the notion of the controlled experiment.
Well,
This is not Aristotle.
Two points I don't understand. One, if you had said it's a Socratic method, that is my impression that Aristotle wants to give it away, that he would consider this a dialectic, and is trying to offer us demonstration rather than...
Yeah, not quite. I mean, when you read later on, that's the question which we take up better later on when we have more evidence. When, for example, Aristotle defines courage, and he does more than merely giving a definition. He describes it, he lays it, he articulates it. Then, of course, this is only the result. I mean, Aristotle presents to you the results of his inquiry. He does not present you his inquiry, but we would have to reconstruct it. I think we can see, we can do that if we make some effort. He looked around, and not only once or twice, but for quite some time, and saw what are the kind of things which we praise as courageous, and he did not forget something. And then looks for other things, and then gradually he reached a point where he was unable to think of any other case. And then I said, now it's good. You know, it's this kind of guarantee for completeness which modern man somehow seeks. Aristotle was not so concerned with that. The guarantee for completeness was that he could not think of any objection to it. And this was, of course, for which he was attacked by people like Kant, especially when his so-called doctrine of categories. You must have heard of that. And Aristotle just gives his list, and Kant says, yeah, but this is rhapsody, a mere enumeration, no deduction. That there are these categories, there cannot be any others. Nothing less than that was sufficient for Kant. Aristotle said, no, for what shall I deduce them? I just look around, and if it is complete, it's complete. And that was a great difficulty. I mean, for Aristotle, there is not this no a priori in this modern sense. You see, that creates a difficulty for all modern people. A famous pupil of Kant, reading the Poetics of the first time, was shocked by this mixture of statements which surely would belong to an aesthetics on the one hand, and then Aristotle goes into very great details about how to build up a tragedy, empirical, technical detail. For Aristotle, the difficulty didn't exist. He wanted to give a complete account, as complete as he could, of tragedy. And whether one could there make a distinction between a priori and a posteriori, this question didn't exist for him. Because Aristotle was not concerned with intellectual control, but with openness to see the thing, not controlling, but looking at it. If I can make that corresponds to what I said about the difference between gratitude and self-reliance, a fundamentally receptive posture toward the world, not one of where you stand outside and try to control it, the Cartesian and moral position. This is very hard to understand. I mean, in this way it's not so hard to understand it in purely descriptive terms, but that it is alive in one. That takes a long experience with these things. I mean, and I remember the first time when I read Aristotle, I couldn't understand his. I was, of course, brought up in the a priori country in Germany. But when I read such Aristotelian arguments, and then he gives, say, in the first book of the Physics, and then he criticizes Parmenides. Parmenides said, being is wrong. And Aristotle says, why? And then he says, furthermore, besides, in addition, n arguments, as many as he can think of, and no attempt to reduce them into a system where one demands the other. Just take them here. This is therefore one should never speak of a system in Aristotle. It took me a long time until I saw how sensible that is. But we modern people, to the extent to which we have received a modern training, are not open to that. Yes?
Yeah, I would make
I mean, you see, these logical positivists are, of course, opposed to all a priori construction, you know that, and this is bad German metaphysics and this kind of thing. But in their way, they make the same mistake. You know, this kind of demand for completeness, and this inability to simply say, if something is vouched for by uncontested experience, then I start from it. And then we say, how can you do that? Then you arrive at pre-Copernicus, then you will say, the sun is rising in the east and setting in the, and the or no, that you would say, and the earth, I'm sorry. and you all kinds of things come in, bitches and what have you. And you know that. Aristotle would say, I can take care of riches without denying concepts. The mere fact that the riches were at home in Thessaly rather than in Athens would be an interesting indication of what to think about that.
But this same point where you see Aristotle as different from Kant, and you mentioned it earlier.
From modern philosophy.
From modern philosophy, you mentioned it earlier in reference to Mr.
There are no guarantees except those which are. A man cannot guarantee it by his own power. If the whole were not of such a way that it were open to man, and man by nature in such a way that it was open to the whole, nothing could be done. This is simply given. And we must try to understand that fact. We cannot leave it at a mere fact. But if we do not start from it and take it for granted, I have tried to describe it a little. The man of Monsieur is distinguished from the sort of scientist. Who also, Aristotle also wants to be shown, but not in that way in which he is building up. There is a letter by Plato, the seventh letter, which is in a way an autobiography. On the basis of this autobiography, if you read it take it literally and without any sophistication, you can say we know something about the life of Plato. There are some other things known about the life of Plato. And you can use this biography as a kind of framework to insert into it the various works of Plato. You might try to do that. But if you have not understood the works by themselves, what is that is then a purely bureaucratic affair, filing away the works. Now, this, I know that sounds very harsh and it would need many qualifications, but you want to have a blunt answer, I take it, a simple answer. And I gave that to you. That is not the way to do it. If someone, I think a book like Jäger's is very good, if you, this sounds malicious, but I don't mean it malicious, I don't know one of you will believe it. If you have a nice boy or girl coming to college, and he or she has not, is really interested in these matters, by all means, give him or her Jäger's 3 volumes of Paideia. I'm sorry that I can't go beyond that.
You would please state the difference between the historicist and the historical approach again.
Yeah, Jäger's point of view is, of course, historicist. I mean, in other words, on the basis of a certain construction of what Greek thought is, coming from Homer on, where also the question arises, is this the understood Homer? You know, there are enormous questions in every stage. And then you know the background of Plato, i.e. Homer, tragic poetry, lyric poetry, and so on, as now understood generally by classical scholars. You have this as a back canvas. And then you somehow have to understand Plato in the light of that canvas. You know? And there sooner or later, it's a long time that I have looked at Jäger, therefore I cannot give you any examples now. But sooner or later, these things, they have to disregard, these men have to disregard absolutely massive and crucial things in Plato. I can give you from time to time examples from Dodd's commentary, which I will read, that's fundamentally the same approach. One must really read these books as what they were meant, not as supplying information about Greek culture, but as books meant to awaken human beings, perhaps primarily Greeks, naturally, because they were written in Greek and very few non-Greeks, if any, at that time, were willing or able to read Greek books. But the main point was to awaken them, and and not to give information. The information which they convey is purely accidental, not intended. This, I think, is a simple point. I believe one must be, of course, one should be much more polite than I was now, by all means. But still, one should nevertheless be firm. Or do you believe that firmness and politeness are incompatible?
But you're not saying, are you, that one can ignore the historical setting?
But you get it when reading.
Well, for instance, when one reads Rousseau, for instance, unless he knows what Rousseau is referring to very obscurely because of knowing the history of the 18th century France, he can't understand.
I know Rousseau a bit, but I would say I don't think that there's any important point you have to know in order to understand Rousseau's political philosophy, which is not either conveyed by Rousseau himself, or else indicated very clearly by giving names of authors, whom he had read, and you may be compelled to read these authors too. That is all right. And it is quite true that Plato may quote a number of writers whose writings we do not have. Of Gorgias and of Polos and so on and so on. And that is, of course, I would be very glad if we had a writing of Polos which is referred to, which does no longer exist. But I prefer not to say anything or think anything about his writing than to rely on a modern reconstruction. That's a very great thing. Yeah. Because, you know, if you have some information, say about a drama, and we have some detailed information about some lost drama, and no one can be blamed if he tries to figure out how the drama looked when it was complete. But it's, of course, purely hypothetical. It cannot be taken as having the same cognitive dignity as something which we have can have in our hands. Yeah, surely. As all, I mean, what I try to state can be reduced to the simple formula that I'm against sin. And so that is not, sometimes we can't help sinning. I know that. But rather to sin in this direction than in the other direction. That is the main point. I would be very grateful to you, Mr. Butterworth, if in given cases you make clear to me in the class that I sin. Very grateful, because that would give us an occasion to see where what I might call extraneous information, extraneous to the book or the author himself, is truly useful for understanding. I do not deny this all simply, but I say it must be kept in its place, which cannot be the chief place.
The reason I question is because I thought that I understood what you said in your collection of essays was political philosophy, that one has to have a knowledge of political events in order to, just the simple thing of not confusing regimes, not confusing traditions.
If a man acting in a political situation has, of course, to know this situation, it goes without saying.
But
Plato is not a political actor insofar as he is the author of the Gorgias. And I would say, I believe we will get all the information we need for understanding this work. And if, incidentally, there is some other point, Plato wrote a kind of Greek history up to 387 in a dialogue called Menexenus, which is a funeral speech allegedly made by Aspasia, the girlfriend of Pericles, and but in fact delivered by Socrates to a single man, not a public funeral speech, and in which he gives a kind of a survey of Athenian history up to 387, 12 years after Socrates' death, and which is probably a parody of patriotic oratory. But still, some facts are there, and you don't have to go to any historian outside of Plato to know these facts. That's, of course, only about until Plato was about 40, and he lived for another 40 years. Good. Let us see, as I say, let us take this question up from time to time when we come across such a question. So, now, is there any other question? Otherwise, we can perhaps just begin. Or Mr. Flaumann, do you have a point? No. Good. Now, will you read, Mr. Rankin, slowly the first three speeches?
To join in a fight or a fray, as the saying is, Socrates, you have chosen your time well enough. Do you mean, according to the proverb, we have come too late for a feast? Yes, a most elegant feast. For Gorgias gave us a fine and varied display but a moment ago.
Let us stop here. Now, I try to translate the first thing somewhat more literally. Of war and battle, they say, one must partake in this manner. Socrates. Namely, they come too late. And the implication, of course, is of a war, and you can't come too late for war and battle. The premise being that it is very unpleasant to participate in war and battle. It seems to be a redundant expression, war and battle, because the really unpleasant thing is, of course, a battle. But this does not mean that war itself is not unpleasant. Take a present-day example. If someone is drafted into the army because of the war, and he comes too late for battle because the war ends before he's sent over, yet still to be drafted and to unpleasant than battle is nevertheless pleasant. The point I want to make is that it's not redundant. Now thereupon Socrates answers, then if what you say is true, then we come after the festival, when the ball is over. So we miss the main point. And Socrates adds here, that doesn't come out in the text, we come after the festival and we are late. Socrates also uses a redundant expression, come after the festival, and we are late. But Socrates does something different. He uses a metaphoric expression, coming after the festival, and then states it in non-metaphorical terms. We are too late. We are late. Which is something different. I mention this right away because it shows that this dialogue, which deals with rhetoric, makes use of rhetoric, practices rhetoric very close. That's from the very beginning. The first, Plato uses all his works carefully, but with special care, I believe, the very beginning of his works. In some cases, I know that's so. For example, the first word of the Republic is down I went. Down I went, in Greek one word. Down I went, and later on he will have to say a lot about going down and going up. Now here, the first words are war and battle. This is a fighting dialogue, and perhaps the fightingest dialogue written by Plato. The action is roughly this. In the first stage, Socrates fights with Gorgias. He's down. Pholos raises his ugly head. Fought by Socrates, down he goes. Then Callicles raises his ugly head. A long and protracted fight. And he is also brought down, but not quite. He is silenced, but not convinced. The antagonist, the opposition, remains until the very end. It is a battle or war not ending in peace or pacification. This is more emphatic than in any other Platonic dialogue. Now Callicles thereupon says, yes, the festival which you missed was indeed, one can say elegant, nice. He doesn't say beautiful. Nice is a lower term, nice, elegant perhaps you can say. For Gorgias has exhibited to us many beautiful things. Exhibiting, the term must be understood very literally, because this I think we must keep in mind all the time. According to the notion then prevailing, there are three kinds of rhetoric. Forensic rhetoric, before law courts. Political or deliberative rhetoric in the political assemblies, and show-off rhetoric, meaning rhetoric which has not the purpose of, and no practical purpose, but which has only the purpose of giving enjoyment and of showing off the power of the speaker. This is called in Greek epidactic. Epidactic. Where did I put that? Here. So, in other words, Gorgias has given such a show of speech, perhaps about the beauty of Helen, perhaps about the wonderful character of water, which no one questions, or of salt. These were subjects of this kind of speeches. Thereupon, what does Socrates say then?
But indeed, Callicles, it is Chaerephon here who must take the blame for this. He forced us to spend our time in the marketplace.
Yeah. So in other words, Socrates was eager to come, but this man with him, called Chaerephon, is guilty. Is guilty. He compelled us, probably not only Socrates, but some other people who also were with Socrates, to linger on in the market. Chaerephon likes to spend time in the market. Socrates would much prefer to be away from the market and to listen to this exciting Gorgias. Chaerephon thereupon says,
no matter, Socrates, I will take the curing of the truth. For Gorgias is a friend of mine, so that he will give us a display now if you think fit, or if you prefer on another occasion.
Yeah, yes. Now what is... So Xenophon, in other words, knows that he is guilty and that he must repair the damage, and he says he will cure that mishap which he has caused. He's a friend of Gorgias. Just as he tried to lingered on in the market, he is a friend of Gorgias. There is a connection between these two things, as we will gradually see. And since he is a friend of Gorgias, of course, he can easily persuade him to make such another show. Now, what does he mean there here? If it seems now, but if you wish, another time. What does he mean by that qualification? He suggests to Socrates, it seems, that he should not have the show now, naturally. Gorgias has talked for a long time, must be exhausted, and therefore let us do another day. And then Callicles, who is in a way the key figure of the dialogue, says,
Chaerephon, has Socrates a desire to hear Gorgias?
Now wait a moment. You see, Callicles is surprised. This is most unlikely that Socrates should wish to hear Gorgias. He has a certain notion of Socrates. Socrates wouldn't go in for this kind of shows, but it's amazing. And Xenophon says, nevertheless, but we are here for this very fact. In other words, Callicles, you are wrong. Socrates likes to hear this kind of thing. Now, let me go on.
Callicles, then, whenever you have a mind to pay me a call, Gorgias is staying with me, and he will give you a display. Thank you, Callicles. But
now, let us first wait here. So, this has something to do for the situation. Callicles makes, in fact, a decision. He says, not now, in effect. When you come to my house, and which cannot be now, that will take some time, then Gorgias may make his speeches. Where do they meet? That's the question. That is of some importance. Minor importance, but we must consider these things. Well, they don't meet in front of Callicles' house, as he will appear from the immediate sequence. There was some building in which Gorgias and his company was, and they made his short speech. And Callicles left. Callicles was in front of the house. Why? Well, perhaps he needed some fresh air. Perhaps he wanted to go elsewhere, to the marketplace, maybe. And then Socrates suddenly comes and he says, well, let's meet again another time where Gorgias will make his speech. Now, Socrates says then,
thank you, Callicles. But would he consent to discuss with us? For I want to find...
Now let us try to translate this all at the same time. To converse with us. That's a key word. To converse with us. Have a conversation with us. Because that will become the key theme. The relation of rhetoric to conversation. Rhetoric means here quite superficially to make a speech where you are not interrupted, except perhaps by hecklers. And a conversation which means an exchange of speeches. And this is a very superficial distinction, but it has very deep possibilities which are fully exploited by Plato as regards the sea. Yes?
For I want to find out from the man what is the function of his heart, his art, and what it is that he professes and teaches. As for the rest of his performance, he must give it us, as you suggest, on another occasion.
So Socrates definitely decides it. Now, no show of speech now. Only a conversation. Yeah? But the question is good old Gorgias not too exhausted, even for a conversation? That's also possible. Yes?
The best way is to ask our friend himself, Socrates.
Yeah, but that should not be done. Nothing like asking himself, yeah? Socrates. For this was part of his show off. He asked, he suggested, commanded that one should ask him anyone one liked, namely of the men who were inside, and he said he would give answers to everything. So this is a claim of Gorgias which will become crucial for the rest. Here is a man who says, anybody asks me, and then I will give him an answer. This is a terrible danger to make such a promise. And he will be severely punished for that. But at any rate, since he promised to answer any questions, he cannot with propriety deny Socrates that he will answer the question regarding the power of his art. Yeah, now Socrates also makes a strange move.
What a good idea. Ask him, Chaerephon.
Why does he ask Chaerephon to ask him? Why doesn't he ask him himself? It appears from the secret that Socrates and Gorgias know one another. So that is not the reason. Why does he make that move? Well, one can answer the question on the basis of the few lines we have read. But Chaerephon said, did he not, that he is a friend of Gorgias. Socrates never said that he is a friend of Gorgias. So, no. Go on.
What am I to ask? What he is? How do you mean? Just as, if he chanced to be in the shoemaking business, his answer would have been, presumed, a shoemaker. Now, don't you see my meaning?
Yeah, I understand. I will ask him. Now, there is a very famous case where Chaerephon went to ask someone a question. Does any one of you remember it? A very famous story told by Plato elsewhere. Chaerephon is a man who went to Delphi to ask the oracle whether there was anyone wiser than Socrates. And since the oracle said no, this led to the whole story of Socrates as described in the Apology of Socrates. Now here, if we consider this fact, Chaerephon also goes here to ask a question. The first thing we see, of course, that Gorgias is in a way an oracle, obviously. But if he can answer any question, he is an oracle. But it may also have a somewhat deeper meaning, somewhat, at the same time, also laughable meaning. When Chaerephon went to Delphi, he went there. Who formulated the question? With which he went to Delphi? Perhaps who advised him to go to Delphi? We do not know. There was another case which in the neighborhood of Socrates, another friend or companion of Socrates called Xenophon. When there were political troubles in Athens, he went to the oracle and asked it for its advice. I mean, because Xenophon wanted to go to the Persian king, or the brother of the Persian king, because there were political troubles in Athens for him. And Socrates said, well, that's very dangerous, because that Prince Cyrus is an enemy of Athens. Be careful, security. Be careful and ask the god in Delphi, the only being who could know whether it is wise for you to go to Cyrus or not. Xenophon went to Delphi and asked the god, to which god must I sacrifice so that my trip to Cyrus will be prosperous? And the god gave him an answer. And then when Xenophon came back to Athens and told Socrates his story, Socrates said, what did you do? You made the decision. You decided to go to silence and then asked the god, what could you do in order to have this trade prosperous? This is the meaning of this story. People did not always ask the god, asked the god that question which Socrates suggested that they should ask, and change it. It is, we must consider the possibility, not more, that Socrates was responsible for Chaerephon's going to Delphi, but that the question asked there, is anyone wiser than Socrates, was formulated in this way by Chaerephon, not by Socrates. That is in itself not more than a minor joke, but it is of some importance for the following reason, which will gradually come clear upon us. That the question of Socrates' fate, his whole life, including his death, is of course in the background of this whole work. Because Socrates' fate showed that men who do the kind of thing which Socrates does, philosophers, may get into grave troubles with the city, with political society. And this is it's crucial for understanding the background of this dialogue in particular. I believe we should, I think we should leave it at this particular point. And I hope you understand, you see this necessity that Chaerephon doesn't know, although he is a companion of Socrates for such a long time, that he doesn't know what Socrates means when he says, ask him who he is. Who he is. And in other words, this question was perfectly clear in the context, that it did not mean what his name is, obviously, but meant only what it could only refer to Gorgias' art, was perfectly clear from what we said before. Chaerephon is not such a companion of Socrates on the highest level. This much we can assume from the evidence. Now the dialogue will then go on as roughly as follows. Gorgias will be asked the question first what the art is, and the answer is simple. After some, although it takes quite a time until we get this simple answer, rhetoric. And then the question arises, what is rhetoric? And it takes a still longer time until we get an answer to that question, what rhetoric is, namely the art of persuading multitudes regarding just and unjust things, which is the definition not of rhetoric in general, but of forensic rhetoric. And therefore, but you see already here that by this definition the question of justice comes in. This is very roughly what will go on in the first part of the dialogue. So next time we will read the first, say, 10 pages of the translation. Well, if there is any point you would like to raise now, that's all right. We have to do something about the room question, because only today. This is not the truth. Yeah, I do not know what I can do about it. Now, let us perhaps, this we should do. Will those who come to order. And you wanted to ask the question. I do not know who is the translator of the Penguin books. Who is the translator? I do not know. I do not know. Yeah. You find it reasonably good?
It says war and battle.
Yeah. That's good. So now I have to make an announcement from the next meeting on. We will meet in Social Science 122 for the rest of the quarter.
If you would find Andrew Carey's translation, which is probably out of print, it's the Bone Library, it also is very good, coming from the less pretentious days. Before those.
Now, this course, as you know, will be devoted to Plato's Gorgias. It will take some time until we come to subject matter which is immediately relevant to political philosophy, as we ordinarily understand it. You must therefore be patient for some time. But patience is a virtue and therefore requires an effort, and in order to make the effort a little bit less, I will make it easier for you to be patient by the following general remark. We have seen that this is a fighting dialogue. It is even the fighting dialogue. And that fighting dialogue is devoted to the subject of rhetoric. This is strange. After all, there are other subjects which seem to be much more important to make them the subjects of the fighting dialogue. There we will see soon that there is a way leading from rhetoric to justice. And justice is here not merely one virtue among many, but the virtue. So at least the social virtue. So much so that some translators translate the Greek word dikaiosune by righteousness, which has this advantage to remind us of the breadth of the notion. The disadvantage is that righteousness is common as a translation of the biblical term for justice, and therefore has some biblical connotations. The question of justice in the broad sense of the term is identical with the question, with an answer, with the question of how man should live, which will prove to be the question of this dialogue. And there two ways of life come to sight, represented by Socrates on the one hand and Callicles on the other. These representatives of the two opposite ways of life oppose each other till the very end, so the fight never ceases. But this does not explain the link-up of the Platonic confrontation of the two ways of life with rhetoric. The following provisional answer may be helpful. Each of the two ways of life has its mode of thought belonging to it. The mode of thought belonging to the just way of life is called philosophy. And the mode of thought belonging to the unjust way of life is called rhetoric. So, in the different distinction between philosophy and rhetoric, the distinction between justice and injustice is reflected. Rhetoric is here presented as the alternative to philosophy. And this is possible because within this dialogue, philosophy is almost identified with political philosophy or the legislative art. Now, in order to understand this distinction between this notion of rhetoric in contradistinction to philosophy, we have, fortunately or unfortunately, a contemporary equivalent, and that is ideology. We can say rhetoric is productive of ideology, and ideology is, by definition, something which is not true, which may be very helpful, but which is not true. Another contemporary equivalent, now more fashionable perhaps even than ideology in this country, is image. One can say rhetoric is a kind of image-producing art. whereas the Declaration of Independence spoke of a decent respect to the opinions of mankind, we now speak of the image. And this shows, I think, every one of you can see the difference between a decent respect to the opinion of mankind and the image of America. But this only to indicate to you that we are speaking here not only about strange and Greek things, but with different names, our issues are dealt with. Now, this opposition between philosophy and rhetoric comes out most clearly in the second part of the dialogue, the Polos section. The Gorgias section does not bring that out at all, which is the first section. The discussion with Gorgias is very drawn out and seemingly much too long. And that is what I thought of when I was afraid you might become impatient when we read that. Now, but you see immediately that this is very relevant if this long drawn-out discussion with Gorgias becomes immediately interesting when we make this observation. Clearly in the discussion with Gorgias, Socrates practices rhetoric. Now, if Socrates practices rhetoric, and if Socrates is a just man, rhetoric cannot be simply unjust. And we are then confronted to raise this question. Either there is one art of rhetoric which can be used well or badly. And we could tentatively suggest Socrates uses it well and Gorgias and his followers use it badly. Or else there are two arts of rhetoric, a good one and a bad one. The theme of the Gorgias section is clearly the definition of rhetoric. We can define on the basis of the Gorgias section rhetoric as follows. Rhetoric is the art of speaking about political things in a politically effective manner. Here we have, first of all, a subject matter, political things, and B, a manner of speaking, politically effective. Or to state it more simply, there is a what and a how. Now, the peculiarity of this section is that Gorgias proves to be unable to give this simple definition of rhetoric. He is surely poor at defining. Defining is called by Plato the art of conversation, of conversing, dialectics. Now, if Gorgias is the exponent of rhetoric, his failure to define rhetoric proves the inferiority of rhetoric to dialectics. The rhetorician is not able to give an account of his own art. His inability shows itself in particular in the fact that he cannot distinguish between the question of the what and the question of the how. And the boring or tedious character of the discussion is largely due to this fact, this movement between the question of what and how, and Gorgias not being aware of it and becoming aware of it only very slowly, at least. This much in order to help you a bit to be patient. Now, let me remind you of a few things we said about the beginning of the dialogue last time. The situation. Socrates is eager to hear Gorgias' show-off speech, but is prevented from arriving in time by Chaerephon, who compels Socrates to linger on the marketplace, although he, not Socrates, is a friend of Gorgias. In other words, confronted with the choice of listening to his friend and of staying on the marketplace, he finds the marketplace more attractive. Now, this is not without further implications. We learn from Plato's Apology of Socrates that Xenophon was a companion or comrade of the multitude, i.e. of the demos, of the democracy, in the period of the 30 tyrants, where Socrates remained neutral. Xenophon sided with the democracy, fled with the demos, with the leaders of the demos, and returned with them. This all belongs together. Lingering on the marketplace, being a friend of Gorgias, and being a friend, a companion of the demos of Athens. Xenophon is Socrates' link with Gorgias and the Athenian multitude, and he is also the link, as we have seen last time, with the oracle in Delphi. Good. Now they come and they are too late. But there is a possibility that Gorgias might make another show speech. Why does it not come to that show speech? Xenophon suggests not now, unless Socrates insists that the second show speech should be made now. Callicles says by implication, not now, and no qualification. Now the reasons can be guessed. Xenophon has certain consideration for Gorgias. After all, if he has talked for 1 or 2 hours, the old man needs some rest. And Callicles, however, seems to have a different motivation. He is on his way away from Gorgias. Perhaps he wants now to go to the marketplace. Now, Socrates accepts this decision. We won't hear that show speech, the second show speech. But only a conversation, which is not strenuous. And as we shall see later, since Gorgias is supposed to give only very brief answers, yes and no, it can't be too hard on him. And the conversation will have as its subject 2 things. First, what is the power of Gorgias' art? What can it achieve? And second, what claim does Gorgias raise and what does he teach? Which I take together. What claim does Gorgias raise regarding his teaching? The 2 questions are not identical. A man may possess an art, and what he teaches may be different from his art. For example, it may be only a part of his art. To anticipate later development, Gorgias may have, among other things, the art of making these big show speeches. But he may teach his pupils only the practical speeches, like political and forensic speeches. Now, when we let us now return to the text in 447 C9, which we read already last time, but I should add a few points. C9. You don't have to read it, but only Callicles remarks. When Callicles says he asked any one of the men within, people within, to ask him any questions they liked. And Socrates says, Xenophon, ask him. And then he asks him immediately. Now, obviously, they have arrived in the building at that time. This shows that this is clearly a performed dialogue. In a narrated dialogue, Socrates would have said, well, and then we had entered the building, and so on, which clearly cannot be said in a drama. This is only in passing for those who have some interest in this seeming external. Then Socrates sends Xenophon to ask a question. And the question which Xenophon doesn't understand, namely, who is God? Who is he? Well, if Xenophon had been a bit more alert, he had known it, because Socrates said that what is his art? Which art does he claim to teach? That would be the question. Socrates explains the question to him by saying, well, if he were a maker of shoes, then he would say that he's a shoemaker. Or don't you understand what I mean? I understand. That's good. Now, this is the first example of an art, and these examples are never chosen without some consideration. That is, to reflect for 1 second about the art of shoemaking. Unfortunately, we cannot do that in all cases. What is the peculiarity of the art of shoemaking? The shoemaker makes shoes, and shoes are for the purpose of protecting our feet. It is a protective art, protective against the badness or harshness of roads and so on. Protection will be a great theme of this work. Self-preservation is the formula comprising all these kind of things. Secondly, shoes are of course protecting the lowest part of the body, and they are in this sense the lowest protective art. In addition, this one cannot immediately know because situations change in this respect. Shoemakers this was regarded as a particularly unmanly art. In parts of Europe, the art of tailors had this reputation. In Greek, apparently, were the shoemakers, pale-faced fellows, people who don't have ruddy complexion because they are outdoors all the time. Good. So this very lowly art is given as the first example. But in its way, very important because protection is, it seems, of some importance. Now, shall we, let us now read Charlevoix's question. Our lecture will begin.
I ask then, if Gorgias happens to be skilled in the same art as his brother...
No, before. I will ask him. Tell me, Gorgias, does Callicles say the truth that...
Here say truly that you promise to answer whatever anyone should ask you.
You see, he's in his way quite shrewd. He makes sure of his ground. Maybe Callicles misinterpreted this announcement. Yes?
Truly, Callicles, for I just now made that very promise, and I affirm that for many years no one has asked me anything new.
So, in other words, Gorgias does not know merely the answers to all questions. He knows the questions. He's much better than an orator. Huh? But we must be fair to him. He doesn't mean, of course, that he knows all questions and all answers. For example, if someone would ask him, could you tell me what the name of my great-aunt was? He surely wouldn't be able to say that. Let us say, therefore, he means the questions and answers of a general character, which are not connected with some proper names and things denoted by proper names. Yes, Xylophone goes on.
Without doubt, then, you will answer easily, Gorgias. You may make trial of that paragraph.
Xylophone is slightly malicious, but Gorgias is in a sovereign manner polite. Yes.
By Zeus, Paraphon, if you please, make trial of me, for Gorgias appears to me to be fatigued, as he has just now been speaking a great deal. What, Polus, do you think you can answer better than Gorgias? What matters that if I answer well enough for you? Not at all, since you wish it then answer.
Yeah, let us stop here for a moment, this brief intermezzo. You see, Polus makes this very sensible point that his old teacher should now be spared because he appears to be tired. Gorgias has a young companion who comes to his assistance. Now let us contrast him with Socrates. Socrates also comes with a companion, doesn't he? Xylophone. Is Xylophone of any great help to Socrates? Now let us consider that for one moment. None whatever. In the first place, he had kept him in the market so that he couldn't listen to the speech. And then, when they came here, Socrates sends him to ask Gorgias a question, and he can't do this without being guided by Socrates very specifically. And the bigger story, when he went to Delphi and asked the god about Socrates, and this started the whole terrible mess, at the end of which Socrates was executed. That's not a very helpful young man. So Socrates, and this reaches the whole question, how come that Socrates could be condemned? Did he not have companions, and sufficiently powerful companions, who prevented that? No. The question of the Socrates' defense, of failure in his defense, will be a major theme in this book later, so that is by no means accidental. So Polus is much more efficient as a companion of Gorgias than Chaerephon is as a companion of Socrates. Chaerephon tries to prevent Polus' entry, but Polus is superior to him, as you see. And Chaerephon is immediately defeated. He has to admit that there is no good reason why Polus should not answer the question. Good. And now, how do we go on here?
I ask then, if Gorgias happens to be skilled in the same art as his brother Herodotus is skilled, what name should we rightly give him? Would it not be the same as his brother's? Certainly. In calling him a physician, then, would you speak correctly? Yes. But if he were skilled in the same art as Aristophon, son of Achelaiphon, or his brother, what should we properly call him? Evidently, a painter.
Let us stop here. So you see, he proceeds in the way which Socrates ordinarily proceeds, to make up clear the meaning of the question by examples. And he goes so far as to give two examples. He starts from Gorgias and Gorgias' brother, which is a natural association of ideas. And then it is the art of medicine, and then it is the art of painting. Does any one of you know who the brother of Aristophon is? Yes. Yeah, sure. Well, I also know it this way. And Polygnotus, the famous painter. You see, I believe Chaerephon tries to test a bit how far Polus is informed by not mentioning the famous Polygnotus, but his less known brother. However this may be. The interesting point is that the two examples have one thing in common. These are both pairs of brothers. Pairs of brothers. Now, we know from Xenophon that Chaerephon also had a brother, and they were not on good terms at all. And so, I believe, in present we would say he had a brother complex, and this brother complex shows in his examples. Now, going beyond the funny side of the matter, it means if a man is a difficult brother, he is likely to be still more difficult with other people. The dialogue Gorgias is described by modern commentators as a particularly bitter dialogue, which is true. But a sign of that is the presence of Chaerephon, who doesn't say much, but he gives a certain coloring to the dialogue. How is it in the Republic? The chief interlocutors of Socrates are two brothers, Glaucus and Aemanus. But they are on excellent terms with each other, at least in the dialogue. Excellent. The dialogue devoted to fraternity, and the Republic has a clear ending and a satisfactory ending in connection with the fact that there is a dialogue with these two good brothers. Here, it's not a satisfactory ending and connected somehow with this defect of the Chaerephon. Yes? So, yes, now we come to the question.
What now? Since he is skilled in a certain art, what can we properly call him? Chaerephon. There are many arts among men by experience experimentally discovered. For experience causes our life to proceed according to art, but inexperience according to chance. Of each of these different persons partake of different arts in different manners, but the best of the best, in the number of whom is Gorgias here, who possesses the finest of the arts.
Yes. Now this is then meant to be the answer to the question, what is the art of Gorgias? It is, in a way, very unrevealing, and it is justly criticized by Socrates on this score. But still, we must be fair even to Polus. Could Polus have had a reason for giving this rhetorical answer? It is which would come out more clearly in the original, but which comes out also in the translation. What could it be? Well, here we have the first example of outside information. You remember we discussed it last time, of extraneous information. We have to know something about Gorgias which we are not told here. But fortunately we don't have to go out of the work of Plato, because the sequel to the dialogue Gorgias is the dialogue Meno. Meno was a pupil of Gorgias too. And there we learn quite a bit about Gorgias. For example, that Gorgias was a pupil of the philosopher Empedocles. So Gorgias, so he was not merely an orator or a teacher of rhetoric, not at all. He he gave a definition of choler, for example, which is not a rhetorical subject. But we know it even from this dialogue if we only read carefully, because if he gives answers to all questions of a general nature, he must have information, at least in all important fields of knowledge. So it is perfectly possible that Polus, thinking of the range of Gorgias' knowledge, or to use a term, a somewhat old-fashioned term, which came more easily to the Greeks than it comes to us, he's thinking of Gorgias' wisdom. He couldn't find so easily an answer, this art, painting, or physician or shoemaker, because it is an art, a knowledge, a skill of an all-comprehensive nature. And this could very well have been his reason. And this is not contradicted by the fact that Gorgias later on will say his art is rhetoric, because Gorgias might very well have said, for the reasons of his own, which we will discuss, my art is rhetoric. But we must see that why. Good. Now and then Socrates uses this opportunity for entering the fray again and pushing his comrade Chaerephon aside. And let us read that.
Polus appears, Gorgias, to be very well prepared for speaking, but he does not do what he promised Chaerephon. How so, Socrates? It does not appear to me to answer the question that was asked. Do you then, if you please, ask? Oh, but if yourself would be willing to answer me, I would much rather ask you. For it is evident to me that Polus, from what he has said, has studied more what is called rhetoric than conversation.
Yeah, let us stop here. So you see, Gorgias is not eager to return, obviously. He says, ask Polus himself. But then Socrates says, no, I must talk with you, because Polus is simply not competent enough. He has studied the so-called rhetoric, which is of course not exactly a term of praise, and therefore somewhat insulting to Polus, but not to Gorgias, because Gorgias is much more than a rhetorician. And he says that the alternative is here called conversing, a very humble and simple word. Polus has no training in conversation, and only in rhetoric. We must see why Plato uses this word conversing and gives it this terrific meaning. Up to the present day it has retained it, In Greek it means dialegistai. The art of conversation is dialectics. And in the age of Khrushchev, every schoolboy or schoolgirl has heard of dialectics. So this enormous development of the humble art of conversing into what is claimed to be the method of understanding the whole, at least the whole historical process, is a long question. Part of that story is to be found in Plato himself. Now, what then was a mistake? Which Socrates finds with them? Yes?
Why so, Socrates? Because, Paulus, when Chaerephon asked you in what art Gorgias was skilled, you praised his art, as if someone had blamed it, but you did not say what the art itself is. I answered that it was the finest of all arts, certainly, but no one asked you what was the quality of the art of Gorgias, but what it was, and by what name we ought to call Gorgias. Just as Chaerephon proposed the former questions to you, and you answered him well with a few words. Now, therefore, tell me in the same manner what art Gorgias professes, what we ought to call it. Or rather, Gorgias, do you tell us yourself what we ought to call you, as skilled in what art?
Now, let us stop here for one moment. Now, if we get here the first inkling of what the difference between rhetoric and dialectic is. Rhetoric deals with how a thing is. Dialectic with what it is. Now, that is, of course, extremely provisional, but must be understood in terms of the context. How it is, is it wonderful or contemptible or whatnot? In terms of praise and blame, the sober question of what the thing is, independently of praise and blame, that is the dialectical. You see here already from this simple example that there is a connection between the distinction of dialectics and rhetoric and the distinction of science in the modern sense and rhetoric. I mean, one can't help thinking of the distinction between facts and values, which is, of course, not quite the same thing. But an element of that, an ingredient of the fact-value distinction is, of course, here implied. Dialectic has nothing to do with praising and blaming, but with what a thing is. Why this should be conversing, have anything to do with conversing, that's a long question which we must probably try to answer. So Socrates then turns to Gorgias with a question and tells us simply, what is your question? And what does Gorgias say?
In rhetoric, Socrates.
You see from here that Gorgias knows Socrates. They are not introduced. So Socrates could have begun, raised the question right at the beginning if he wanted. But he didn't want. So rhetoric. Now why then does Gorgias give this simple answer and his pupil Apollos, who was surely no longer very young and not completely stupid, he had already written a book, if this is a proof of non-stupidity. And I think the practice of many university administrations would seem to show that it is a proof of non-stupidity. Why does Gorgias give this simple answer when it is true what I said before, that Gorgias' art or knowledge was much broader than any single art? Now, there is one very important source for our understanding of the early fate of philosophy and political philosophy, and that is a comedy. Aristophanes' comedy, The Clouds, the deplorable hero of which is Socrates, who has a very bad end in that thing. Now, in this place, Socrates is presented. The rumor in Athens is that Socrates has a kind of cosmology, knowledge of the universe, and in addition the art of rhetoric. The same what would be true of Gorgias. But there is this difference. Socrates teaches for pay only the art of rhetoric. I mean, no man in his senses at that time, where there was no technological use of these things, would pay a penny for hearing something about earthquakes and eclipses of the sun and so on. But rhetoric, that he could very well use. Now, from this point, from the point of view of self-preservation or comfortable self-preservation, rhetoric, of course, was much more important to emphasize for Gorgias than this other art, to say nothing of other, perhaps more subtle reasons. So at least we have now an answer by which Gorgias is now bound for the rest of the dialogue. His art is rhetoric. And now how does Socrates go on?
Ought we then call you a rhetorician?
No, that's not. Ought we then call you an orator? This is, I believe, important because, and I don't know whether I have the time to correct it in all cases, there are two words which occur all the time. One is rhetor, which means simply at this time public speaker. And then this somewhat more complicated word, rhetorikos, and that means a man who possesses the art of speaking. Possesses the art of speaking. Now, a fellow like Cleon, for example, or any of these speakers you read in Thucydides, is Pericles, of course, too, is an orator. But that does not necessarily mean that he possesses the art of rhetoric. I mean, there are people of a natural eloquence who would not be wholly unable to give an account of what they do it and how they do it. And yet they have it. This distinction is of some importance. Socrates says, but Socrates blurs in a way the distinction, saying, well, then one must call you a public speaker. And that is, of course, very little, because everyone who raises in the assembly and makes a speech is a public speaker. And therefore, Gorgias, very modest, makes a correction. What is that correction?
And a good one, Socrates, if you wish to call me, as Homer says, what I boast myself to be.
Yeah. Good. Now, one more. You see, it is a modest, contrary to appearance, a modest utterance. I'm not simply a public speaker like anyone who speaks about a certain tax or whatever it may be. I'm a good speaker. And this is done in good taste, as is proven by the quotation from Homer. Homer guarantees that, that people may boast, may raise claims on patronage. And Socrates also very politely says, I do wish to call you a good speaker. Gorgias says, call me then. Yes. But he doesn't do it. In other words, he has a wish to call you a good speaker, but he cannot do it. And why can he not do it? Because he doesn't know it. He hasn't heard him. So in other words, Socrates is as polite as is compatible with honesty, but not more. Yes?
Shall we say, too, that you are able to make others orators? I profess this, not only here, but elsewhere. Are you willing then?
Yeah, also that's important. That is, I am an internationally famous man. That would be the present day equivalent. So if you judge of me in terms of your Athenian experiences, you would say, Pericles is a good orator because you have heard him. But Pericles was a strictly local celebrity. Good? So, yes. Why do we consider all these little things? Because they show that Socrates in particular practiced rhetoric all the time. That is rhetoric. That is not a scientific analysis, yeah? Obviously. There is all kinds of passions, interests, sentiments are involved all the time.
So isn't it not only here but elsewhere is a claim that he has a science of rhetoric? Because it's
Yeah, that is not yet, you mean because he can teach it?
Because he can teach it in other cities.
Yes, that is very true. That is good. Yeah, that is quite good. In other words, if the man who has only the natural eloquence cannot teach it, but to teach it means to be able to teach it everywhere. Universality is essential. Yes, that's true. Now let us go on.
Are you willing then, Gorgias, to continue, as we are now doing, partly to ask questions and partly to answer, and to defer to some other occasion that prolixity of speech, such as poets just now began with? But do not belie what we promised, but be willing to answer each question briefly.
Yeah, no, let us first consider the power moment. Socrates says, is it there? Well, you will ask questions, both of us will ask questions and answer them. Yeah? Answer them. But later on he says, Gorgias promises to answer questions. Where did Gorgias promise them? And not only answer questions, but answer them briefly. Where did he do that? There are two possibilities. The first is that after the question, in this paragraph, Gorgias is nodded. That's a promise. Or else, which is more likely, that Socrates imputes to him a promise, in very legitimately, because since Gorgias raises a claim, he can, that he can do everything, so to speak, in speech. He can, this suggestiveness of Socrates, we will find other examples of it. Again, suggestiveness is obviously a rhetorical device. In proving a theorem in Euclid, you don't make suggestion. It has to be spelled out 100%. Good. Yes?
There are some answers, Socrates, which must necessarily be made at length. However, I will endeavor to make them as short as possible. For this is one of the things which I profess, that no one can say the same things in fewer words than I.
So in other words, Socrates had divined that this is what Gorgias would claim. To that extent he could say, you have already promised that your whole existence is a promise of everything in this kind. Yeah, the answer of Gorgias, the general answer is sensible, is it not? There is no particular merit in long answers or in short answers, but in answers which are as long or as short as the subject matter requires. But common sense itself. And Gorgias adds, however, well, I'm willing to enter on this particular contract, which doesn't make sense in itself, that I will answer only as briefly as possible. The kind of contest which now begins. The whole attempt to define rhetoric as it is, a scientific or philosophic enterprise, is affected by this promise of Gorgias. Brevity. And now they see how these two things will go together and what results they will bring about. Yes, Socrates?
There is need of this now, Gorgias. Give me, therefore, a specimen of this very thing, conciseness of speech, and of...
No, that is not good. Short speech. Short. In Greek one word, prakiloki. Yes.
And the prolixity of some other thing.
Yeah, and long speech is avoided. Yeah. Now this is, of course, a very funny previous explanation of the difference between rhetoric and dialectic. Rhetoric is long speech. Dialectic is short speech. The most superficial distinction description you can possibly have. But here, for the time being, it is sufficient. Why short speeches should be preferable to long speeches is not explained. Socrates just has this preference for short speeches. That's all we can say hitherto. And he imposes this preference on Gorgias. legitimately, because Gorgias says, I am first rate in both long speech and short speech. And then he cannot possibly back down and say, no, I don't want short speech. Because that would mean to concede defeat from the very beginning. Yes?
I will do this, and you will admit that you never heard anyone speak more shortly.
Yes?
Well, since you say that you were skilled in the art of rhetoric, and that you can teach another this art, tell me about what is rhetoric employed, and just as the art of weaving is employed in the making of sounds. So, it is. And is not music also employed in the composing of melody? Yes.
This is Socrates gives again two previous examples to give Gorgias some elementary training in giving brief answers. Good. And so the answer couldn't be shorter, one word. Good. The examples he chooses are, however, different this time. This time he takes the art of weaving and the art of making songs. Now, Socrates, you see, as a sensible teacher, after the boy has learned the lesson, praises him, of course. Go on. Yes.
My dear authority, I admire your answers, for you answer as briefly as possible.
You know, that's his first oath of Socrates, and it is by Hera. Polos, I believe, had sworn by Zeus before. Hera was an oath for women, Hera being a goddess as a wife of Zeus. The art of weaving is also a feminine art. And the art of making poems is, of course, not feminine, but it has something to do with the muses. The muses were also female gods. Socrates, Socrates presents himself here as belonging to a female, feminine context. That is, he does this not only here, but it is no accident that it happens here. So in a way, Socrates is not a man. Let us reflect about that for one moment. Because to be a man, an hombre, was meant to be a true human being. Human being was something rather low, anthropos, anea, hombre, that was the name. Now this had all kinds of indications, but the first is, of course, the primary is surely sexual difference. But something which is of key importance is a man is a man who can take care of himself, and especially, of course, in fighting and in protecting himself. A woman is not supposed to be able to do that. Yeah? The men go out to war and the women stay at home. And what do the women do when they are at home? What do they do? It is not altogether flattering, but there is some, after all, since we are not rhetoricians, we are not supposed to flatter. Well, of course they do their work, weaving, spinning and so on, but apart from that, they sit at home and talk. What do people like Socrates do? They sit in their houses and talk. So there is a certain strange kinship between philosophy and the female sex. They are not manly, the philosophers. That will be a great theme later on in this dialogue. Now go on. So Gorgias accepts the praise with great conviction. Yes.
I think, Socrates, that I do this well enough. You say well. Come then, answer me thus respecting rhetoric. Of what is it the science? Of words?
No, that is impossible. Speeches. Speeches. If it were about words, then it would be perhaps grammar, but not rhetoric. About speeches. Yes, this is the first answer. Rhetoric is an art dealing with speeches. Now, Gorgias will be severely criticized for that, and he gets into great troubles. But still, before we consider the insufficiency of the definition, is it not a good answer to begin with, as a first answer, as indicating the genus, if not the specific difference? Spinning, for example, deals with or weaving deals with the making of clothes. Does not rhetoric deal with speeches? Not a reasonable answer. Now, let us see what Socrates does with him. How Socrates points out the insufficiency. Yes?
What kind of speeches, Gorgias? Are they?
You see how interesting, the same word in Greek, hoios, what kind, or rather of what quality. And Koulos had been blamed because he had said not what the art is, but of what quality it is. So that is a complicated thing. There are apparently two kinds of qualities which have to be considered. Yes.
Are they such as inform the sick by what kind of diet they may become well? No. Rhetoric, then, is not concerned with all kinds of speeches. Certainly not. Yet it makes men able to speak, yes. And does it not enable men to think of the same things in which it enables them to speak? Without doubt. Does not then the medicinal art, of which we just now spoke, make men able to think and speak about the sick? Necessarily so. The medicinal art, then, as it appears, is conversant with speeches. Yes.
Is about speeches, yeah. Is about speeches. Yes?
Yes. And those that concern disease, just so. And is not the gymnastic art also about speeches that relate to the good and bad habits of bodies? Certainly. And it is the same with other art structures. Each of them is about those speeches that are employed about that particular thing of which each is the art.
Yeah, we can almost say about the subject matter. Yes.
It appears so. Why then do you not call other arts rhetorical as being about speeches, since you call that rhetoric which is employed about speeches?
Yeah, this is the first refutation. What do you make of it? Does it make sense to say medicine, the subject matter of medicine are speeches? No one, I think, would say that, would say about diseased bodies, human bodies. And if you take any other art, for example, arithmetic, which comes on later, deals with numbers. The only art which the subject matter of which is speeches would seem to be at first glance the art of rhetoric. Socrates confuses the issue deliberately in order to test Gorgias by saying all arts, or at least many arts, are as much about speeches as rhetoric is. And Gorgias is helpless. Gorgias, well, why is he helpless? Surely he is not trained, in conversing. But there is also some other obstacle which prevents him from reflecting sufficiently, see whether the answer is good or bad. And we have seen what it is. He is under, yes? Yeah, but, yeah, sure, but how does it work out?
So that rhetoric deals, that rhetoric really directs these other arts.
Yeah, this is of course, I see, but that is not merely rhetoric, not merely vanity. That will come out later. For example, but he contradicts it when he says at the beginning, when Socrates asks him, since rhetoric doesn't deal with the speeches addressed to sick people, he says no. And he should have said yes, because he himself gives later an example in which he shows how good he is how superior he is to physicians in inducing sick people to undergo treatment. No, I think it is something more simple and obvious. He is committed to give brief answers. Now, if he had answered and said, wait a moment, Socrates, a simple answer is not possible, then he would have lost his bet. And Socrates makes a trap for him, and Gorgias just walks into it very neatly. At any rate, now we forget suddenly the question of the whole original statement, rhetoric is about speech, has been refuted, but it seems that all or many arts are about speeches, and rhetoric is only one of them. And now, how does Gorgias try to get out of it? Now he's compelled to make a long speech. Yeah.
Because, Socrates, almost the whole science of other arts is about manual operations and such like activities. In rhetoric, however, there is no such manual operation, but all its activity and efficiency is by means of words. For this reason, I consider that the art of rhetoric is about speeches, herein speaking correctly, as I have heard.
Yeah, now he here makes a slight switch. Although it doesn't come out in his final statement, when he makes it shortly before. Rhetoric is not so much about speeches as through speeches. It's an entirely different proposition. That rhetoric proceeds through speeches is true. But this, and we can see there are other arts which have nothing to do with speeches. Let us take a simple example, the art of milking a cow, which can be practiced without any speech, perhaps from time to time, an almost inarticulate exhortation or dehortation addressed to the cow, but practically without speech. Whereas, rhetoric surely would be through speeches, and so would be mathematics, of course, too. But now we come to the question, and to an entirely different distinction. The distinction of arts which do their work chiefly through speeches, and arts which do their work chiefly not through speeches. That is, which are almost exclusively manual and can be practiced in entire silence. And now, of course, that doesn't help us, because then rhetoric being an art which proceeds chiefly through speeches, or exclusively through speeches, and then rhetoric would surely be one of those arts proceeding through speeches. But it would be only one of them, and we would still not know what the peculiarity, the specific nature of rhetoric is. And then there is another question. Does rhetoric proceed entirely through speeches? Would be a question. In other words, whether it can be, if we have here say, art, let us call them speaking art, and the other non-speaking. And milking cows is surely a non-speaking art, and arithmetic is a speaking art. But does rhetoric simply belong to the speaking art? It's a question. In the first place, is there nothing manual in rhetoric? Gestures, obviously, so that it to some extent is a manual art. And in another, or brachial perhaps. And then, in addition, silence is terribly important in rhetoric, which is also non-speaking. Good. So now let us see how Gorgias proceeds in the sequence.
Do I understand what kind of art you wish to explore? But I shall soon comprehend it more clearly. However, answer. We have art.
Why does he ask this question? Does not everyone know? It's not so trivial that one should not. Why do we have art? What does he do? He does this from time to time in other dialogues too. But this is a particularly good example. Why does he ask this question? It was developed by Aristotle, but it's clearly present in Plato, that before you raise the question, what a thing, you must create. And it is a pity that your careful diction, to say nothing of the other merits, did not have the full effect because of your very swift delivery. Yeah, so I listened as carefully as I could, but I can't claim that I understood everything. Now, I would like to bring up a few points you mentioned. Regarding this soul speech in Book 8, the speech by Cassandros, you raised a very sensible question.
I think, consists principally in workmanship, and stand in need of but few words, and others of none at all. But their work may be accomplished in sciences, painting, statuary, and many others. With such arts, you appear to me to say rhetoric has nothing to do. Is it not so? You make my meaning perfectly, Socrates. On the other hand, there are other arts which accomplish all by means of words.
The through speech, yeah, not about speech, through speech, that's the word. Yes.
Through speech, and require no work at all, or very little, such as theoretical and practical arithmetic, geometry, the game of dice, and many other arts, some of which require almost as many words as actions, and most of them more, so that altogether their whole activity and efficiency is but through word speeches. You appear to me to say that rhetoric is among arts of this kind.
Yeah, we must say a word about the examples. In the first case, the examples were painting and sculpture, both imitative arts. Rhetoric does not belong to them, whereas the truth would be that rhetoric has very much to do with imitative arts, but that will take some time until this can be made clear. Now, the four arts which he mentions here, that is not good, the translation. The art of numbering and the art of reckoning. Numbering, that you know the numbers. Primarily, know the numbers. And the art, this we do not regard as a separate art. In other words, what we call arithmetic is what the Greeks call the art of reckoning, of operating with numbers. But the Greek arithmetic means the art of knowing the numbers. They have to be learned, the numbers. For example, that if I give you any number, however very big, that every one of you knows what number follows upon it. And you know that number. That's arithmetic. Logistic, as it is called, from which, of course, the present military use of logistic is derived. Logistic is the art of reckoning, adding, subtracting, and so on. Geometry is clear. And now he gives, dice it is not dice. It is draft playing is the usual translation, isn't it? Yeah. Why does he give such a strange art? Draft playing, a kind of fun? How does he translate?
Land is ground.
Yeah, that's... yeah, well, Plato uses this expression metaphorically for dialectics. And the reason is this. Whenever you have a draft game, you move the pieces, yeah? Move them. And what do? You lift it, and then you want to sit it down, and then you reflect. No, not here, but here. Yeah? And sometimes it is even possible that after having put it down, you may still reconsider it and put it elsewhere. This is what we do in conversations in dialectics. We put something down, we make an assumption, we reconsider the assumption and replace it by another assumption. Yes, this is only in passing. Now, the answer is clear. We have a division of all arts into those which proceed chiefly through speeches and those which proceed chiefly in silence, and rhetoric is supposed to belong to those which proceed chiefly through speeches. Yeah. Go on.
You say truly. However, I do not think you mean to call any one of these rhetoric, although in the expression you used, you so said that rhetoric has its efficiency by means of speeches, and any who wish to catch at your words might reply, do you say then, Gorgias, that arithmetic is rhetoric? But I do not think that you call either arithmetic or geometry rhetoric. You think rightly, Socrates, and apprehend my meaning correctly.
Yeah, more, you believe correctly, Socrates, and you assume justly. You make a just assumption, which is a rhetorically balanced answer. Yes. So that is clear now. So this is the question. How does it go?
Come then, complete the answer to my question. Since rhetoric is one of those arts which make great use of speeches, and there are others of the same kind, endeavor to tell me in reference to what rhetoric has its efficiency in speeches. Just as if anyone should ask me respecting any of the arts which I have now mentioned, Socrates, what is the arithmetical art? I should say to him, as you did just now, that it is one of the arts that have their efficiency in words.
No, through speech. Through speech. You know, that is a genus to which it belongs. Yes.
And if he should further ask me in reference to what, I should answer.
About what? About what? In other words, it is through speech, but about what subject matter? Yes.
I should answer about the knowledge of even and odd, how many there may be of each. But
Yeah, that, in other words, knowledge of numbers, of numbers, not operation, knowledge of numbers, must then be concerned, since it deals with all numbers, with the most comprehensive division of the whole field of numbers, and that is a division into odd and even. No, any number in the billions, wherever, a number of which we may never have thought, we know in advance, and it is either odd or even. And it is the knowledge of how many, i.e. of the number. Yes?
how many there may be of each. But if again he should ask me, what do you mean by the art of computation? I should answer that...
Then now he says suddenly computation. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the distinction in theoretical and practical. It's nothing to do with that. It's the primary distinction is simply you will see that is not practical as such. Yes? I would say
that this also is one of those arts whose whole efficiency is through speeches. And if he should further ask me about what, I should answer as they do who draw up motions in the assemblies of the people. That in other respects computation is the same as arithmetic, for it is about the same object, that is to say, the even and the odd, but it differs in this respect. The computation considers what relation even and odd have to themselves and to each other in regard to quantity. And if anyone should ask me about astronomy, and after I had said that its whole efficiency consists in words, should say, but Socrates, to what do words employed about astronomy refer? I should answer that they are employed about the course of the stars and of the sun and the moon, how they are related to each other with respect to philosophy.
with respect to philosophy, they like each other. To philosophy.
Velocity.
No, velocity is correct. Velocity is correct. I heard philosophy and I was persuaded. Yes? Now, Gorgias will reply.
And he would answer rightly, Socrates.
Yeah, you speak correctly. It's the first time that Gorgias, the teacher of rhetoric, says to Socrates to speak correctly. Now here we have, Socrates takes some of the arts as before, as you have seen, arithmetic and logistic, but he replaces geometry and draft playing by astronomy. Now, in the list of the sciences in Plato's Republic, Book 6 and 7, you find this order: arithmetic, logistic, geometry, astronomy, and then dialectics. I omit some things. Astronomy is in the middle between geometry and the draft game in the metaphoric sense of the term. What we have here is the first clear example of a dialogue within a dialogue. You see? Socrates says, if someone were to ask me, I would reply to him. And in the Greek is very clear, it begins with Socrates and it ends with Socrates. A non-existing man whom Socrates conjures for the situation out of nothing addresses to Socrates a question, Socrates answers it. What is this? What does he do by making such a dialogue within the dialogue? Is it? Yes?
This conversation continues in a way.
Yeah, sure. It gives a model of a conversation, because Gorgias is not yet good enough for that. That's clear. But what does Socrates do in order to give him that model? He introduces a fictitious man. He does what poets do, on a very humble scale, but still, a non-existent man. You know, just when you read a novel where something is said about Mr. Müller, or any other man, and this Mr. Müller, of course, exists nowhere, and yet we are told all kinds of stories about him. So there's, again, a use of a rhetorical device. Yes. And so there is a model, and Gorgias has now no longer any excuse for not answering properly. Yes.
Now, do you answer?
Yeah. Now, do you answer? No. Do you speak correctly on your part too? Because Gorgias had praised Socrates for speaking correct. Yes.
Do you speak rightly, Gorgias? For rhetoric is one of those arts which accomplish and affect everything through speeches. Is it not so? It is so. Tell me then, in reference to what is the particular thing about which these speeches are, which rhetoric uses? The greatest of all human concerns, Socrates, and the best.
Yes. Now that's clear. Then clearly not numbers, clearly not movements of stars and so on. Yeah. Now, what about this answer? Rhetoric is the art which deals with the greatest and best of the human concerns. Does this indicate the subject matter of rhetoric? At least to begin with, clearly distinguishing it from almost all other arts. Surely the shoemakers do not deal with the greatest and best of human matters. Now, in a speech in Thucydides, in a way the most important speech in Thucydides, by a man called Diodotus. Diodotus speaks of the greatest things, and he calls them freedom and empire, freedom and rule. And that is, of course, as we shall see, what Gorgias means. He doesn't make it clear, but it points somehow in the right direction, at least according to the then very common view. Socrates, however, is not satisfied with that because it is too general. And now how does Socrates proceed from this point?
But Gorgias, what you say is questionable, and by no means clear. For I think you must have heard at banquets men singing that song in which the singers enumerate that the best thing is health, the second beauty, and the third, as the author of the song says, riches gained without fraud.
Yeah, as a poet of that Scoldron says, yes. So this emphasizes that this is sung. Gorgias replies what?
I haven't heard it, but with what object do you mention this?
Yeah. In other words, Gorgias denies the relevance of it. Does he not have a reason for denying the relevance? That this is what people sing when they are drinking. And what authority does that have? And it's emphasized, say it singingly. Twice he speaks of singing, and once he speaks of the poet. And now the singers, of course, they follow merely the poet. And what poet would be much less competent here than the people of whom Gorgias thinks. Now, what does Socrates mean, however, by his quotation? He means, could one not say that health, beauty, and wealth are the greatest human goods? I believe the ordinary reaction would be no, because they are great goods. But if someone is healthy and wealthy, what is that compared with having political power? I mean, they may be great goods, but they are not necessary, not so obviously for the politically interested man as the greatest good as political power would seem to be. Now, how does Socrates go on?
Because the artificers of those things which the poet of the song has commanded, namely the physician, the master of gymnastics, and the money-getter, will forthwith present themselves, and the physician will say, Socrates, Gorgias deceives you, for his art is not employed about the greatest good to men, but mine. If then I should ask him, who are you that say this? He would probably answer, I am a physician.
Yeah, probably. That's very funny. It's disqualification. Because he doesn't know what this product of his imagination, this X, is going to say. Now you see another dialogue within the dialogue, but a different one. This time he doesn't give a model to Gorgias, but this time he brings in attackers of Gorgias. Socrates doesn't say, you deceived me. This anonymous man whom Socrates has created for the occasion says, Gorgias deceives you. And yes, yes. Now, how does he go on?
For his art is not employed about the greatest good to men, but mine. If then I should ask him, who are you that say this, he would probably answer, I am a physician. What then do you say? That the object of your art is the greatest good? Can it be otherwise, Socrates, he would probably say, since its object is health. And what greater good can men have than health?
Yeah, you see, let us stop here for one moment. Now, Gorgias raises a claim that his art is productive of the greatest good. And then the physician comes and says, my art is productive of the greatest good. What then is the relation of these two men? Surely they are opponents in this connection, but we can state it more specifically. He is a competitor of Gorgias. What Socrates does is that he enlarges the audience, as it were breaking through the walls so that other people can come in. And what he brings in is a whole cavalcade of competitors with Gorgias. This aggravates the situation. Gorgias is now not only under compulsion to give brief answers, he also has to think of his livelihood, of his competitors. Yes. Now the next man.
And if after him, again, the master of gymnastics should say, I too should wonder, Socrates, if Gorgias could show you any greater good through his art than I can from mine, I should again say to him, who are you, sir? And what
Oh, sir. No, I don't know how to translate it in English, but what it says in Greek is human being. And this has a very low meaning, human being here. As you say to slaves or otherwise contempt.
Well, sir has an ambiguity.
Can have.
It went down, sir, to a dog.
I see. I didn't know
I
that.
should have said zero.
I see. Good. Yeah, that is very important, that Socrates, this is a mere human being. Yes. And good. And what is your word?
And what is your reply? A master of gymnastics, he would say. And my employment is to make men beautiful and strong in their bodies. After the master of gymnastics, the money getter would say, as I imagine, despising all others.
You see, he is a special competitor, because he not only does he raise the claim that he gives the highest good, but he has a contempt for all competitors, which the physician and the gymnastics teacher do not have. Yes.
Consider, I say, Socrates, whether there is any greater good than riches, either with Gorgias or anyone else. I should dare.
You know, that is a balm, a twist. Gorgias is very much concerned with earning money. Yes. So in other words, is not perhaps wealth in fact the highest good for Gorgias? Yes. Yes. And then we would say to him, you see, in this case, the threat to Gorgias is so great that Socrates must become the ally of Gorgias. We together talk to him. Yeah?
Oh.
Yes, aggravation, sure. Yes.
We should thereupon say to him, what then? Are you the artificer of this good? He would say, I am. Who are you then? A money gatherer. What then? Do you consider riches to be the greatest good for men, I shall say?
We would say. You see, the allies, Socrates and Gorgias. Now the real enemy has appeared. Yes?
Assuredly, he will answer. However, Gorgias here contends that his art is the cause of greater good than yours. Socrates is pulling out.
No, we would say. Yeah.
Good. It is clear then that after this he was asked, and what is this good? That Gorgias answered. Come then, Gorgias, suppose that you were asked by me, and answered, what is this which you say is the greatest good to men, and of which you are the artist?
Yeah. You see, after they have given such clear answers, what the greatest good precisely is, Gorgias must of course reply. Yes. Yes?
That which is in reality, Socrates, the greatest good, and is at the same time the cause of liberty to men, and of their being able to rule over others in their several cities.
Yeah, each in his city. Yeah. Now we have an answer. It is the highest good, the greatest good is not health, wealth, and money. Incidentally, the slight change which the money maker makes. The poet had said to be rich without fraud. Without fraud has been dropped by the money maker, because as money maker he is of course indifferent to this qualification. But this is important. Now we have now then the answer, yes. But what is the answer precisely? Does he say that freedom and empire are the highest good? He says that highest good is the cause of freedom and rule. It's a cause. And in addition, what is in truth the greatest good? And in addition, as the translator wisely interprets, in addition, the cause of both freedom for human beings and at the same time for ruling others in one's own city. That is, why does he add this qualification in one's own city? Well, the greatest good will be rhetoric itself, that will become given to city. Rhetoric does not enables men to preserve freedom. Well, in assemblies by speaking in favor of freedom. But it is also enables a man to become the ruler, but only in his own city. And this is of some importance. The power of rhetoric is not infinite. No one can become the ruler of a foreign city merely by speaking. By conquest, perhaps, but surely not. But it's an important question, because what Gorgias will bring up, and means already all the time, is something like rhetoric is omnipotent. And therefore this qualification is very important. Rhetoric is not quite omnipotent. And it has, of course, also the additional meaning, if rhetoric is omnipotent and the orator by excellence is Gorgias, Gorgias could possibly be a menace to the freedom of Athens. And he says, as it were, well, I couldn't become the tyrant of Athens by any speaking, because one can become a ruler of a city only if the city is one's own, if one is already a citizen at once. You want to say something? No. And now, so the answer is by no means clear, because, to repeat, Gorgias does not say freedom and empire, freedom and rule are the greatest good, but X is the greatest good, which in addition is a cause of such great goods as freedom and empire. Yes. And Socrates therefore asked him, what do you mean? What is that X which you still didn't tell? Yes.
I say, it is the power of persuading by words, judges in a
By
court.
speech, always speech. Yeah.
Persuading by speeches, judges in the court of justice, senators in the Senate House, and the hearers in a public assembly, and in every other convention of a political nature. Moreover, by this power you will make the physician your slave, and the master of gymnastics your slave, and the money-getter will be found to have gained money not for himself, but for another, for you who are able to speak and persuade the multitude.
The multitudes. Good. So now we have been given an answer. The greatest good is the ability to persuade. And persuade political assemblies. Now, juries are, of course, political assemblies. And this is not merely due to the fact that in ancient times there were very large juries compared with the 12 men now. But even a 12-man jury is, of course, a public assembly established by law, with a function to decide such grave issues as life and death. So this then is yes. And now to show that this is truly an art superior to all other arts, Gorgias takes the three arts mentioned here: the physician, the gymnastic trainer, and the money-maker. They all are his subjects. And this is particularly clear in the case of the most arrogant of the three, the money-maker. Because what can he do if he is confronted with a magnificent orator who brings in a bill, confiscatory bill, and succeeds, of course, being an excellent speaker, gets it passed, and where is the money? Where is the wealth of that money? So, this is we have reached on the point. Now we have, yes, and Socrates is now satisfied. After this long and roundabout way, let us reconsider this fact. First, rhetoric was said to be the art dealing with speeches. Then Socrates said somewhat misleadingly and somewhat incorrectly that many arts deal with speeches, which is not quite correct because arithmetic cannot be said to deal with speeches, but it deals with numbers. Gorgias, wishing to give brief replies and being very tired, also, we must not forget that, simply accepts Socrates' suggestion that medicine also deals with speeches, and therefore the question arises, we come to this in a roundabout way, then Gorgias recovers his senses and says, I didn't mean, as it were, I didn't mean about speeches, but through speeches, which makes it, of course, worse, because there are many arts, apart from rhetoric, which proceed through speeches. And then eventually he arrives at this definition: rhetoric is the art which deals with the greatest human things, i.e. with freedom and empire, and we know that he didn't say it, we improve on it when we say that. He did not really indicate the subject matter at all. Some X which causes freedom and empire. What he, when he is, the answer which he gives and seems to give now, so that is modifies it. Rhetoric is simply the art of persuasion. And that's a good answer according to Socrates. This is, of course, again a very bad answer. Let me briefly indicate how the converged civilization develops from this point. Rhetoric is the art of persuading, of creating persuasion or conviction. But then we see immediately that there are many arts which create persuasion or conviction. More specifically, we see a fundamental distinction of all arts into those which create mere persuasion and those which truly convince, or as Socrates says, which teach. And rhetoric proves then to be an art which does not teach, but merely persuade. We have then a distinction between rhetoric and between persuasion and teaching, between persuasion and science or knowledge. In other words, we have given an answer now to the question of the how of rhetoric, and the what is still not clear. How? The whole dialogue in this first part moves between these two questions. As I said, we understand this whole argument if we start from this, or if we keep in mind this simple answer, which Socrates, of course, could have given, and which even Gorgias might have been able to give in a somewhat different situation. That rhetoric is the art dealing with the political matters in a politically effective manner. The two things would have to be defined. First, the political things, what are they? And this becomes clear from the sequel that are the just things, the noble things, and the good things. This is sufficiently clear for the present purpose, because no other art on science deals with of course, things good for man, it's always man, the human thing, the just, the noble, and the good things. And then the question arises, the manner. Answer, politically effective, i.e. not scientific, because it is clear if someone gives a lecture on these things in a popular assembly, he will not cut any eyes, at least in almost all ordinary circumstances. And this raises, of course, the question, is there not a possibility of speaking about the good, just, and noble things, not rhetorically, but knowingly, scientifically? In the Republic, in a passage in the 6th book somewhere, Plato speaks of an art which deals or is about free speech, and that is their dialectics, not rhetoric. So we have, from the very beginning, when Gorgias said rhetoric is about speeches, the simple argument would have been, but dialectics also is about speeches. And then we would have arrived at this point which we have now here. But instead this roundabout way is chosen via not the how, but the what. In other words, the difference not between rhetoric and dialectics, but the difference between rhetoric and medicine and arithmetic and so on. Now, what is the situation in which Gorgias finds himself? He is tired. He is committed to give brief answers, and which by hook and by crook, and of course this itself can ruin a man. Such a commitment itself can ruin a man. And now the third point, which comes out very clearly in this speech when the competitors appear, and Socrates will mention it explicitly very shortly, Gorgias' concern with his potential pupils. In other words, what he says here in this conversation is bound to affect his finances and his renown. And this is, of course, something which detracts attention from the subject matter. So the consequence is that Gorgias does not succeed in making clear what he understands by rhetoric, because there are deflecting influences, drugging influences, we can almost say, effective on him. This will be very important for the rest of the dialogue. And the true discussion of rhetoric is then only that with Polos, not that with Gorgias. Gorgias, who was the most renowned rhetorician and a greater man than Polos, is not able here to present his view of rhetoric. Since Socrates was a fair man, I would suggest this explanation. Socrates knew quite well what Gorgias understood by rhetoric. But Gorgias, as rhetoric as Gorgias, when he was in the peak of his condition, would have understood it, would be as unacceptable to Socrates as this so poorly defined rhetoric which he presents. Now, let us have then some exchange. Someone else? Yeah, all right, Mr. Ryan.
I was wondering if Gorgias' inability to define the what might suggest that the first question, which was overlooked, we might have to go back to, does it exist? Is rhetoric an art? If you don't define the what, maybe it's not an art. It's not confined to a certain subject matter, but merely a knack, as Socrates will later say, but an ability to forbid it. Maybe it isn't enough.
Yeah, this is, Gorgias surely maintains, and Polos too, that it is an art, but it has a different, I alluded to this question at the beginning of today's meeting, but there could be something else. If we start from this premise, which will become the theme in the next meeting, that there are two ways of handling every subject, rhetorical or scientific dialectic. The question arises, are all subjects, it is true, are all subjects susceptible of being treated scientific and dialectic? I think we can assume that Gorgias did not believe that the just things can be treated scientifically. They are merely by convention, merely by opinion. That is his premise. And therefore, this is, must also have played some role why the dialogue developed as it developed. Did I answer your question?
No, but it's a help.
I see. Yeah, that's... Yes.
Why does Plato choose to present the discussion at a time when Gorgias is tired and not so efficient? Why wouldn't it make a better dialogue if he presented Gorgias' essay?
Exactly, that's an absolutely necessary question. And the only answer can be he didn't wish to present.
That's not a very good answer, is it?
No, but still is the beginning of it. You know, because if you would say he did thoughtlessly that thing, then he would have no way to go on without it. But if he deliberately presented a tired God, in order not to present God as a subject, then he had to go on to ask for the reason. Why?
It would seem to me that
Perhaps he regarded it as not worth while. Perhaps he regarded that. Let me make it a careful part. He speaks here in this definition which we have just read. He speaks only of deliberative in 452e. He speaks only of deliberative and forensic rhetoric. Okay? You know what that means. Political rhetoric and before law. There was a third, because what Gorgias did before they arrived was of course neither political nor forensic. It was a show. And this was somehow this was the pride of it, the highest achievement. This Plato simply regarded as not a sensible object, and therefore why should he make the effort of elaborating a virgin epidactic speech? They could have done that, it's not allowed. This is not the point. The epidactic is simply, that is mere show and cannot be taken. And the discussion deals then entirely here with the political and the forensic. Strictly speaking, only with forensic rhetoric, because political rhetoric is skipped, and on the basis of the reasoning which is only industry. Because political rhetoric is an art by virtue of which people without true competence persuade multitudes without competence. And that is something that is impossible. And now, if you say that is what democracy is, that means it. Then Plato was not a democrat. Philosophers should. So the only thing which remains, which seems to be in all conditions, forensic rhetoric. Because in every religion, people are accused of crimes, and sometimes innocent people, for example. And one must be able to defend oneself. And since this is not sufficient to be honest, one must also be able to express it honestly. So have some training speech. Now, this will be then the theme of the dialogue, forensic. And the answer given is, of course, even forensic, which makes some sense, is very dubious. And so it makes a very paradoxical, fantastic suggestion, according to common sense, as to what forensic evidence should be. In the first place, it should be the art of accusing oneself before a judge, so that one will be punished, which I think is more never will find a defense lawyer with this notion of forensic evidence. But then may arise, however, another question, and that is, do we not need another rhetoric higher, grander than forensic rhetoric, which we truly need? Now, for example, in Plato's law, Plato makes this rule that the mere false formulation of the law, he does this, will be punished when is not good enough. A good law would have a prelude or proemia, which would say, which would exhort to do or to forbear what the law demands. Now, this clearly, in order to do its function here, must be territorial. So we would need law, we would need rhetoric, even in a well-ordered society. Or regular. And if you think of in the Republic, there is a story of the beautiful forge, the noble life of the this, of course, as a falsehood, beautifully stated, also a oppression. So Plato has no doubt that there is a rhetoric needed, but not a higher rhetoric, higher than forensic. But this is not Gorgias. And the dialogue is in a way an attempt to sketch, but this will appear only much later, the outlines of the non-Gorgian rhetoric, which Gorgias, if he really wanted, could perhaps achieve, whereas now he wastes his time about in foolish that's what he said.
But it seems to me that, assuming that Plato likes to persuade his audience of the shortcomings of Gorgias' rhetoric, it would seem that he would start from a better point of view of convincing the reader if he didn't stack the cards against his opponent to begin with.
Yeah, but you see, that is the trouble. And it depends all, stacking the cards, as you call it. Stack the cards. You must become aware of it. But the simple reader, the unsophisticated, the saying of the careless, simply careless, does not observe. For example, and if you think these careless readers are some hillbillies, you are mistaken. I haven't seen a single commentator who reflected on that simple point that Gorgias is higher. Which should do. I'm sure there are quite a few people who are aware of it. But even the sophisticated professionals are not considered. To be aware of that fact, that Socrates stacks the cards, suppose there will be some greater reflection, some greater patience than most people give. For the simple reader who reads it, the dialogue as a whole will be a very impressive statement for a very severe notion of justice. And the only thing which counts is, so to speak, is not doing injustice. Suffering injustice is a minor consideration. And all the consequences from that, which is surely a good teaching, and every one of us can learn something from it. But it is, of course, not sufficient, because as Socrates admits, suffering injustice is also something which one should try to avoid. And then forensic rhetoric would, of course, come in under this heading. And the whole question of Socrates' faith comes, of course. Socrates, when discussing forensic rhetoric, later on he discusses, of course, the background of his own forensic speech. You know, the apology. See, Socrates made never a political or deliberate speech, the Platonic speech. He made, however, a forensic speech that he was legally obliged to do when he was accused. He also wrote an epitaphic speech, a short speech, but this is so manifestly harmonic that it's a minute. So the question of what when Socrates speaks to the city of Athens in this forensic speech, he does not give, of course, the deliberations and the anticipations about the success or failure of his speech which he had. In the Gorgias, this background of his so forensic speech is fully developed, especially I mention only one statement when he says his situation when he is accused by the city of Athens is like that of a physician who is accused by a cook that he is the one who gives the children the bitter medicine, whereas the cook gives them the candies and other things. And how can he possibly make understand these children what the situation is? This you would not find out directly from the apology of Socrates. I mean, he obviously cannot speak to them, you children. He has to speak to men of Athens and to tradesmen of Strauss. So this shows you, by the way, why the general subject, forensic rhetoric, and the Socrates' own case, which is only a single case, a particular case. But the particular case, Socrates, throws light on the universal problem, and vice versa. And if you do not consider both things at the same time, the question of defense before a law court, and Socrates' own special case, one does not understand. Because Socrates' case was indeed not just the case of one individual, because what was at stake was the fate of philosophy. Behind this whole thing is a grave question of the relation of philosophy and the multitude, or the city. But this will only take some time until this will become well, I'm willing to stay a few more minutes if there is anything else you would like to find out. Yeah.
The central subject of Gorgias is rhetoric. What is the central subject of Phaedrus? It seems...
Of what? Of which dialogue? Phaedrus. Oh yeah, that is sure. These are the two dialogues in rhetoric. But that can be simply stated. The Gorgias is above all about forensic rhetoric, i.e. the rhetoric concerned with justice and injustice, yeah? Accusation or defense. The rhetoric is about erotic speeches. Erotic speeches from the point of view is entirely different. And more specifically, the rhetoric is about written speeches, written law. Therefore, writing is a big thing. So this is, one can say there are from that point of view two kinds of rhetoric. Rhetoric devoted to justice, it's a simple sense of the term, and love rhetoric. The love rhetoric, however, is that rhetoric which goes with teaching, because it is a concern with the well-being of souls who, if I can use that expression in English, it sounds like of beautiful souls. Yeah, love has to do with beauty. Of souls who, of attracted souls, of the young. And that is not the subject of judicial forensics. So one can say the prejudice with that rhetoric without which teaching an important matter is not possible. It's not possible. So therefore, in the Federal Socialist talks to a single young man, outside of us. The only dialogue outside of the city, apart from the law. In the Gorgias, he talks with at least 3 men in the presence of an unnumbered multitude. We don't know how many were there. In Athens. So this is it of some help? Yeah. And of course, the rhetoric which Plato himself uses in writing this text, after all these were not speeches which Socrates actually made, that's also rhetoric. And the question arises then, by the way, rhetoric and poetry are not so radically different from Plato's point of view as they would be from the present point of view, as we shall see later. Then we will meet next time in social side 122, and where we shall meet for the rest of the course.
That rhetoric is the art of persuasion, of mere persuasion, in contradistinction to teaching, instruction, expertise. The art of persuasion is inferior to teaching or instruction. But our own experience and reflection shows us that rhetoric is evidently necessary or useful. To give a further proof, I just saw a note in the New York Times of July 25th, a new project to translate jargon, i.e. social science jargon, into plain talk. Now this is obviously a rhetorical function, because by being translated into plain talk, it ceases to be scientific talk, and is therefore purely rhetorical. If you want to, I can circulate that for anyone who is interested in this particular thing. So rhetoric is then evidently useful. But Socrates raises a more specific question. He asks what is the usefulness of rhetoric to the orator? Gorgias' answer is very simple. Rhetoric gives the orator an immense power. But he adds, this immense power is accompanied by great dangers, especially to the teachers of rhetoric, who are held responsible for the mischief done by their pupils. So, power and danger. Gorgias says that this danger is unfair, because the rhetoricians are not responsible for the misuse, and he uses the parallel of boxing. The boxing teacher cannot be held responsible if the young boxer boxes his own father. So rhetoric is already a kind of verbal boxing, which should not be used badly, but unfortunately may be used badly. Now, before we see what all this means, let us consider the rest of the Gorgias section. We begin at where we left off at 457 C4, where Socrates makes another fairly long speech. Mr. Rankin?
I expect, Gorgias, that you, as well as I, have had no small practice in argument, and have observed the following facts about them: that it is not easy for people to define to each other the matters which they take in hand to discuss, and to make such exchange of instruction as will fairly bring their debate to an end. No, if they find that some point is in dispute between them, and one of them says that the other is speaking incorrectly or obscurely, they are annoyed, and hence the remark comes from jealousy of themselves, and in a spirit of contention rather than of inquiry into the matter proposed for discussion. In some cases, indeed, they end by making a most disgraceful scene with such abusive expressions in each side that the rest of the company are vexed with their own account that they allow themselves to listen to such talk. Well, what is my present reason for saying this? It is that your present remarks do not seem to me quite in keeping or accord with what you said at first about rhetoric. Now I am afraid to refute it, lest you imagine I am contentiously neglecting the point in its elucidation and merely attacking it. I, therefore, if you were a person of the same sort as myself, should be glad to continue questions, if not, I can let it off. Of what sort? One of those who would be glad to be refuted if I say anything untrue, and glad to refute anyone else who might speak untrue. But just as glad, mind you, to be refuted as to refute, since I regard the former as the greater benefit in proportion as it is a greater benefit for oneself to be delivered from the greatest evil than to deliver someone else. For I consider that a man cannot suffer any evil so great as a false opinion as the subject of our actual argument. Now, if you say that you two are of that sort, let us go on with the conversation. But if you think we had better drop it, let us have none of it at once and make an end of the discussion.
Yes. Now you see we have here another Socratic remark on the manner of procedure. Before Socrates begins to refute him, Gorgias, which he hasn't even tried to do now, he fetters him. He binds him hand and foot so that he cannot possibly run away. He hints at the possibility of a dissolution of the being together. So you might choose that, Gorgias, but I make it for you morally impossible by this speech. Gorgias cannot in decency stop now after this remark of Socrates. And Socrates tells him in advance that he is going to make great trouble for him. He doesn't say what these troubles are. He expresses himself very politely, some slight inconsistencies, which we have to figure out what they were. I believe it is not difficult to see. What Gorgias wants to say is rhetoric is omnipotent. And when he speaks, however, of the fact that the rhetoricians are endangered, he admits that rhetoric is not omnipotent. This is an obvious contradiction here in this whole posture which he takes. This statement, which Socrates makes here in this connection, that I belong to those who are as gladly refuted as they refute. Well, very few people, I believe, can say that. Most of us don't like it particularly if we are refuted, and they may not necessarily enjoy refuting others, but surely to be refuted oneself, perhaps especially in public, is regarded by most people as an unpleasant thing. Now, Socrates has a right to say that, but we must also not forget the other side. The other side is, of course, that he says it is a greater, to be refuted means to be freed from the greatest evil, ignorance. And to be oneself liberated is much more estimable than to liberate someone else. Charity begins at home. And so this, quote, selfishness of Socrates must, of course, never be disregarded. The greatest evil is ignorance in important matters, i.e. false opinion, of course. Right opinion, which is not knowledge, is not an evil. It is also not a very great good compared with knowledge. But we must keep this in mind. Right opinion, most of the time, and most men must leave it at right opinion. So this then is the situation. Now, Socrates has it where given Gorgias an opportunity to say, do you want to be refuted or not? And what does Gorgias say? Let's see.
Nay, I too, Socrates, claim to be of the sort you indicate. Though perhaps we should have taken thought also for the wishes of our company. For let me tell you, some time before you and your friend arrived, I gave the company a performance of some length. And if we now have this conversation, I expect we shall seriously protract our sitting. We ought therefore to consider their wishes as well, in case we are detaining any of them who may want to do something else.
Well, you sent me a beautiful example of quite good rhetoric. Of course, Gorgias could not possibly say, I'm not gladly refuted after what Socrates said. But Socrates, we have to think of the others. And the others, that's too much now, you know, it has taken now hours and hours. That's simple. Now what happens then? Xylophon.
You hear for yourselves, Gorgias and Socrates, the applause by which these gentlemen show their desire to hear anything you may say. For my own part, however, heaven forbid that I should ever be so busy as to give up a discussion so interesting and so conducted, because I found it more important to attend to something else.
You see, Xylophon, after all, is a friend of Socrates, therefore it's not surprising, but Caligula is.
Yes, by all that holy Xylophon.
By the gods. By the gods.
By the gods, Xylophon. And let me say, moreover, for myself, that among the many discussions which I attended in my time, I doubt there is one that gave me such delight as this present one. So for my part, I shall count it a favor, even if you choose to continue it all day long. Why, Calicus, I assure you there is no hindrance on my side, or distance.
You see, that's beautiful, isn't it? Now, Xylophon and Caligula, speaking on behalf of the others, prevent Gorgias from escaping. You see that Caligula is even more enthusiastic in favor of continuance than Xylophon. On the other hand, Xylophon speaks of all. They all want to, these fireworks go on for hours. Caligula speaks only of himself. You know, he cannot go on, live without seeing the end of that. It's a decision by popular vote. It has been unanimously decided to continue the whole thing by election. Now we have heard something about the competence or incompetence of election before. But the application here, the vote is in no way binding on Socrates or Gorgias. Socrates graciously says, I'm willing to abide. But it depends absolutely on Gorgias. Gorgias may reject it. Socrates has surely won a great rhetorical victory. Regardless of what the merits are, we cannot possibly say that. The situation now is, however, perfectly clear. Gorgias must stay for sheer shame, if for no other reason. Let us see what he says.
After that, Socrates, it would be shameful indeed if I were unwilling, when it was I who challenged everybody to ask what questions they please. But if our friends here are so minded, go on with the conversation and ask me anything you like.
You see, Gorgias is truly a gentleman. I mean, he tries to be just. He had promised to answer every question, and he will try to keep his promise. Perfectly clear, and so he is now bound hand and foot and must bite, if I may change the metaphor, must bite into the sour apple which Socrates hands to him in secret. There is, by the way, a similar situation in the Protagoras, where Protagoras also is in a fix and would like to get out of it, and then he is also forced by a vote of the whole assembly to go on, but in the Protagoras that's infinitely more elaborated. There's truly a meeting of an assembly with speakers on both sides. They attempt to set up an arbiter, and so on. You might read that in the Protagoras 334c to 338e. Yeah. Now, how does it go?
Partner then, Gorgias, to what surprises me in your statement. To be sure, you may possibly be right, and I may take your meaning wrongly. You say...
In other words, Socrates still allows for the possibility that Gorgias did not contradict himself. Yes. Good.
You said you were able to make a rhetorician of any man who chooses to learn from you. Yes? Now, do you mean to make him carry conviction to the crowd of all subjects, not by teaching them, but by persuading? Certainly I do. You were saying just now, you know, that even in the matter of health, the orator will be more convincing than the doctor. Yes, indeed, I was, meaning to the crowd. And to the crowd means to the ignorant? For surely to those who know, he will not be more convincing than the doctor. You are right. And if he is to be more convincing than the doctor, he thus becomes more convincing than he who knows. Certainly. Though not himself a doctor. Yes. But he who is not a doctor is surely without knowledge of that whereof the doctor has knowledge. Yes. So he who does not know will be more convincing to those who do not know than he who knows, supposing the orator to be more convincing than the doctor. Is that or something else the consequence? In this case, it does follow. Then it seems to be saying in all the other arts for the orator and his rhetoric. There is no need to know the truth of actual matters, but one merely needs to have discovered some device of persuasion which will make one appear to those who do not know to know better than those who do know.
Yeah. Now, this seems to be, again, of these very long, redundant arguments, but this is part of the rhetoric, because proceeding by small pieces, you are not only more scientific, you also make it impossible in a way for the other man to know where you lead up to. So let us proceed step by step. The first step is the orator is superior to the knower among the non-knowers. The second step, this means that the non-knower, the orator, is superior to the knowers among the non-knowers. The orator himself is of ignorance, not only his audience. And then the implicit conclusion, he's a fake, he's a swindler, which is of course not said, but clearly implied, because he knows absolutely nothing of medicine, and yet he is regarded as a greater authority in medicine than the physician. Good. It is a very great accusation against rhetoric. How does Gorgias react?
Well, and is it not a great convenience, Socrates, to make oneself a match for the professionals by learning just this single art and omitting all the others?
This is not amazing. I mean that he doesn't sense the insult which Socrates hurled at him, and simply says, is it not a great convenience to be a top swindler? How is this intelligible? Well, he must have a high degree of levity. And obviously, a high degree of levity, and more particularly, he must have forgotten completely about the danger of which he had spoken, which he incurs by virtue of this magic which he has and which is distrusted by the citizens. Well, I think that this levity is due to the fact that he is now completely oblivious of the danger, and what is in the foreground is his utter contempt for these experts, physicians, builders, shoemakers, or whatever they may be. Because his stationery, his art, is such a much more impressive and brilliant art than his more or less humble art. The belief in the absolute superiority, in the omnipotence of rhetoric, is at the bottom of this levity. Good. Now, this, however, only preparatory to Socrates' explicit argument. This comes now in the sequel, because there is one special subject regarding which it is impossible to have levity. That's the subject of justice. A man may not pay any attention to justice, but he surely cannot afford to say, I have no knowledge of justice whatever, and yet I speak about justice. This would produce and increase the danger. Now let us see how this comes out.
Whether the author is or is not a match for the rest of them by reason of that skill is a question that we'll look into presently if our argument so requires. For the moment, let us consider first whether the rhetorician is in the same relation to what is just and unjust, base and noble, good and bad, as to what is helpful, and to the various objects of all the other arts. He does not know what is really good or bad, noble or base, just or unjust, but he has devised a persuasion to deal with these matters so as to appear to those who, like himself, do not know to know better than he who knows. Or is it necessary to know? And must anyone who intends to learn rhetoric have a previous knowledge of these things when he comes to you? Or if not, are you, as the teacher of rhetoric, to teach the person who comes to you nothing about them, for it is not your business, but only to make him appear in the eyes of the multitude to know things of this sort when he does not know, and to appear to be good when he is not? Or will you be possibly unable to teach him rhetoric unless he previously knows the truth about these matters? Or what is the real state of the case for him? For heaven's sake, as you proposed just now, draw aside the veil and tell us what really is the function of rhetoric.
The power of rhetoric. The function is a very big transition. The power of rhetoric is a question. So is the rhetorician also in ignoramus regarding the good, noble, and just things and the opposite? While he succeeds in appearing to be a knower of these things to the other non-knowers. Now, we must apply this to Gorgias, less to Gorgias himself than to Gorgias' pupils, who will confront their respective cities all the time. Must these pupils possess knowledge of the just things in advance before they become Gorgias' pupils? Or will Gorgias make them appear to possess that knowledge? That's to say, will he make them appear to be good? This will be explained later. For the reason is simple. A man who does not know right from wrong cannot possibly be good. To that extent, surely knowledge of the just things is at least a prerequisite of doing the just things. If Gorgias teaches people of this description, namely people who have no notion of the difference between right and wrong, he is of course responsible fully for the mischief they do. For the mischief they do with the power which Gorgias gives them. Or again, must they possess in advance knowledge of the just things? This is now the key question, and Gorgias is on the spot. But Gorgias still is not aware of the danger, as you see from his answer.
Why, I suppose, Socrates, if he happens not to know these things, he will learn them too from me.
Yeah, in other words, we don't even have I don't have to give him some private lessons from time to time when I explain a certain legal trick. I tell him, stealing is forbidden, and you have to watch yourself, or perjury, whatever it may be. That's so easy. And this is elementary, and there are some people who don't even know these elementary things, but they are easily conveyed. And again, an underestimation of the gravity of the danger, to say the least. Now, what does Socrates reply?
Stop there. I am glad of that statement. If you make a man a retribution, he must needs know what is just and undone, either previously or by learning afterwards from you. What so? Well.
So this is crucial. This he admits. He cannot permit one of his pupils to go to the marketplace without having made sure that he knows the just and unjust things. He may have learned them from Gorgias, he may have learned them from his father, that doesn't make any difference. This is admitted. He must know them. Now, how does the argument go on from here?
Well, now, a man who has learned building is a builder, is he not? Yes. And he who has learned music, a musician? Yes. Then he who has learned medicine is a medical man, and so on with the rest of the same principle. Anyone who has learned a certain art has the qualification acquired by his particular knowledge.
Yeah, that's perfectly clear, isn't it? A man who has learned the shoemaking can make shoes, and the same applies to all others. You see, in the middle he has three examples: building, music, and medicine. Music is in the middle, rightly, because it is a borderline case. Do you become a poet by going to a school of poetry? That is by no means so evident what the answer to that is, but it is true in the two other cases. And now we come to the key proposition.
And the just man, I suppose, does what is just. Yes. Now the just man must wish to do what is just.
No, but what does he do? What does he do here? Now, according to the same proportion or relation, he who has learned the just thing is just. Gorgias? Absolutely. I mean, this is a great step, isn't it? And this brief sentence is decisive for the whole refutation. Now, let us understand it. How is it intelligent that Socrates should say that is intelligent, because Socrates is known to have asserted that virtue, including justice, is knowledge. But how can Gorgias assert it? He's tired, you know that, but he can't be so tired to accept such an extreme assertion. And we cannot even leave it at saying that Socrates said virtue is knowledge, because that is a very paradoxical assertion, an enigmatic assertion, and we cannot simply refer to that as a sufficient explanation. What does this sentence mean to anyone who hears it first? And a meaning which Socrates, of course, has always in mind. What are the just things? The legal things. The things were commanded or forbidden by law, commanded by law. And of course, you learn them if you come from a decent family, in a decent society. You learn them while you grow up, and to that extent, everyone knows just things, i.e. the legal things. This is the meaning, and if you don't believe me, read the chapter in Xenophon's Memorabilia, book 4, chapter 6, where the thesis that to be just is identical with knowing the just things is proven on the basis of the identification of the just with the legal. Now, it is obvious that you do not make a man just by teaching him what the just things are. Mr. Giancano, I'm sure, knows the most important just things. He may not know all the specialties, but the rough things he knows, and nevertheless, from all I hear, he does them. So I think most criminals know the just things and transgressors. Very obvious difficulty. Now, it is indeed true that there is one simple meaning of the Aristotelian, of the Socratic assertion that virtue is knowledge, which is intelligible to every one of us. We say, for example, of a man, he has come to his senses. And by this we do not merely mean that he sees now the situation, for example, that these are trees and not elephants, but that he also he has come to the senses by acting wisely, or by remembering what we now call the moral principles. So that there is an element of intelligence involved in morality, as this was known at earlier times and is immediately intelligible to us today. But there is, of course, a long way from this to the understanding of virtue according to the analogy of the arts, shoemaking, medicine, and so on, which is done here. In other words, what is implied in the analogy is that virtue can be taught in classrooms or in shops, in the way in which shoemaking and medicine can be taught. The most recent commentator, in order to explain this passage, refers to Protagoras 357:2, where Protagoras admits, quote, without qualms, unquote, that when a man knows something to be good, he will do it. And Dodds tries to prove this, but this was the Greeks generally were inclined to believe in virtue is knowledge. But Dodds forgets to say that Protagoras admits this after a very long preparation by Socrates. To begin with, he states, just as every ordinary man would state at that time and today, that a man may be just without being wise, and that a man may be wise without being just, which is a crude popular view at all times. And Protagoras adds that this is a common view, to say justice is something radically different from wisdom, and wisdom something radically different from justice. Why then does Gorgias admit this without qualms? I believe there is something behind it which we must keep in mind throughout. When Socrates says virtue is knowledge, and without even trying to understand what he means, but only assuming that this could be so, what would it imply? In one word, the omnipotence of knowledge, of genuine knowledge. By mere knowing truly, we are sure of acting well. The omnipotence of knowledge, of science, of learning. This is Socratic assertion, especially in this dialogue. And this assertion is an experiment. It is not final. It is contrasted here with the opposite assertion of Gorgias. Not learning or science is omnipotent, but rhetoric is omnipotent. Now, if you take these two propositions together, Socratic and the Gorgian, they have one thing in common: the omnipotence of logos, be it the scientific dialectical logos, which Socrates means, or the rhetorical logos, which Gorgias means. On this basis, there is a possibility, not clearly seen here by Gorgias, that he might accept such an assertion which in a general way seems to assert the omnipotence of Logos. I believe we can. Virtue is Logos. That can be said by Socrates as well as by Gorgias, and they mean something very different by that. Only on this ground, not on the ground of general Greek morality, can this be understood. Now, there comes a very complicated passage where people have doctored the text in various ways. I think the simplest thing is I read to you my summary of this passage. That will probably be better. The rhetorician is a man who has learned the just things. But he who has learned the just things is just. The just man does the just things, i.e., not the unjust things. Hence, rhetoric is necessarily just, because as we have seen, the pupil of Gorgias has learned either from his father or from Gorgias the just things. The just man wishes to do the just things. This is suddenly introduced. The just man never will wish to act unjustly. You see here this new consideration. The just man will never wish to act unjustly, and the just man never acts unjustly. This is a new consideration, wholly unprepared by what went before. The rhetorician is necessarily just. He will never wish to act unjustly. The difference between the rhetorician does not act unjustly and the rhetorician never wishes to act unjustly. The latter assertion implies he sometimes will in fact act unjustly, but he will never wish to do it. This is here mentioned as it were in passing, and we must see whether this is any further consequence. Some of you will remember from Aristotle's Ethics, 1134a, 17 to 18, that Aristotle says this explicitly. The just man may commit unjust acts without ceasing to be just, have the character of the just. An occasional deviation does not destroy his fundamental justice. This is, by the way, not you've also in the Protagoras, in the interpretation of a poem by Simonides, 345b to c, you find the same admission that occasional lapses from justice do not destroy the justice of man. And now, whether this has any relevance for the rhetorician, we cannot for the time being see. We must go deeper into the subject. Let us continue at the next paragraph. Socrates, that's 460c6. Because we must now first finish the Gorgias section, otherwise we cannot see how everything hangs together. Do you remember?
Do you remember saying a little while ago that we ought not to complain against the trainers or expel them from our cities if a boxer makes not merely use but an unfair use of his boxing? So, just the same way, if an orator uses his rhetoric unfairly, we should not complain against his teacher or banish him from our city. But the man who does the wrong and misuses his rhetoric, was that said or not? It was. But now we find that this very person, the rhetorician, could never be guilty of wrongdoing, do we not? We do. And in our first statements, Gorgias, we said that rhetoric dealt with speech, not on Ethan and God, but on the just and unjust, did we not? Yes. Well then, I suppose at the time when you were saying that rhetoric could never be an unjust thing, since the speeches it made were always about justice. But when a little later you told us that the orator might even make an unjust use of this rhetoric, that indeed surprised me. And thinking the two statements were not in accord, I made those proposals. That if, like myself, you counted this again to be refuted, it was worthwhile to have the discussion. But if not, we had better have done so. And now that we have come to examine the matter, you see for yourself that we agree once more that it is impossible for the rhetorician to use his rhetoric unjustly or consent to do wrong.
Be resolved to act unjustly. Yes?
Now, to distinguish properly which way the truth of the matter lies will require by the law of Gorgias no short sitting.
Yeah. So this is the end of the Gorgias part. The main point is simple. Gorgias said on the one hand, rhetoric may be misused, as medicine may be misused. Rhetoric may be used justly and unjustly. It is neutral to the difference between just and unjust. And on the other hand, he says rhetoric cannot be misused on the basis of this argument because he who knows the just things does them necessarily, or at least most of the time. It's a clear contradiction. And here, that's the end. Gorgias is left in a state of speechlessness. You have observed the oath by the dog. We cannot yet explain that because there will be a later statement where there is some bit of an explanation to which when we come to that. Now let us now first make a provisional summary of the dialogue as we have understood it hitherto. We have started from the fact that the Gorgias is the fighting dialogue of Plato. The very words with which it begins indicate that. And also it is a dialogue about rhetoric. The question which we have to solve in the course of this course, if we can, is why is the fighting dialogue of Plato devoted to the subject of rhetoric? It would seem to be a much more important subject, but here we are. Now we can give here only a provisional answer. Rhetoric is the alternative to dialectics, which is the same for Plato as science, to teaching about the just and unjust things. And this teaching we have seen is identical with making men just. Teaching justice is making men just. And justice is the virtue, the all-comprehensive virtue. Rhetoric is the alternative to dialectic because it is the alternative regarding the good life. And no subject can be said to be broader and more important than the question of how to live. This is, of course, not immediately intelligible because we don't know yet quite what rhetoric is. We know still less what dialectics is. But if you replace dialectics by science, which is perfectly legitimate, and understand by science, human knowledge at its best and highest, one gets a glimpse of the possibility that this might really be the issue. Now, Gorgias commits a tacit self-contradiction. Rhetoric is omnipotent and rhetoric is endangered, i.e. not omnipotent. And his political oratory proper would be of no help. Now, but his success before law courts is assured if rhetoric is truly omnipotent. Why could he not then defeat easily any accuser? Gorgias, confronted with this situation, says in effect, no, it is not assured. Rhetoric is not omnipotent. This is a tacit contradiction. There is a comical presentation of this subject, by the way, in Aristophanes' Clouds.
There Socrates is presented as a teacher of rhetoric, and he is, of course, he claims omnipotence, or the clouds claim it for him, and the consequence is that Socrates has no fear whatever of being held before any law court, because he could defeat any accuser. Yes, but this is unfortunately not quite sufficient, because there can procedure against people can proceed against him via facti, by fact, as Strauss there, who burns down the school, the think tank of Socrates. But the problem is the same. Here in the Gorgias, it is not treated from this somewhat comical point of view. But there is also an explicit self-contradiction. If an explicit self-contradiction brought about by Socrates, rhetoric cannot be misused, because it is radically just, and therefore it is not endangered. And rhetoric can be misused, which is a more popular view, which Gorgias had stated on his own initiative. And if rhetoric can be misused, it is endangered. In other words, the explicit self-contradiction is rhetoric cannot be unjust, and rhetoric may be unjust. But the two contradictions, the explicit and the tacit one, are in fact identical. Because the tacit self-contradiction, rhetoric is omnipotent and rhetoric is not omnipotent, can also be stated as follows. Rhetoric can safely be unjust if rhetoric is omnipotent. So it can safely be rhetoric, and the alternative, rhetoric cannot safely be unjust. Rhetoric is not omnipotent. Is his point clear? That the explicit and the implicit contradiction of Gorgias ultimately amount to the same thing. Yes, is that right?
At the time Socrates said, you wish to go on, I see some difficulty here. The explicit contradiction wasn't at all evident, although the implicit one was there. Socrates developed the explicit one later.
Yeah.
Now, to some extent, they seem to be the same. I see that. But if we bring the rhetoric down and we say it's not omnipotent, it has certain limits, which we've already seen, then, if Gorgias says it's like the judo expert, there is some difficulty here. Then I can get out of the contradiction, because he can still say, he doesn't have to say that, get into the trap about knowledge.
Yeah, well, what you say is this. The whole argument is based on a certain disregard of common sense. Yeah? I mean, no man in his senses would say rhetoric is omnipotent. But that surely, and therefore there are all kinds of, so to speak, and perhaps, other qualifiers. But yet, Aristophanes, of course, as a comic poet, is obliged to disregard common sense, and therefore he can state the questions in utmost clarity and extremism. But must not Plato or Socrates also necessarily transcend common sense in order to make clear the problem? Is it not necessary for him? I mean, you see, if we say rhetoric is not omnipotent, as we all would admit, and taking even a broader view, thinking not only of rhetoric but also of teaching proper, and use a broader term, logos is not omnipotent. That is commonsensically plausible. But is it sufficient? Must we not find out the precise reason why logos is not omnipotent? I mean, they're not merely references to experiences which I have made here and there, but to understand them by turning to the principle. I mean, strictly speaking, the problem can be stated as follows. How could Socrates have been condemned? It's the same question. So as assuming that he was the greatest and most superior Athenian, how was it possible that his superiority was not seen? Well, we all have commonsensical reasons. We have so many other examples of the same, and that we say, well, that was more or less bound to happen. But why was it bound to happen? What is the relation of this kind of superiority to political power? What does political power precisely mean? This kind of question we cannot properly elaborate if we have not understood first the immense superiority and hence power of wisdom. How come that this immense power of wisdom is so, has this severe limitations, so that from one point of view, wisdom is almost powerless? This we must understand. And therefore, it is necessary to state the case in this extreme form. Now, that Socrates, you are quite right, that what I call the implicit self-contradiction is never stated. It remains implicit. What becomes explicit is only the contradiction: rhetoric must be just and rhetoric may be unjust. That becomes explicit. And that is the content of the explicit refutation. But the other problem is there. You see, let us assume that Gorgias is what they now call a cynic. He is absolutely unconcerned with the question of justice and injustice. He's only concerned with success, power. Then the tacit contradiction, the explicit contradiction, would not seriously affect him. But the other would. The question of the limits of his power necessarily must affect it. We will see the continuation of this discussion in the Polos section. Mr. Barabas?
When you made your summary of the point where the text is corrupted, I didn't understand from the statement that the just man does what is just, or you mean the point that the rhetorician is therefore just.
Because he knows the just things. And to know the just things means to do them.
Then Gorgias admits that he knows the just things.
Yeah, sure. How could he avoid, imagine, how can he avoid that? He must even admit that his student, his pupil, before he's let loose on the market, must know the just things. Then all the more must he know the just things, who is infinitely more endangered because he is a stranger, whereas a pupil will naturally be a citizen of the city where he is a political speaker. But he must say that. Good. Mr. Glenn?
I don't quite understand your remarks about the immense power of wisdom. How is, in what respect, from what point of view do you mean wisdom has an immense power? Certainly not from the point of view of persuasion.
Mr. Glenn, we are reading the Gorgias, where, as I have said more than once, rhetoric is not only discussed, but also practiced, and practiced above all by Socrates. Now, Gorgias was an immense celebrity. It would be hard to find a contemporary parallel. Given the different sizes, very great celebrity. A man who is, in a way, the founder of rhetoric as an art, and at the same time sent as ambassador by his hometown to Athens. Then where do you, in France, you find sometimes literary men who are sent as ambassadors, but probably no one who founded a new art, which has such a terrific fate later on. So Gorgias is a very big man, much more famous than Socrates at the time. And Gorgias says, I have a terrific power, gives you proofs when he goes with his brother to the sick man. You remember that? And Gorgias has very great power. And Socrates has much greater power than Gorgias. Gorgias has to dance to Socrates' tune all the time. Yeah. And therefore the immense power of wisdom is demonstrated to our eyes here.
I see, but I thought that when you were talking about the immense power of wisdom, you were talking about it in the context of
not follow? If the pupils of Gorgias rule the cities, and they owe their rule to Gorgias, then indirectly they rule through Gorgias. And Socrates rules Gorgias. So, yes, that is not mere syllogism. That is, of course, very grave. I mean, because the truth, as we also can say, does have an immense power, and it is not omnipotent. That's the trouble. It has an immense power. Because, well, if I may again use contemporary jargon, truth has to do with reality. And reality has an immense power. Confused, weakened by speech, by bad speech, by rhetorical speech. Surely, but still, through that, in spite of that, it has an immense power. And therefore wisdom, the human awareness of reality as it is, has this power. So now we are through with the Gorgias section and we come to the polar section. Yes? Oh yes. Mr. Lyons first.
This Socrates that you're partly fair he embarrasses Gorgias distinction between belief or faith and knowledge. And then he in turn will accept the combination of science and rhetoric as contributes to logos. Is he being entirely consistent?
Yeah, you see, if Socrates' last word were, rhetoric is wicked, he would contradict himself. But as we know from the Phaedrus, and as we could know even from the Gorgias, Socrates of course admits that there can be a just or noble rhetoric. Rhetoric is absolutely necessary. How can you teach children in the first place? Surely not dialectically, but only rhetorically. Yeah? And many grown-ups are not more than children, regardless of whether they are dropouts or not. It has nothing to do with that. And so on. Rhetoric is of course necessary. Thank you very much. It's of course necessary. But it is not Socrates' fault if Gorgias is wholly unable to defend himself because he has never thought properly about rhetoric. And the reason why he has never thought properly about rhetoric is because he has never thought properly about the alternative to rhetoric. We'll call it science or call it dialectics. You see? Therefore, the defeat is deserved. The defeat is deserved. And there would be no way for Socrates to silence Gorgias, to bring him to his senses, to make him listen, except by arguing in a way which has an effect on Gorgias. And he uses rhetorical means as we have seen all the time. You know, by appealing, look, these are all potential customers, and be careful. And then, of course, Gorgias can no longer be quite objective because his competitiveness becomes engaged in this kind of thing.
I wasn't quite satisfied with your explanation of why Gorgias accepted the argument that he knows what is just will act justly now. Apparently, according to your explanation, he was not convinced by the analogy that he arts, which is not
Yeah, no, you see, you must not forget. I mean, we must always use our imagination a bit. We read that, and we can read and reread n times if we do not understand that passage. But Gorgias, in the conversation with Socrates, cannot all the time say, as I knew a student once who did that, say it again and break it up in short parts so that I can follow every part of the sentence. He can't do that. So he is confronted with the statement of Socrates, and he must say yes or no to it. This is a very nasty situation. And in addition, if you have an audience around you, and if a man is accustomed to have only applauding audiences, which is very bad, yeah? And then, of course, he will not admit his difficulties in the simple way. Yeah? Therefore, in a discussion between Strauss and Gorgias, with Gorgias, the both men alone might have been more profitable for Gorgias. But probably Gorgias would not have admitted that.
So why do you think he accepted that argument?
I tried to explain it. I don't believe he understood it, but he explained. But he has a certain. Has a predisposition to look with sympathy at it because of his belief in the omnipotence of Logos. Now, the Logos which he has in mind is, of course, the rhetorical Logos, not the true Logos. But this belief in Logos is an important ingredient of Gorgias. By the way, we will see later on in Polos, whatever the faults Polos may have, Polos has a genuine respect for wisdom. And in a way, that is his ruin. You know? A contemporary comparison would be the intellectual, who may be as cynical as he wants, but he cannot, with propriety, deny, or without self-contradiction, deny that to be an intellectual is something estimable. You know? And therefore he can never say, for example, it is as good to be nothing but a bum. It's as good as to be an intellectual. He would get into difficulties. We have seen such discussions among our social scientists who are not intellectuals, strictly speaking, in my opinion, because they are scientists, and yet who come because of their commitment to social science into certain troubles. In other words, that Gorgias believes in Logos is part of his own self-confidence. If Logos is not something much more than deeds, especially military deeds, deeds by excellence, then who is he?
Plus the reinforcement of the lower matter of just not admitting that
You know, that is another point. You see, if he would, this creates a difficulty for him. The analogy with the boxer, with the boxing teacher, is all right. This is why it goes and makes sense. And yet, because the art of rhetoric is so much more resplendent an art than the art of boxing or even the art of medicine, and therefore, it is the analogy from these lower arts is not sufficiently good, and therefore he must claim something like rhetoric is not in need of a higher knowledge which guides rhetoric, that is, say, moral knowledge. You see, then rhetoric would be subject to that higher thing, and this is not compatible with the claim which he raises, which Polos raised. On Gorgias' behalf, that it is the most noble and best art. So it cannot admit really magisterial art, higher than rhetoric. It's only another way of putting it. Yes?
in order to withstand power, somebody would have to convince Gorgias, because of his respect for Logos, Gorgias may refrain from going into rhetoric, or being actually be silent by Socrates, because he actually convinced.
I'm sorry I didn't get what you tried.
You know, it said that Socrates has power.
Yeah.
Wisdom has power greater than the rhetoric. It seems to me that Socrates would actually have to convince someone. He can make them keep quiet. Does he confess them?
Yeah, I have not yet reached that point. I believe that what happens in the immediate future here is a proof that Gorgias knows that he has been defeated. And has been defeated not by a scientific refutation, but by superior cleverness of Socrates. You see, in other words, Gorgias is not convinced that Socrates' view of rhetoric is a true one, but he has felt in his own bones, if I may say so, that Socrates is a much better arguer than Gorgias is, and that's very bad for Gorgias, because Gorgias claimed to be tops not only in long speeches, as he put it, but also in brief speeches, i.e. in this conversational exchange. Yes?
Not wisdom, it has power. Not wisdom.
Yeah, but what is wisdom? Wisdom is a word of many meanings, you know, and the crude popular meaning. Yeah, I phrase the question with the usual fact that I have the answer. And here's the mechanism, the essential mechanism of government or democracy, and is the capacity of a man to acquire the most valuable thing or things. That's the crude meaning, popular meaning, and from which the higher meanings branch off. Now, since, but what is the means for getting the most valuable things, according to Gorgias? We know already, rhetoric. Because even the money makers who are so good at getting the most valuable things are the mere slaves of the orators, as he said. Yeah, you know. So Gorgias is superior to all money makers. Because the mechanics are very simple. Confiscating laws, for example, confiscatory laws would be a simple thing to how he can take away the wealth from the rich people. But now Socrates, so the instrument for getting the most valuable things is speech. Speech. This speech is wisdom. But who is better at speech, I ask again? Gorgias or Socrates? From the empirical evidence at our disposal here, we must say Socrates. Gorgias probably never had such an experience in his life, that he encountered a man who could really defeat him. How long can this have taken? Less than an hour. Yeah? Less than an hour. And that's something, probably only half an hour. That's quite an experience for such a man. And these things happen at all times in all places, but we have only this most elaborate presentations of that occurrence in the Platonic dialogues. Now let us turn to the Polos section. Now Gorgias does not reply. Polos replies. Gorgias does not reply because he has been rendered speechless. Polos, his younger comrade, replies. And what does he say?
How is this, Socrates? Is that really your opinion of rhetoric as you now express it? Or think you, because Gorgias was ashamed not to admit your point, that the rhetorician knows what is just and noble and good, and will himself teach these to anyone who comes to him without knowing them? And then from this admission, I dare say, there follows some inconsistency in the statements made, the result that you were so fond of, but it was yourself who led him into that set of questions. For who do you think will deny that he has a knowledge of what is just and can also teach it to others?
Sure, because that means I do not know the difference between right and wrong. Who would say that? He would be investigated immediately. Yes?
I know a very bad taste to lead the discussion in such a direction.
Yeah. You see, obviously Paul is completely perplexed. He believes that Socrates has stated his view about rhetoric, which Socrates clearly did not. Above all, he does not know the precise ground on which Gorgias was refuted. He says there was some inconsistency, some disharmony. He doesn't know exactly what it was. Some magic happened. On the one hand, it finds it wrong of Gorgias to grant that the rhetorician must know the just things. On the other hand, he finds it necessary for Gorgias to admit. That's to say, he would have made exactly the same mistake which Gorgias had made, and for the same reason. Now, but he must say something, he must act against Socrates. And what does he do? He says Socrates has misbehaved. His question regarding the just and unjust things is improper. Improper. Gorgias was too decent to say so, but that the question was improper. This is all Polus can do. It is, of course, very little. You know, that happens even in present-day discussion. I had an experience of that in the APS, not so short ago, that certain questions are improper to raise in political science, for example. This is not limited to the 4th century. Good. Now let us go see how Socrates replies.
Of course, it is.
They are literally most beautiful, or most noble Polus. Yes?
Of course, it is to this very purpose we possess ourselves with companions and sons, that when the advance of years begins to make us stumble, you younger ones may be at hand to set our lives upright again in words as well as deeds. So now, if Gorgias and I are stumbling in our words, you are to stand by and set us up again. It is only your duty. And for my part, I am willing to revoke at your pleasure anything that you think has been wrongly admitted, if you will kindly observe one condition.
Yeah, let us stop you for one moment. Socrates' irony is obvious, the most beautiful Polus, and so nothing of this kind in the Gorgias section. Socrates never ironized Gorgias. Gorgias is a man of a different character. Yes, in other words, Socrates has a certain respect for Gorgias. Now, the companions are helpers. That's the reason why we have companions or friends. Gorgias does have a helper, but not Socrates. Xenophon, well, he is not needed, but he would also not be of any help, and the last weeks of Socrates are perhaps true proof that Socrates doesn't have a proper helper. Whether this was a fault of his young friends, like Plato and Xenophon, is not a matter. Socrates is very generous. He adopts now Polus as his helper. Yeah? We old men need you young people. Polus is one of them. We will good. And also sons we need. And this would, of course, lead us to raise the melancholy question of Socrates' sons, but perhaps we have a better occasion. They were surely no helpers to Socrates. Good. Now, how do we go on? Socrates makes one condition. You can raise any question you want. I'm willing to reconsider the whole thing, but one condition. Yes?
What do you mean by that? That you keep a check on that lengthy way of speaking, Gorgias, which you try to employ at first. What? Shall I not be at liberty to say as much as I like? It would indeed be a hard fate for you, my excellent friend, if having come to Athens, where there is more freedom of speech than anywhere in Greece, you would be the one person there who could not enjoy it. But, as a set off to that, I ask you if it would not be just as hard on me, while you spoke at length and refused to answer my question, not to be free to go away and avoid listening to me. No, if you have any concern with the argument that we have carried on, have care to set it on its feet again. Revoke whatever you please, as I suggested just now. Take your turn in the question questioning and being questioned, like me and Gorgias, and thus either refute or be refuted. For you claim, I understand, that you yourself know all that Gorgias knows, do you not?
You have here a simple example of Socrates' justice. After all, Polus may make any speeches of any length he likes, but Socrates has also the right not to go away. That's equality, that's perfectly clear. And the situation, one concession is made to Polus. Polus has seen that Gorgias got into troubles because he answered to Socrates. Now Polus will prevent that. He will raise a question. And here I find it's a simple notion that if one is a questioner instead of the answerer, one has a terrific advantage which Socrates unfairly assumed. Yes? Yeah.
You know all the Gorgias knows, do you not? I do. Then argue with him also in bidding us ask at each point any questions we might of you as one who knows how to answer.
Yeah.
Certainly I am. So now, take whichever course you like. Either put questions or answer them.
Of course, Socrates also partly suggested to him, and the idea might not have come to Polus if Socrates had not said, you may also ask the questions. Yes? Yes?
Well, I will do as you say. So answer me this, Socrates. Since you think that Gorgias is at a loss about rhetoric, what is your own account of it? Are you asking what I call art, I call it? Yes. None at all, I consider poets, if you would have the honest truth. But what do you consider rhetoric to be? A thing which you say, and the treatise which I read of it, made up. What do you believe? I am a certain attitude. Then do you think rhetoric to be an attitude? I do, if you have no other suggestion. Attitude is what? Of producing a kind of gratification and pleasure.
Yeah, gratification is too little. Grace. Productive of some grace and pleasure. And surely rhetoric is that. And one can rightly raise the question, what should be wrong with that? There's so much gracelessness in the world that it's quite good to have some people around who can produce grace. Yes? But
then you take rhetoric to be something fine, an ability to gratify people. How now, folks? Have you as yet heard me tell you what I say it is, that you ask what should follow that, whether I do not take it to be fine? What? Did I not hear you call it a certain attitude? Then please, since you value grace, be so good as to gratify me in this small matter.
we cannot read the whole thing, but the very brief, Polus proves an amazing lack of training in these kind of things, and there is a certain point reached where, let us turn to 463d. Where Socrates says, rhetoric is, according to my assertion, an image of of politics. Yeah.
Now, will you understand when I ask rhetoric, by my account, is the semblance of a branch of politics? Well then, do you call it a fine or a base thing? A base one, I call it. For all that is bad, I call base. Since I am to answer you as one who already understands my meaning.
You remember what that means? Originally, Socrates refused to answer the question whether rhetoric is base or noble before he knows what rhetoric is. But he is now making this concession. Yes? And now something grave happens.
But I myself, upon my word, Socrates, do not grasp your meaning either.
Who said that? Gorgias comes then. And that is of very great importance, as you will see. Yes?
And no wonder, Gorgias, for as yet my statement is not at all clear. But Polus here is so young and fresh.
Polus means, literally translated, a colt. A very fiery young animal and not in the best position to think straight. Yes?
Do not mind him, but tell me what you mean by rhetoric being a semblance of a branch of politics.
Yeah, you see, Gorgias, well, Polus is a very little boy compared with Gorgias. You see, almost with contempt does he brush him aside. That's important. Gorgias is a great, respectable man. Yes?
Well, I will try to express what rhetoric appears to me to be. If it is not, in fact, what I say, Polus is refute me. There are things, I suppose, that you call body and soul. And each of these, again, you believe to have a good condition. I do. And again, a good condition that may seem so, but is not. As an example, let me give the following. Many people seem to be in good bodily condition, but it would not be easy for anyone but a doctor or one of the athletic trainers to perceive that they are not so. You're right.
So now let us stop here, and first stop here, and then before we go on, and let us consider what this intermezzo means. There is a brief discussion here. We have read already the Gorgias, the Socrates exchange, and then afterward you see Polus, and Gorgias does no longer come in for a very long time. What happens here? In this section, we might, in 462e, which we have not read, it appears that Socrates is ashamed to reveal his view of rhetoric to Gorgias, which is very the opposite of flattery. But he says, I do not know whether my view of rhetoric applies to Gorgias' kind of rhetoric. Maybe Gorgias is a kind which I do not know, so that my view would not apply to it. And there is also a blame of Gorgias implied in that. After all, what Gorgias understands by rhetoric has not become clear at all, although they spoke about it for such a long time. The reason being because Gorgias was ashamed, as Polus put it, and another way Socrates was ashamed. Socrates is trying to please Gorgias. At least in this sense, he is trying not to offend Gorgias. The consequence of that is that Gorgias' view of rhetoric and Gorgias' rhetoric itself are not revealed in this dialogue. This negative point is crucial. Now, in 463a, 463a to c, this is decisive. Socrates makes clear the following point. He states his view of rhetoric to Gorgias, but with the understanding that he will discuss it not with Gorgias, but with Polus. Polus will be used as an instrument, as a guillotine, we could almost say, to bring to light Socrates' view of rhetoric. Gorgias' reaction or response to Socrates' view of rhetoric will not come out at all. To summarize, there will be a silent exchange between Socrates and Gorgias. This is part of my answer to, I believe, was Mr. Troy's question? Or someone of you answered. There is what happens in this dialogue, and that is crucial. There is first a relatively short discussion between Socrates and Gorgias. We call it the Gorgias section. First the general scheme, Gorgias section, Polus section, Callicles section. This is by far the longest and by far the most famous and picturesque part of the whole work, the Callicles section. Now, it is a general rule in Platonic dialogues that what is in the center is most important. not necessarily absolutely, but for the context. Why that is so is a long question. The fact, I believe, we can observe all the time. But we must know where is the center. I believe that in this particular case we cannot infer that the polar section is the most important part of the Gorgias, and for the reason which I've already indicated. Because the structure of the dialogue is this rather, Gorgias. Direct exchange between Socrates and Gorgias. Gorgias is reduced to speechlessness. And then Socrates is absolutely in control and exhibits his view of rhetoric to Gorgias, who remains in the main silent. And this consists of two parts, the Polos part and the Callicles part. In the Polos part, Socrates is simply successful. Polos is not only reduced to silence, he is even convinced. And this has to do with the fact that he believes in his art, that he believes in a way in logos, in origin. And then we have the Callicles section, where Callicles too is reduced to silence. But Callicles has never been convinced. So what happens in the dialogue truly, the so-called dramatic idea of the dialogue, is that Socrates exhibits to Gorgias his own Socrates' rhetoric in its greatness and in its misery. Its greatness, the Polar section. Its misery, the Callicles section. Therefore, this passage is so crucial that Socrates emphasizes, I will tell you, Gorgias, my view of rhetoric, but I will discuss it with Polos. You will see later on such references to that is meant for Gorgias will come up in the Callicles section too. This, I believe, we should consider in advance for understanding what is now coming. Now, what Socrates does now in the sequel is this famous long speech, the longest speech he has made hitherto, about rhetoric and its place in a whole which he calls flattery. First of all, is there any point you would bring up at this point? Then I would use the rest of the meeting for giving that schema regarding rhetoric, which Socrates did. Well, roughly the schema is this. And you should write it down for yourself on a piece of paper and think about the difficulty. There is first the division into body and soul, which we have already seen. Oh, yes. Yeah, I think...
He obviously likens the task with his comrade. Behind all the rest, there took station the so-called rear guard of veteran reserves. For just as a house without a strong foundation, or without the things to make it roof, is good for nothing, so likewise the phalanx is good for nothing under
punitive justice. But Socrates calls it simply justice. Simply justice. So we have to say justice. And now we have, these are genuine arts, highlighted with a capital G. And then we come to the sham, which he calls flattery, where each art is imitated by a sham. Now, how do you get the sham, the appearance of health of the body? Answer, cosmetics. Good. How do you get the sham of restoring health? Cooking, yeah. The art of cooking, you see that, this is already a difficulty, isn't it? Let me say, good. And here, of the legislative, he calls sophistry. And of justice, he calls rhetoric. So rhetoric is the art of apparently restoring health of the soul, but only restoring the appearance of a good soul. What can this mean? This is extremely difficult. I believe all the difficulties can be resolved, but it is a very enigmatic statement. But does it make sense at first hearing that rhetoric is the art of restoring the appearance of a healthy soul? He thinks, of course, only of forensic rhetoric here. Well, if someone is quite a criminal, but possesses what he would call a very smart mouthpiece, then this smart mouthpiece can, without any question, not only keep him out of jail, but perhaps convince the public that this is a man who is not in no way criminal. In other words, the appearance of justice can be created by rhetoric. It can be created by rhetoric. And in other words, the true art of justice, which would here mean undergoing punishment and become truly rehabilitated, it is now called, that would be justice. But the apparent rehabilitation by denial of the guilt, this is forensic rhetoric, and this is sham art. And the whole discussion, of course, is made for the sake of understanding rhetoric in the framework of the whole order of the arts. But needless to say that what is said here about rhetoric depends very much on the sufficiency and validity of the overall scheme. I mean, if any of these items becomes questionable, the whole proportion breaks down, and we would have to reconsider the whole thing. Now, I saw that Mr. Kendrick was quite surprised that cooking should be an art of sham restoring of lost bodily health. Well, he doesn't mean, of course, by cooking that what a decent housewife does, but he means a kind of fancy cooking, merely pleasing the palate without any understanding of the true nutritious qualities of food. But still, it's nevertheless a difficulty. Let us first perhaps enumerate the difficulties, and he takes these questions home as a kind of exercise for the next meeting. Is there anything which is simple and clear in this schema? The distinction between body and soul is sufficiently clear, I believe. There is nothing wrong with that. Gymnastics and medicine, we understand that, although probably today gymnastics would belong more to medicine, but for Plato, gymnastics was something different from medicine, only building up a healthy body, and medicine for diseases. And why is this called legislative is, of course, one dark question. That punishment should restore health of the soul is not a self-evident proposition, but still intelligible today. It is still somehow assumed that people are sent to jail in order to become better citizens in a sort of way. Why should the imitation of the legislative art be sophistry? Is very hard to understand at first glance. The relation of gymnastics and cosmetics is obvious. You can get a healthy, ruddy complexion by engaging in sport, and you can get it by going to a beauty shop of sorts, and obviously the beauty shop is not as good for that purpose as gymnastics. But medicine and cooking, how does this come about? Mr. Wenger? Yeah, what do you mean by that question?
Well, very simply, that any very strong doubts are thrown upon the validity
what is normally referred to as legislative art.
You mean the difficulty that laws are themselves not necessarily good or what? Yeah, but very well. This can easily be disposed of because the legislative art is, of course, the art which produces only good laws. Otherwise, are laws made by bunglers, not by men possessing the legislative art. So legislative art means an art productive only of good laws. That's clear. Yes? That is only, that one is a special case. That is in the case of people who are incurable, according to Plato. Incurable people. And therefore, only the effect on others can be considered. But there are great difficulties which Plato does not minimize. For example, for Plato, the key consideration is curability. If a man committed a murder, and under circumstances which will never occur again, in all probability. And after he killed the man, he knows immediately that he will never do it again. He is curable. Then there may be a petty thief who cannot be cured from his petty thievery, whatever you might do. So from the principle of incurability, the petty thief should be executed, and the murderer should not even be jailed, because he has already learned his lesson. And Plato has thought these things through. But what is the difficulty with this argument? Why does Plato not leave it at that? Yes?
So we would have to, then the judge would have to have such a wisdom.
Yeah, that is not quite the way I believe in which Plato would see it, but it has to do with the question of justice, of wisdom. If the citizen body consisted only of wise people, that would be exactly the right thing to do. But since they are not wise, you have to have apply also a cruder standard, and that is not guilt or innocence, degree of guilt, degree of innocence, but degree of damage done. Now, the damage done by murder is, generally speaking, much greater than the damage done by petty theft, and therefore there is a much higher punishment on murder than on petty theft. But if you look only at the heart, as it were, as wise people would, if all men were wise, then the usual penal practices would be very questionable. Yes?
Is there really much of a distinction between gymnastics and medicine? Don't they both at the same time have the idea of what the perfect body is like? Aren't they really one or the other?
Which one? Gymnastics and medicine?
Really the same?
Yes, there is a difficulty. Sure there is a difficulty. But, and this is a difficulty which is most important regarding the analogy of legislative art and justice. Which of the two arts, the gymnastics and medicine, is the higher art? Surely in Plato's time, but I think we can still understand it. The higher art, more intellectual art. Medicine, sure. We have seen the example that the fellow who is in charge of gymnastics can be a slave. A slave. And medicine is something much more respectable, and this is so because you have to have only a rather crude knowledge of the human body in order to know what is good for gymnastic training. But for treating complicated internal diseases, you have to have a very profound knowledge of the human body. So gymnastic proceeds. That is very strange. Gymnastics is not based on a kind of science of the human body, but a kind of ordinary awareness. Medicine, however, presupposes anatomy and all this kind of thing. And now if we would apply to this, the analogy would be very difficult. Because justice would then be intellectually higher than the legislative art. Which in one way we can understand. I mean, from a commonsensical, sub-Platonic point of view. The judicial art is the art of applying the law, and to particular cases, and interpretation of the law. That is a kind of science. But simply to put down the laws, make the laws, that can be done in principle by a very inexpert popular assembly. Of course, they would not have the legislative art, that is true. But the analogy is a problem. I think if you think it through, you will see it abounds with difficulties. Not the least of which is, of course, that justice is here understood not only in the narrow sense of punitive justice, but as an art. As an art. And this is surely, while it is intelligible on a Socratic basis, it is a very paradoxical assertion. Yes, Mr. Rankin. And yeah.
To restore the analogy as it now stands on the bodily side, gymnastics is replaced by preventive medicine, the medicine of healthy bodies. Geriatrics, which is a highly respectable and difficult branch of medicine.
You mean today?
Yes.
Yeah, but still.
And merely asserting
I see.
Of the analogy that true legislative art is of a profound matter. So, on the corresponding
I see, in other words, you could have, so to speak, a scientific gymnastics.
The true art.
You know, there is the other difficulty, the legislative art. You want to give, which enables a man to give good laws. But of course the question arises, what are good laws? With a view to what are good laws given? It's a good kind of quality of the soul. And therefore psychology in the Plato sense, psychologia, would then be a science higher in rank than the legislative art. And this explains why the perversion of the legislative art is sophistry. I mentioned this only in passing. This will be the last question for the day. No, he's not. According to this schema, he's not a rhetorician at all. The sophist is related to the rhetorician, as the legislator, the possessor of the legislative art, is related to the man possessing the art of judging. I'm sorry, I have to break it off a bit earlier than usual today, but we'll meet then next Thursday. So when one I have to tell you that the microphone is missing today. As Mr. Seltzer was unable to save us, and because there is a competitor for that microphone. So if you don't hear me, come closer, because also very, very human. Which is a living proof that what we are doing in this course is not antiquarian. I read. I would briefly review the context of this question. In your discussion, you stated that when one wants a cure for cancer,
one seeks out a knower of the cure, the physician. Similarly, when one wants a decision on how to build a bridge, one seeks out one who knows, or is an expert, an engineer. But when one wants a political decision, one consults not an equivalent expert, but a prudent judge of all the experts. The problem for Plato, as well as for modern democracy, was stated as whether the multitudes are the best judge of the advice of the experts. I then raised the question, the I is Mr. Boyle, in what sense does a physician know the cure of the disease, either in Platonic terms or speaking in modern terms? Your exposition of Platonic knowledge was very illuminating. But your sorry, I have to read that. But your answer as a whole leads to further questions. That answer suggested that one should not forget horse sense, that the physician knows that he has been administering a certain drug for the purpose of curing pneumonia, and pneumonia is not the killer it once was in the population. Keeping to common sense, however, the physician knows this in two senses. First, as a result of controlled experimentation. In this case, of drugs administered to pneumococcus bacteria, with it being observed that certain quantities of certain drugs kill these bacteria or prevent them from reproducing. Secondly, as a statistical observation that the administration of this drug lowers the rate of pneumonia in the population. My question is, can a political problem ever be the subject of knowledge in this same sense? If so, is not modern social science justified? This is, of course, a question. Yeah. For is it not so that modern social science sets up controlled experiments, such as small groups, to test the effects of, let's call them, social drugs on human organisms? And secondly, doesn't modern social science establish statistical relationships between various influences on human behavior? And would not the politically prudent man, far from being skeptical about modern social science, from the Platonic point of view, eagerly await the results so he can exercise judgment concerning advice of these knowers of political matters or experts? But if this is not so, and the answer to the opening question of this paragraph is also negative, must the prudent man judge among only men of opinions or not knowers? P.S. If you have an infinite amount of time, you might broaden your response to include your view as to what help, if any, the results of modern social science can be to the politically prudent man in making political judgments. Good. Now, this is a very long question, and I would say, in order to help you, I will give you this article by Walter Burns on law and behavioral science in jurimetrics, because he can go into much greater detail than I possibly can, and you may lend it to others, other students who are interested in it, with the understanding that I am the owner. Now, the point to which Walter Burns leads his argument is very simple. It's an absolutely negative answer, in agreement with my suspicions. And on this very simple ground, physicians are all right, because, of the body, because they claim to know what a healthy body is. And there is a broad agreement as to what is a healthy body. But the physicians of the soul do not have a notion of the healthy soul. Because if they say a healthy soul is an adjusted man, this is obviously an impossible suggestion. Because a man may be wonderfully adjusted and be the most despicable human being you can imagine. And Walter Burns develops this at much greater length. This is also, you see, if there were a notion of the health of the soul, which underlies the science, then the whole fact-value distinction would break down. But it is axiomatic that the fact-value distinction is necessary. Hence, they cannot have a notion, a universally valid notion, of the health of the soul. Now, I knew once a young psychiatrist who was my student, and when we discussed that, he admitted that his argument was sound. But he said there is a very simple help to that. The psychiatrist takes that notion of health of the soul, which is predominant in his society. So if there are values, they are strictly supplied from the outside. They are presupposed by the science and in no way confirmed, qualified, or rejected by science. So, for example, a psychiatrist in Japan would start from an entirely different notion of health of the soul than the psychiatrist in this country. And of course, in different centuries, there would be different notions of health of the soul, etc. This, I believe, is not acceptable to most psychiatrists, but it is, in a way, a more consistent view than the one of the more commonsensical psychiatrists. Now, as for this question, but you can take almost any of the problems where social science is said to have settled the issue, to see that is not true. Take this very hot iron, the problem of segregation. That the psychiatrists or sociologists allegedly prove the adverse effect of segregation on Negro school children. Let us assume they have proved it. I mean, I have not read the proofs and can't say anything. But would this by itself settle the issue? Of course not, because there are other considerations. For example, what about a possible adverse effect on the schools in general? In the most recent statement I read in the paper, there was a question that two things have to be considered in all school questions: equality and excellence. But how to balance these two things? The social sciences cannot tell you anything more than what any one of us can say. And this is, of course, a key question. If it is such a simple case that you have to know a series of facts, and knowledge of the facts makes all the difference between wise and unwise policy, by all means get these facts. That is surely Plato's view and the view of every man of ordinary common sense. But the trouble is that we are today frequently confronted with allegedly scientific findings which are in fact not sufficient as a base of policy. But in the case of foreign affairs, it is obvious that the two parties, say those who believe that the Kennedy foreign policy is wise and those who believe that the Kennedy policy is unwise, know exactly the same facts. And it is only a matter of how to estimate possible trends. Will Soviet Russia become milder, or will she not become milder? Which no one can know. No one can know. And straws in the wind are both ways all the time. Testament Treaty, yes. Troubles at Berlin with the convoys are also there, which is a more revealing of Soviet intentions. Here is it truly anybody's guess. Now, I take another case. I heard of someone who, of a child, a young boy, who went to a psychiatrist, and he suffers from what could be called parental tyranny. I believe there is something to that in this particular case. The psychiatrist gave the boy the advice, lest his soul become too morbid, just to hit back when he is beaten by one of his parents. Well, one can very well doubt whether this is something within the competence of a psychiatrist. That it might be in one sense easier for the boy to hit back. It doesn't prove that it's in the long run the right thing for him to do. So, but I call this a dogmatism of this kind of psychiatry, which is based on the exclusion of very important considerations not compatible with a very simplistic hedonism. It ultimately leads, of course, to the conclusion that that boy who shot his mother because she did not permit him to take the family car and killed him was, after all, not much to blame. A nagging mother is a good reason for killing her. Even in economics, which is, I believe, the most scientific part of the social science from all what I ever have heard, think of such outstanding economists as Milton Friedman in our university and Walter Heller in Washington. They are both first-rate economists. They reach exactly the opposite conclusion, which would seem to show that economics cannot be as scientific as people say. Now, the key word is, of course, as Mr. This must suffice as my answer to you. I mean, if in order to judge wisely, you have to know the relevant facts. There's no question about it. And these relevant facts must be gathered in the most reliable manner. If there are certain methods today, techniques, which are better for gathering facts than those available in the past, of course we gladly accept them. The question is only whether the facts as facts supplied by these methods are sufficient for wise policy decision. In other words, many things are not facts. Many things are distorted facts from a certain party line, or they are, i.e., they have given only half of the evidence. And in other cases, if you think of foreign policy especially, these are not facts, these are possibilities, ultimately hopes. But hopes are not facts. And it's the whole tax reduction question, reduction question of which we read. You know how controversial that is among economists, not only among various classes of taxpayers. At any rate, these considerations give umbrage, to say the least, to the old notion of prudence, that prudence must ultimately evaluate what the experts say. Whether the experts are economists or sociologists or generals, it does not make any difference in this respect. But I must add immediately one point. While this is sufficient for practical purposes to defer to prudence, theoretically, quote, prudence, unquote, creates a very great problem. What precisely is that? Now, we all can read or have read the wonderful statements of Aristotle in the sixth book of the Ethics. But that there is some difficulty here is perhaps most simply indicated by the fact that Plato, whom we are studying now, does not have this Aristotelian concept of prudence. What Plato calls prudence, in Greek phronesis, is much broader than what Aristotle understands by prudence. For Plato calls in one word philosophy prudence, so that the prudence as Aristotle understands it, my choosing the right thing for myself, or the statesman choosing the right thing for his society at a given time, is, from Plato's point of view, not as separable from theoretical philosophy as in Aristotle's presentation it seems to be. One can state it also as follows, trying as close to remain as close as possible to Aristotle. There is a de jure independence of autonomy of prudence. That is, there is a sphere of prudence, where you have principles of decency, very generally speaking, and you do not have to go beyond these principles of decency as you get them if you are children of decent parents and live in a decent society, which is already always the question, what a decent society is. But let us leave it as just a commonsensical notion. Now, prudence is, as Burke put it, the god or goddess of the nether world, of this world, this sphere. But the trouble is that prudence is always, the whole sphere is at all times endangered by false theoretical opinions. In our case, we have the simple example of Marxism, which denies the principles of prudence, apart from all other considerations, because it believes to know the future. Because prudence in the Aristotelian sense is based on the certainty that the future is not known, either of the individual or of society. Marxism denies that, and therefore it proposes policies which might deserve being considered if we were absolutely certain to know the future. For example, the sacrifice of millions of human beings could be considered if one would say this is the war to end all wars, all injustice for all times. But if it is only one of these outbursts among many, one sees only that it makes men more brutal. Surely, this you know, men will become more brutal. But that something good will come out of it, that's a hope. So Marxism is then born a kind of a theory incompatible with prudence. But there are at all times such theories. Therefore, prudence is essentially in need of being defended against false theories. This defense is, of course, a theoretical action. I mean, prudence itself is not sufficient for refuting Marxism. You have to look at Marxism and so on. So, therefore, prudence, while in fact while in de jure being autonomous, is in fact not autonomous. It always needs this theoretical support. And therefore one almost says prudence, the whole theory of prudence requires a theoretical foundation. Although to need a theoretical defense is not exactly the same as needing a theoretical foundation. But this is perhaps too subtle a distinction, and therefore Plato goes on from here and says, yes, you need a theoretical foundation for human action, and you cannot make the Aristotelian distinction between prudence and wisdom. Yes.
Can I ask you a question about the economists? You were saying that this is the most scientific. With this tax reduction bill, would you entertain the possibility that there might be one answer that would be right or that would be scientific?
No, I say only when when the physicists or chemists predict something, there is a broad agreement within the profession. When the economists predict something, there is no broad agreement in the profession. And when I defer with particular respect to economics, this is due to the fact that when I look at the particularly scientific man in political science, then I see sooner or later that this is based on models in economics. For example, political scientists now speak sometimes of input and output, using, where did they get this from? I learned that from a friend who is an economist, that this is originally an economic distinction, and then was thought to be very helpful for the analysis of political methods, so that you could compare voting to the market, generally speaking. You know, we buy our president and so on. Yes?
No, I mean that in the way that Plato's cave allegory, in other words, if one of the reflections going on was the perfect tax deduction program, and there was somewhere an ideal time for this.
Yeah, but then what do you mean tax deduction? You have to consider other things. It's, from one point of view, not only tax deduction, but tax annihilation is, of course, most desirable. But there are other considerations. For example, not only balanced budget, but in the first place, enormous expenses for defense. And how will you balance that? How will you, are you confronted with the question tax deduction in this situation? Yeah? With these and these commitments of the United States, etc. And then this has to be balanced. So there is no, but even from what I read in the newspapers and in some weeklies about the entirely opposed views of the Milton Friedman economists and of the Walter Heller economists, show to me that this is not something where you can simply claim you have the undeniable truth, while, the scientific truth. This seems to be shown.
I'm just holding out the possibility that it might exist.
Yeah, in what way? In other words, an improved scientific social science would make superfluous proofs. Yeah? Sure, that is, of course, what they always say. This is a famous cultural lag of the social sciences. The natural sciences could produce a thermonuclear bomb long before social science could produce the human habits conducive to the healthy character of the thermonuclear bomb. That's we hear all the time. But this is, of course, again, a mere hope. It is in a strict sense impossible, because, the people who say that if psychology and so on and have caught up with physics and chemistry, then we will have a perfectly scientific world. But how can they ever catch up? Impossible, because of the impossibility of value judgments. That is a key point. The natural sciences proper have increased man's power incredibly beyond all earlier expectations. They have not told us anything, and they cannot tell us anything about the use of this power. Otherwise, they would make value judgments. They can put at our disposal means of construction and destruction, but how to use them, natural science do not teach us. Now, if psychology and sociology, the other social sciences, are constructed on the model of the natural sciences, i.e. value-free, they too can increase man's power. Still more, for example, techniques of brainwashing, compared with which the present techniques are infantile, and yet they cannot teach us anything about how to use or not to use that power, because that would be value judgments. Differently stated, they would have to have a notion of what is good for man, what is a good condition of the human soul, which by definition they cannot have, because they are a value-free theological science. I think that these are still backward people who have not understood the full impact of the distinction between facts and values. Otherwise, they would not raise that claim. Yes.
I think it might be possible if Mr. Levy would formulate his desires with respect to the primary, tertiary, secondary, and so on effects of the giving of tax cuts to figure out the truth for him. But my desires would be different, and so would yours, and I think there would be at least 151 truths.
Yeah, but the point is exactly to the extent to which these sciences are unable to pass judgment on value judgment, they can give at best hypothetical recommendations. If you want that, do that. But should you want that?
Well, in pointing out the differences between economists, are you suggesting that Mr. Heller and Mr. Friedman cannot agree on what would happen, what will happen as a result of such and such a measure by the government, or is it what they think should happen? Is it a value judgment or a fact?
Well, I believe there is within limits they agree. For example, I believe who is admitted to be there will be a greater deficit if there is tax reduction. Only Milton Friedman, to that extent they agree. Only Milton Friedman would say that it's rather disastrous. And Heller would say it is salutary, because the purchasing power, this argument. Well, I know much too little about economics to speak here about it. I mention it only as a layman's, simple citizen's reaction to what you see about economics in practice. I checked it with someone whom I know quite well, who is a trained economist. And he, it in fact was Mr. Cropsey, or some of you know him. And he assured me that the limits within which one can speak of scientific certainty in economics are very limited, are very small, very narrow. Yes.
Well, can you clarify something for me? You referred to Plato's use of the dialectic as being scientific, or a scientific method. Now you're using science and scientific in terms of the modern social sciences. You probably mean it in a very different sense than I have.
Yeah, well, I could, of course, easily weasel out of the difficulty because that was what Mr. Boyen suggested, but I think it was perfectly legitimate. There is some connection between Plato's notion of science and the modern notion. I would like to say a few things about that now, but there was someone else.
I just wanted to say, darling, what's the value of lending prudence or wisdom if so few people have it? So few people have it, you can't have a true system of justice that we learned. You can't have a curative system, a degree of damage system. As you just mentioned a couple of sessions ago. Prudence is the preserve of 1/10 of 1% of the population.
No, that was not the Aristotelian view, and this is also not the point is this: in law they speak of men of ordinary prudence. So this presupposes that all men except some, really nutty people are prudent for all practical purposes. For example, how to cross the street, and that if you want to have some money for a rainy day, then you cannot spend anything you earn. Yeah? These are simple things, and practically everyone understands that. Now, when you come to the higher reaches of political prudence, it's more difficult. It's more difficult, but the question is whether the decisive issues are more complex. For example, whether it is not possible to state the basic issue regarding American foreign policy in terms which every citizen can understand. I believe it is possible. Not when the things become terribly technical about whether this kind of missiles or that kind of man bomber, then you need experts for that. But the trouble is that the experts also, even in these matters, disagree, and that makes life very uncomfortable. But as for the political issues proper, I think they can always be stated in very simple terms. I'm not speaking now of campaign oratory. And this, in order to get votes, this is of course dishonest, and one must see through the dishonesty if one wants to understand the issues. But the serious issues, I think, can be stated very simply. There is a wise word of Burke that a refined policy it defeats itself. Now, if it is so subtle that the large body of the governed cannot understand it, this is in itself an objection. Because how can they go with you and be loyal to this thing if they don't know if you do some magic above the clouds? I think if you take the issue today, can one assume that the Soviet Union will develop in a more liberal direction, or can one not assume it is as such intelligible to everyone? The arguments pro and con can all be stated that any literate individual will understand them. This is not the point. Prudence is not such a reality. Platonic prudence, which is at the same time philosophy, that is extremely rare, but not in the Aristotelian sense.
If prudence isn't a rarity, then couldn't the argument be raised that maybe it isn't very well listened to? You mentioned.
Yeah, sure.
Therefore, it doesn't matter whether everyone has or not to listen to it.
Yes, therefore, Aristotle in his wisdom begins his ethics with a quotation from Hesiod, where he says, to discern the right thing, that is a matter, if it is of any gravity, hard. Only few men can do it. But those men too are prudent, who listen to that man. Those who are altogether useless are those who neither can discern the good nor listen to others. Surely that exists. And what one should do about them is hard to say. They are as much voters as those who are willing to listen to reason.
Some would say they make up the majority of the population.
That's too harsh, I believe. It's too harsh. Yes.
When you talk about Plato's identification of prudence with philosophy, I think, as you said earlier, that theoretical knowledge provides a framework or a foundation for prudence. When prudence is no longer practical, is that right?
No, I mean, that is exactly the point. You are speaking now of the Platonic version?
Of the Platonic.
Yeah, I wanted to speak about it. Now, let us now conclude this discussion, and I will try to say what I try to say. Now, the difficulty of Plato's position is not so much that prudence in the narrow Aristotelian sense requires a theoretical foundation, i.e. prudence is the same as wisdom in the full sense. But do we possess wisdom? Do we possess wisdom? Can we ever have more than philosophy, i.e. quest for wisdom? That is a difficulty for Plato, because if the wisdom itself is not available to us, then it seems it's very hard to understand how can we have that limited wisdom which we need for decent action. Now, here there is a certain external resemblance between the Platonic view and the view which prevails today among, I don't say the positivists, but among many people, positivists and non-positivists. I will try to explain that. I believe that the Platonic view has been wonderfully expressed by a very anti-Platonic thinker, Pascal. In this, Pascal, one of the co-founders of modern mathematics and physics. Pascal said, we know too little to be dogmatists, and we know too much to be skeptics. And I know very few words which, in the face of them at any rate, are wise, so wise as that statement. The traditional superficial scheme of philosophy was there is dogmatic philosophy, i.e. all those philosophers who taught something, and the skeptics, i.e. the philosophers who said we cannot teach anything. And what they tried to do in the 17th century was to get rid of this unpleasant situation once and for all, i.e. to make skepticism impossible for all the future. Most clearly in Descartes, but visible also elsewhere. Now, what was the result? The result was modern science, which is neither dogmatic, i.e. all results are admittedly subject to revision, nor is it skeptic, i.e. it says there are no results. But there is, however, something regarding which modern science is dogmatic, and that is method. The results are all subject to revision. The method, in principle, of course, details are also subject. The overall approach, that the approach must be in terms, the account must be in terms of a kind of mathematics, such fundamental things are not subject to doubt. What Descartes did in his famous fundamental reflection was to show the way toward a new dogmatism, which is based on the most extreme skepticism and therefore unassailable to any skepticism. And this notion has been haunting modern man throughout the time. Plato does not believe in such a dogmatism based on skepticism. How Plato can teach anything, and he surely teaches something, is a very great question. And this question we must always keep in mind. Hitherto we have seen Socrates has not taught something, strictly speaking. He has only shown that Gorgias' position is untenable, because it is based on a fundamental contradiction. And we must wait when we come to the point where he does teach. So, now, after having given this lengthy answer, although in finite time, to Mr. Boyne, let us go on. Now, first, I remind you of where we stood. We are now in the beginning of the polar section, and we will, I think, let us read at 463a6. Let us begin there. Socrates' the beginning of Socrates' speech.
It seems to me then, Gorgias, to be a pursuit that is not a matter of art, but showing a true...
It meaning, of course...
Yes. But is not a matter of art, but showing a shrewd, gallant spirit which has a natural bent for clever dealing with mankind. And I sum up its substance in the name Plato.
Let us stop here for one moment. Rhetoric is a kind of flattery, i.e., it is not an art. Now, in order to understand that, we must know what a flatterer is. And Plato gives here some definition. The flatterer is, of course, not just, nor moderate, nor wise, but he has courage or fortitude. It may sound strange. His soul is by nature clever, which means, in the context, that he has an unusually good natural aptitude for adjustment to the powerful, few or many. In other words, something slavish. That is the meaning of that. But as for his capacity to guess and his courage, they are not called natural here. They are acquired. This is all we hear for the time being about the flatterer. Now let us read the rest of this point, of this speech.
This practice, as I view it, has many branches, and one of them is cookery, which appears indeed to be an art, but by my account of it is not an art, but a habitus or knack. I call rhetoric another branch of it, as also personal adornment and sophistry.
Now, why do we not say cosmetics? Huh? Cosmetic and sophistry,
and sophistry. 4 branches of it for 4 kinds of affairs. So if Polus would inquire, let him inquire. He has not yet been informed to what sort of branch of flattery I assign rhetoric. But without noticing that I have not yet answered that, he proceeds to ask whether I do not consider it a fine thing. But I am not going to reply to the question whether I consider rhetoric a fine or a base thing, until I have first answered what it is.
What it is, and we know this distinction. What it is distinct from... Oh, I see. There is justice. Can you efficiency? There's more justice than efficiency. Mr. Reich, why do you go on?
I'll try. Until I have first answered what it is. For it would not be fair, Paulus.
More literally, it wouldn't be just. It wouldn't be just. There is a kind of justice even in theoretical discussions. Yes.
But if you want for information, ask me what sort of branch of flattery I assert rhetoric to be.
Yes, let us stop here. Thank you. We see again, Socrates will give his explanation to Gorgias, but the discussion will be with Polus. Gorgias shall listen, not speak. This is we have discussed this before. Socrates states his view of rhetoric to Gorgias, but will not discuss it with Gorgias, but with Polus. And we have then to see what this means. Now let us now turn immediately to Socrates' long speech in 464 B2, because we have read what was in between.
Now, let me see if I can explain my meaning to you more clearly.
To you, to Gorgias, because they had spoken, that was only continuation of his brief dialogue with Gorgias. Yes.
There are two different affairs to which I assign two different parts. The one, which has to do with the soul, I call politics. The other, which concerns the body, though I cannot give you a single name for it, is all one business, the tendons of the body, which I can designate in two branches as gymnastic and medicine. Under politics, I set legislation in the place of gymnastic and justice to match medicine. In each of these pairs, of course, medicine and gymnastics, justice and legislation, there is some intercommunication as both deal with the same thing. At the same time, they have certain differences. Now,
meaning medicine and gymnastics, and on the one hand, and justice and legislative art. Good. Now, why does he call the art dealing with the soul, with the health of the soul and the restoration of that health, the political art? Is there no better name for it possible? Yeah, but we have not yet heard. I mean, I couldn't help sometime anticipating later developments, but there is a more common name which was in common use at that time. And that is a highly... Plato probably coined it. Psychology means the doctrine of the soul, the account of the soul. No, but we are speaking here of arts. What is the art by which men are made good? Education, exactly. Idea. This would be the national. And of course one could say that education consists of two parts, exhortation and dehortation on the one hand, and spanking on the other. And therefore this would be exactly the same. Why does he call it the political art? He makes one very important assumption.
The city was better existed.
Yes, but yeah, exactly, that's the point. But let us state it very precisely. Education is education of human beings. But if the good human being is identical with the good citizen, and only then can you identify education with the political art. It's a very grave premise discussed by Plato and Aristotle, is a good man simply identical with a good citizen or not? Here it is simply assumed. Yes, now let us go on here.
Now, these folk, which always bestow their care for the best advantage, respectively, of the body and the soul, are noticed by the art of flattery, which, I do not say with knowledge, but by speculation, divides herself into 4 parts, and then, insinuating herself into...
Yes, the speculation is somewhat misleading. Guessing. It's not, I mean, that speculation has come to mean guessing is a consequence of the modern rejection of metaphysics. So in here Plato says guessing, yes.
Pretends to be, insinuating herself into each of these branches, pretends to be that into which she has crept, and cares nothing for what is the best, but dangles what is most pleasant for the moment as a bait for folly, and deceives it into thinking that she is of the highest value. Thus, cookery assumes the form of medicine, and pretends to know what foods are best for the body, so that if a cook and a doctor had to contend before boys, or before men as foolish as boys, as to which of the two, the doctor or the cook, understands the question of sound and noxious foods, the doctor will starve to death.
Yeah, let us stop here. So, flattery is directed towards the pleasant, or ultimately towards the most pleasant, whereas art is directed towards the best. And these are obviously 2 entirely different considerations. But it is somehow implied that flattery does not simply frankly say, I'm only concerned with the best, but that it somehow, with the pleasant, but it somehow pretends to be, to produce a good, and to that extent it is sham. Now, the example here used is medicine and cooking. Yeah, but this cooking is, of course, not the general art of cooking. It is a special kind, the making of the dessert, one could say. Because the other is magarike, and here it's called obsopoike. You know what you eat to the bread. The bread is the center, as it were, and then you eat something, it may be meat, maybe fish, maybe cake, and cookies, or whatever you have. Good. Among fools, the physician will die from hunger. Among sensible people, that's implied, he will not die from hunger, because, will not die from hunger, implies that the physician is concerned with not dying from hunger, that he is concerned, in other words, with his being paid for his services, is perfectly unobjectionable. And this means, in effect, that the physician, as every other artisan, exercises 2 arts. The specific art, in this case medicine, and the art of money-making. This point is here not emphasized, but it is always there when Plato speaks about it. But this is unobjectionable. We must, of course, raise here one question on the basis of ordinary common sense. Does the cook, even the one who makes these special delicacies, pretend to know more about health than the physician? Not necessarily, obviously. But he could say that the doctor has forbidden you to eat this kind of thing. To that extent, of course, he raises an exorbitant claim. But in other words, the question is a serious one. Are the consideration of the pleasant and the good as opposed to each other, as I presented here? That's the serious element of this simple question. Now let us go on.
Flattery, however, is what I call it, and I say that this sort of thing is a disgrace to us. For here I address you, because it aims at the pleasant and ignores the best, And I say it is not an art, but a habitus, since it has no account to give of the real nature of the things it applies, and so cannot tell the cause of any of them. I refuse to give the name of art to anything that is irrational. If you dispute my views, I am ready to give my reasons.
Yeah, now, habitus, the Greek word is empyria, experience. Now, this word is, the Greek word is very well known now as in present-day discussions, empiricist, and is almost synonymous with scientific in certain quarters. Aristotle uses it in its primary sense, experience and nothing but experience. You know the facts and do not know the reasons. That's experience. Now, I give you an example where I see it, but with particular clarity, and because it seems to be far-fetched, but it has something to do with what we are doing now, reading Plato. Long time ago, I observed that when Plato enumerates a number of things, preferably an odd number, the central one, say if there are 7, the fourth, was always the most important. And if I concentrated on this point, I saw the deeper argument. I had no knowledge why. It just was so. And I couldn't say that it was always so, but still, as far as my knowledge went, it was always so. This is mere experience, stupid experience. And the moment you know why, then you have knowledge. And then, or the art, whatever, if it is practical. Now, the key point in this statement is this. Flattery is distinct from art for 2 reasons. A, flattery aims at the pleasant, whereas art aims at the good. B, flattery is mere empyry. And art is, it cannot give an account of what it does, whereas art can give an account of what it does. Now, these are 2 criteria, and we have to wonder whether they are truly necessarily connected with each other. Is it not possible that there might be arts productive of pleasure, i.e. where the pleasure-producing individual can give an account of what he does? This is not, I mean, we must keep this in mind as a very important question. In Republic 332c and in the Statesman 289a, Plato speaks of the art of cooking, I mean not in the narrow sense of delicacy making, the art of cooking, as an art. One can also speak perhaps of a poetic art, the art of finding proper similes, finding the most appropriate images, and so on. And furthermore, why should there not be a concern with both the good and the pleasant? For example, the example to which it was alluded somewhere, the physician is concerned not only with giving pills to people, but also he will give some thought of whether the pills are absolutely revolting, or whether you can swallow them without revulsion, or operation. If he can make the operation less painful, he will of course do that. Also from the point of view of the future life of the man, it wouldn't make any difference whether a tooth is extracted without any anesthetics. Yet they have discovered 12 physicians the anesthetics. This is also an important question, whether the two considerations are mutually exclusive. And we must keep this in mind for the rest of the argument. Yeah, I would put it this way: the exclusion of pleasure as an object of art is not established. This we have to consider, that there is a human activity which cannot give an account of what he does. For example, a mere assistant of a physician who has not studied medicine, has no nurse, no preparation, it's clear that no one would call this an art. If you cannot give an account of what you do, know why it is good to do so, then this is not an art. This is a necessary distinction. But the simple rejection of the consideration of pleasure would need reconsideration. Yes?
Yeah, it's really vague. It what means about giving an account of what.
What giving? What is vague?
It's sort of ambiguous what Plato means by an art giving an account, or giving an account of the nature of the things of which it deals.
Why? That's the simplest thing in the world. A shoemaker can give you see him do some things which are very strange to you. And you ask him, why do you do that? I mean, I know so little of shoemaking that I cannot give you an example. But let us, I suppose that if we would just enter a shoemaker's shop, we would see all kinds of strange doings which we wouldn't understand. He can tell us.
But in that sense, then, any of the sham arts?
No, yeah, but that's the question. But let us take, for example, the simple helper of the physician. She gives now this pill to the patient, and an hour later that pill. She could not give you another reason except that the doctor told me so. So she does not know. But no, that is what you say after is exactly the difficulty which I have. Why could there not be an art of producing pleasures? There is a work of Ovid, the art of loving, Ars Amandi. Theoretically, that might be possible. Yeah? There are some modern writers on this kind of subject who treat this in an artful manner. That is in principle not to be excluded. And why could there not be an account, an elaborate? I mean, if you read something particularly delicate, really figured out with a very exact notion of what titillates the tongue to the highest degree. Sometimes you eat such things, yeah? Usually not in drugstores. And then you say there must have been a lot of thinking, a lot of experimenting before this thing which just hits it right where has been discovered. And I suppose a man, say a very superior Chinese cook, could tell you why, say, use a duck or whatever it is in this manner and prepare it this way. Why not? That's my difficulty.
But there's another sense of giving an account of the art giving an account of what it's doing, in which none of these arts can give an account of what they're doing.
That is an analogon to my sphere here. The shoemaker, starting from the premise that it is good to protect one's feet against stones and all other kinds of unpleasantnesses which you might find in the road. The shoemaker, if you grant the shoemaker the premise that it is wise to protect one's feet, he can give you an account of everything he does. Why he uses this method, for example, why he ordinarily doesn't make shoes of iron, but of leather, because obviously, I mean, you can figure that out for yourself. And also the various operations he makes in order to produce his shoes. I mean, for example, that he would consider the different sizes of feet, would follow necessarily, I believe, from the premise.
Wouldn't necessarily, too, any consideration of the aesthetic form of the shoe, though, be a sham art?
We have to, you see, you use now a word which one must never use in speaking about Plato. Perhaps one should never use it even in ordinary speech. Aesthetic, what is aesthetic? Beauty. Yeah, but the question is this not a but you mean now beauty, as in this context, is a form of pleasure? Yeah? Plato would probably agree with that. And surely, why not? Why not? Why must you not? I mean, the best thing would be have to a perfectly good shoe, what they now would call functional, I believe, and at the same time a good-looking shoe, not terribly clumsy and so on. Yeah. So that you like to look at it. Sure, that's my point. Are the two considerations of good and pleasant as exclusive of each other as they are presented here? This is in a way the key question of the whole dialogue. Socrates takes here a very extreme view of human life, which can be stated in generality as saying the good by itself, without any admixture of the pleasant, is perfectly sufficient to make man happy. That is what Socrates is working his way towards. Now, let us continue from 65b.
As I put it, cookery is flattery disguised as medicine, and in just the same manner, self-adornment cosmetics personates gymnastics. With its rascally, deceitful, ignoble, and illiberal nature, it deceives men by forms and colors, polish and dress, so as to make them, in the effort of assuming an extraneous beauty, neglect the native sort that comes through gymnastics.
You see how excellent the example of cosmetics is. Because cosmetics is clearly sham, whereas cookery is not clearly sham. I mean, the cook who says, I will make very palatable food, you will enjoy it, will always come back to me, does not make pretenses in any way. He doesn't say, I give you the best medicine that we would probably not go to. He doesn't, whereas the cosmetic man simply says, I will make you as good, so good looking, as if you were health itself. And that's sham. You see, you see Plato's, Socrates' technique here. He takes a variety of arts, each of which has its specific character, and drawing inferences from each and applying them to all. And then he gets a kind of plausible overall picture which is not, strictly speaking, tenable. And now I remind you again, the men to whom he speaks, in this case Gorgias and Polus, cannot read and reread that as we can. And so they hear it only once, and then they have this beautiful proportion, and in each point they get an argument which is absolutely plausible. Yeah. In the case of cosmetics, surely a sham, a flattery is a sham, sham-producing art, and they cannot make the necessary distinctions in the short time. And in addition, since they are so much preoccupied with one art, namely rhetoric, they listen with less care to what he says about the other arts. This is, of course, Socratic rhetoric, there is no doubt about it.
Well, it's not important. I just want to say that it seems to me that the case of cosmetics is not clear-cut either. Because somebody may be extraordinarily healthy and yet ugly, in which case cosmetics would be the proper remedy if the pleasant is all admitted.
Yeah, on this basis, but still there is this difference. I mean, in other words, if someone, that's a very subtle distinction, would have all kinds of cosmetic treatment of teeth and hair and whatever it is, merely in order not to offend other people, one could even say that it is his duty. Yeah, even that, No, I say this not only for the fun of it. Perhaps it is so. And this would show, in other words, that a simple opposition to pleasure can even be morally questioned, unqualified. Yes. Now, at any rate, we have three considerations regarding flattery: A, non-rational; B, concerned with the pleasant in contradistinction to the good; and 3, sham. But these are 3 independent criteria. Only the second one, pleasure as distinguished from the good, is necessary. And this applies, of course, to rhetoric, because that is the point which Strauss makes. Now let us go on.
Well, to avoid prolixity, for by this time I expect you can follow, I am willing to put it to you like a geometer, for by this time I expect you can follow. As cosmetics is to gymnastics, so is sophistry to legislation. And as cookery is to medicine, so is rhetoric to justice.
Yeah, let us stop here. I will only repeat the main point, because we could discuss that at the end of the last lesson. The implication is this: only by obeying the right kind of laws can men become good in their soul. Otherwise, this position of the legislative art doesn't make sense. It can become good in the soul, as distinguished from just. The healthy soul is not just. Just not the proper word for that. Justice belongs to punition, to restoration. Justice, restoration of health of the soul. Needless to say, that is also implied in the whole thing that justice is an art. And this is a great problem discussed especially in the first book of the Republic. Can justice be an art? And the official thesis there, if I may say so, is justice must be an art in order to have any cognitive dignity. Sophistry corresponds to cosmetics, and meaning it is necessarily sham, just as cosmetics is sham. Rhetoric corresponds to cooking, and according to our analysis is not necessarily sham if it is straightforward and doesn't pretend. A legislative art corresponds to gymnastics, that's to say to a very simple art, exercised frequently by slaves. As art, it is much inferior to medicine. Legislative art cannot be the true equivalent to the sophistic art, for the simple reason that the legislative art presupposes a prior science which speaks of the soul and of the good order, what in the Platonic sense is indeed psychology. Yes, now let us go on where we left off.
But although, as I say, there is this natural distinction between them, they are so nearly related that sophists and orators are jumbled up as having the same field and dealing with the same subjects, and neither can they tell what to make of each other, nor the world at large what to make of it.
Yeah. So, but this is of course an insufficient explanation, because according to that proportion, cosmetics and cookery are also closely related to each other, and no one mistakes the cooks for cosmeticists or vice versa. It has to do with the fact that the people in general don't know what these magicians, the rhetoricians and the sophists do, and therefore they ordinarily think that's more or less the same kind of individuals. That is the point. Yes? Go on.
For indeed, if the soul were not in command of the body, but the latter had charge of itself, and so cookery and medicine were not surveyed and distinguished by the soul, but the body itself were the judge, forming its own estimate of by the gratifications they give, we should have a fine instance of what Anaxagoras described, my dear Polus, for you are versed in these matters, Everything would be jumbled together without distinction as between medicinal and healthful and tasty concoctions.
This Anaxagoras, a man who lived in Athens, was expelled under in Pericles' time. He was a friend of Pericles. And this thesis here, which is here quoted, would be in modern language. At the beginning there was chaos, nothing but chaos. Now, Anaxagoras was the first man who had ever taught that the mind orders everything. Aristotle says he was the only sober man among so many drunken ones. But as is also made clear by Plato and Aristotle, he did not make any use of that mind. So in fact it was a mindless world, and the chaotic character belongs not only to the beginning, but to the whole. That is, I think, what he ultimately means. Now, if everything is identical, so to speak, then the distinction between good and pleasant, in particular, cannot be made. Cannot be made, and this has, of course, infinite consequences. And what Socrates addresses is something like Anaxagoras is your premise, the premise of you rhetoricians, and this could be more developed if you would read the 10th book of Plato's Laws, where he gives a sketch of the views of the pre-Socratic philosophers and how these views necessarily lead to the denial of natural right and to something like the simple identification of the good with the pleasant. But this would lead us now too far. Now let us read then the end.
Well now, you have heard what I state rhetoric to be, the counterpart of cookery in the soul. Acting here as that does, it may indeed be absurdity when I do not allow you to make long speeches, to have extended mine to so considerable a length. However, I can fairly claim indulgence, for when I spoke briefly, you did not understand me. You were unable to make any use of the answer I gave you, but required a full exposition. Now, if I, on my part, cannot tell what use to make of any answers you may give me, you shall extend your speech also. But if I can make some use of them, allow me to do it. That will only be just. And now, if you can make any use of this answer of mine, do so.
Yeah. You see, Socrates recapitulates here only his thesis on rhetoric, omitting all the other statements about flattery in general, naturally, because rhetoric is the primary theme. And it is necessary with a view to Polos. The emphasis in the remark is on the short speeches, long speeches question, and it's high time, because Socrates has made the longest speech hitherto, and so he must eat his words in a way. He can no longer, in fairness, forbid long speeches. And what he says can be stated as follows. So he says as well, perhaps I sin, but I deserve indulgence because of Polos' previous sin. Therefore, since I sin, however provoked, you may also sin. Yeah, good. If you see also in this remark, there is no question that Socrates might not understand Polos' answer. There's only a question that Polos might not understand Socrates' answer. Yeah, I think we should now skip a part in order to make some to finish this book during the quarter. Yes.
You explained what constitutes an explanation with respect to an art. It seems to me that any explanation of an art would have to go beyond the bounds of what's possible to explain, especially if you consider causal relationships. If you speak to a shoemaker and start asking him where did something come from that he uses as a tool, eventually he'd be forced into a realm in which he couldn't give an answer.
Why? Do you mean to say in order to be a good shoemaker you have to be a chemist? No, it amounts to that. I know that what happened in modern times is something of this kind, that all the arts become technologies. I.e., if you want to produce shoes in infinite numbers, so to speak, in factories and so, this is then no longer done by shoemakers. And here chemists come in. But this was not the primary situation as it exists all the time. And if we want to understand this present-day phenomenon, the replacement of arts by technologies, we have first to understand what arts are. Do you see? We cannot understand technologies if we do not see that there are transformations of arts. Does this make sense? I mean, for practical purpose, only for acting now and perhaps for framing bills for such factories, we probably wouldn't do it, but we want to do more. We want to understand the world in which we live, and therefore we have to see by what transformation, radical transformation of earlier thinking, earlier understanding, our thinking, our acting has come into being. Yes, Mr. Bourne?
Yeah, just this distinction that you said may be the key question of the book, between the good and the pleasant here. Is there any indication that Plato would think that the pleasant is a component, at least in some sense, of the good?
In one of the most difficult dialogues, I mean most difficult even at first sight, the Philebus, that's exactly the thesis. The good consists of two components, knowledge and pleasure. Yes. I mean, the people who know Plato's development because they have discovered Plato's diaries, they will of course say this, at this time he didn't yet consider that. Now, I will give a brief survey of the sequel until we come to a passage which we must treat. Now, Socrates had spoken of rhetoric with contempt. It is something as contemptible as cookery and cosmetics. Rhetoricians are flatterers, worthless people, powerless people. Rhetoric, far from being omnipotent, as Gorgias had asserted and also denied, rhetoric is in fact powerless. That is now the Socratic assertion. And in other words, Polus tries to refute Socrates by having recourse to the power of rhetoric. If the rhetoricians are so powerful as we all see, they cannot be flatterers. A powerful man doesn't have to flatter. That's a simple refutation which he tries. Socrates thereupon asserts consistently, the rhetoricians are powerless. No one pays any attention to them. Of course, if we remember what Gorgias said about Themistocles and Pericles, to whom much attention was paid, what Socrates says seems to be simply mad, but we will see how he means it. Now, Polus used as a simple proof of power the ability to kill. Let us say to kill with impunity. Now, Cleon, for example, you remember, he could kill with impunity by getting laws drafted that the whole population of Mytilene should be killed. That's the sign of power. Protagoras says rhetoricians are like tyrants, so powerful, which implies, incidentally, as will come out later, that rhetoric is essentially unjust if it is so similar to tyranny. And from now on, the case of rhetoric becomes identical with the case of tyranny, which is not due not merely to any slip of folly of Polus, but has a deeper reason. Why? And a very obvious reason, by the way. Tyranny, coercion, force. And what is rhetoric, as Polus understands it? Fraud. Now, fraud and force are the alternatives to honesty, to justice. And therefore there is some sense in that. Now, Socrates, since the case of rhetoric has become identical with the case of tyranny, Socrates must assert that rhetoric is powerless in the same sense in which tyranny is powerless, which makes it in a way harder. Was Hitler powerless, or is Khrushchev, or no, Khrushchev perhaps, but was Stalin powerless? Only justice, knowledge, virtue is powerful. This is a paradoxical thesis which Socrates is now trying to establish. Now, Socrates gives one reason for his atrociously paradoxical assertion. What does it mean to have power? To be able to kill? No. But to do what is good for oneself. Now, did Hitler what was good for himself? Look at his miserable end. Did Themistocles, an infinitely more respectable man, do what was good for himself? Look at his miserable end. As an exile, begging from the king of Persia. And even Pericles had, relatively speaking, a miserable end compared with when he was at his peak. Good. Now, the argument comes now gradually more precise. And let us begin perhaps in 466 E13, that is shortly before the beginning of 467.
Socrates.
Yeah.
Then will you prove that the orators have intelligence, and that rhetoric is an art, not a flattery, and so refute me? Else, if you are going to leave me unrefuted, the orators who do what they think fit in their cities, and the tyrants, will find that they have got no good in doing that, if indeed power is, as you say, a good. But doing what one thinks fit without intelligence is, as you yourself admit, do you not, an evil.
And Apollos admits it. Now, the orators have sense. If the orators have sense, then rhetoric is a technique, is an art. This is here the premise. Otherwise, they are just mere stupid routiniers, and routine is not reliable. And then if rhetoric is a technique, now, then the rhetoricians have power. This is what Socrates states, the problem. The orators have no power if rhetoric is no art. The same applies to tyranny. The tyrants have no power if there is no tyrannical art. The term tyrannical art occurs occasionally in Platonic writings. You see here the Plato's identification of art and prudence, which is here is made use of without any reason, without giving us any reason. Whether rhetoric is an art or not depends on its being a link in the chain of the arts leading up to the master art, to the architectonic art, as Aristotle calls it. Hence, whether the orators have power, and even the tyrants, depends on the judgment of the master of the architectonic art, Socrates. So if Socrates denies that they have power, they have no power, which sounds atrocious, but is not quite so atrocious as it sounds, because nothing hurts the tyrants more than that there are some people without any power to kill who simply are in no way impressed by them, regard them as simply despicable murderers, nothing else. It hurts them very much, and if they find them out, they refute them in the only way in which they can refute. Now, hitherto, I think we should. That's a very long speech. I will give you a kind of summary of what follows. First, Socrates starts from the distinction to do what one wishes and to do what one believes to be good for oneself. To do what one wishes means to do anything which may cross your mind at the moment, however irrational. Now, can one really, is this something decidable? But to do what one believes to be good for oneself, i.e. what one finds out by calculation and not merely because it fits to one's mind, would seem to be something decidable. But then the argument goes on as follows. What precisely does a reasonable man wish? To do something, or to be in secure possession of the good things? Socrates says, of course, to be in secure possession of the good things is much better than to do. The famous distinction between the theoretical and practical life is implied in that. All doing or acting is obtaining and securing the good things. All doing or acting belongs to the sphere of means. In itself, it is neither good or bad. For example, sitting, standing, or running, or whatever you do is not good. It's neutral. The ends are the only thing we count. In itself, it is neutral, but that means power is neutral. Everything, because it is not an end but a means. Only the ends can be good, and therefore give goodness to the means. One of these ends is here admitted to be wealth. That's a very grave admission. Yet we must ask, is not wealth clearly a means as much as power, and not to the same degree? What then does Socrates mean by this argument? The selfish, even sordid desire for wealth is still more rational than the desire for killing and otherwise harming only for the fun of it. That's the first point which he establishes against Polus, that there is something crudely rational in any calculation, for whichever means, superior to mere irrationality, merely acting on whims. In other words, a man who kills for a purpose is more rational than a man who kills for the fun of it. That there are, for example, trampling men to death just for the fun of it. Polus, his name means a colt. He appears here as a kind of colt in human shape, and Socrates tries to instill the elements of rationality in him by pointing out to him this point. We note here in passing in 467e that Polus regards wisdom also as a good, i.e. he has a somewhat higher point of view than the popular song referred to, quoted in 451e. I give you again a sequel in referring to 468c. It does make sense. Now let us read that, I believe. 468c2.
Then we do not wish to slaughter people or expel them from our cities or deprive them of their property as an act in itself.
Yeah, so simply, just for the fun of it, yes. Yes?
But if these things are beneficial, we wish to do them, while if they are harmful, we do not wish them. For we wish what is good, as you say, but what is neither good nor bad we do not wish, nor what is bad either, do we? Is what I say true in your opinion, Polus, or not? I do not answer. It is true.
So in other words, this cannot be made clear in a dramatic dialogue. Polus hesitates to answer, therefore he has said that. It means this. It does make sense to kill. For example, for the sake of wealth. On the basis of mere calculating selfishness, this is of course an open possibility, disregarding all other considerations. In other words, men who are only concerned with wealth would as little desire to harm other human beings as to help them. They are utterly indifferent. But if it is conducive to their wealth, they would, otherwise they would abstain from that. Yes, now let us read the sequence.
Then, as we agree on this, if a man puts anyone to death, or expels him from a city, or deprives him of his property...
Now, we do not have to read that, I see that now. I give you the brief summary of this point. A man who kills, etc., in the belief that it is good for him, while it is in fact bad for him, now from a strictly utilitarian point of view, such a man who is mistaken then does what seems to him to be good. He does not do what he wishes to do, because he wishes to do the good for himself. Hence, he is not powerful, because he is powerful not by the mere fact of killing, but by the fact of advantageous killing. And this presupposes some reason. That's the first point. And let us go on it's a speech of Polus, which on 468 E6.
As if you, Socrates, would not accept the liberty of doing what you think fit in your city, rather than not, and would not envy a man whom you observe to have put someone to death as he thought fit, or deprived him of his property, or sent him to prison.
Yeah, now or fettered here. You see that Polus is refuted. He's unable to refute Socrates' argument. But what Socrates says is utterly incredible to him. Everyone would like to have this kind of power, to be able to kill people just because he doesn't like them, or to inflict harm on them, any other harm on them. And Socrates is a human being, ergo, he will have the same desire. So, what was Socrates' answer there?
Justly, do you mean, or unjustly?
You know, a tremendous change. Hitherto we have spoken only of advantage and disadvantage on the lowest level, of utilitarian level. Now Socrates introduced the consideration of justice. And this will have decisive consequences for the rest of the argument. Socrates, let us read on here.
Whichever way he does it, is it not enviable in either case? Hush, Polus.
It is a little bit more than that. God forbid or something. Oifeme. This is a kind of reply to what Polus said in 467 BC, where he said of what Socrates said, these are wicked things, which he said. Socrates says, that's wicked, what you say. Go on.
Why? Because we ought not to envy either the unenviable or the wretched, but pity them. What? Is that the state in which you consider those people of whom I speak to be? Yes, for so I must. Then do you consider that a man who puts another to death as he thinks fit, and justly puts him to death, is wretched and pitiable? Not I, but not enviable either. Did you not say just now that he was wretched? Only he who unjustly put someone to death, my friend, and I called him pitiable as well. If he acted justly, then he is unenviable.
Yeah, let us stop here for a moment. Previously we had been told in 467E to 468A that killing is in itself neither good nor bad, but neutral, like sitting and standing. Now, truly neutral things one may, of course, do just for the fun of it. I mean, whether I sit or it doesn't make any difference. You may sit or stand for the mere fun of it, But obviously, you may not kill for the mere fun of it. Killing always needs a justification. It may have a justification, and it's just killing. But it needs one where sitting and standing no one can ask you, why do you stand in an accusing form, or why do you sit? Killing is bad in itself. More generally, certain actions are bad in themselves. Aristotle's beautiful discussion in the second book of the Ethic, 1107a, where he says in cases of killing and stealing, you have not to deliberate what is the right form of a right manner, right time and place for killing and stealing, but as you have in neutral things, but it's the question simply mustn't arise. Or as Socrates states in the first book of the Republic, harming human beings is bad in itself. Which doesn't mean that it may not be done justly. There may be justification, but in itself it is bad. Now, this is crucial for the rest of the argument. This notion of justice as here used in a very simple sense is a commonly accepted view on which all law and hence all forensic rhetoric is based. That there are things which are incapable of justification or in need of justification, and things which are not in need of justification. Paulos does not know it. This much is clear. Paulos lacks that trivial knowledge of the just things which Gorgias admitted that every orator and surely every teacher of orators must possess. Socrates shows Gorgias ad oculos that Gorgias's deed, namely what he did to Paulos, disagreed with his claim that he will never send out anyone who has not learned the just things. Paulos simply hasn't learned things. In other words, Socrates' conversation with Paulos is the refutation of Gorgias. That is your art. He is a prophet. This refutation is made for the sake of Gorgias. This could not be brought out, but by making Paulos first admit that killing is neutral, and then that killing is not neutral. I mean, that he could consider it for one moment that killing is like sitting and standing, shows that he doesn't know the rudiments which he would have to know, even if he were willing to become the mouthpiece of La Cosa Nostra. Not Gorgias, but Socrates teaches Paulos the just things. This is surely an important part of the argument here. Needless to say that Socrates could have shown that harming human beings is bad without making the transition from the useful to the just. As a matter of fact, he does this in some dialogues, for example, in the Euthyphron, where he uses this extremely utilitarian argument. Why harming human beings is imprudent. And he says, if you have a dog and maltreat him, do you expect that this will be a good dog? Yeah? He will get nasty, especially to you. So, and horse is the same. And induction, same applies to human beings. If you want to live with human beings, you better be decent with them. Yeah? I mean, strictly utilitarian argument, without any reference to justice as an independent principle. Now, let us read then the immediate sequel, and then we call it a day.
I suppose, at any rate, the man who is put to death unjustly is both pitiable and wretched, less so than he who puts him to death, Paulus. and less so than he who is put to death justly. In what way can that be, Socrates? In this, that to do wrong is the greatest of evils.
Have we ever heard anything about the greatest of evils before? Pardon? Yeah, false opinions about the important things. Now what implied false opinions about justice is identical with acting unjustly on the basis of this reasoning which we have seen but which we have not yet understood. Yes? Paulus?
What is this the greatest? Is not to suffer wrong the greatest? By no means. Then would you wish rather to suffer wrong than to do it? I should wish neither for my own part, but if it were necessary either to do wrong or to suffer it, I should choose to suffer rather than to do it.
Yeah, let us stop here. This is a key point, and here will be the big watershed. Let us, however, there is a certain hierarchy stated here which is not fully developed and which we must figure out, perhaps with the use of some parts of mathematics permutations. I give you my strictly non-mathematical results. Now what is the best is of neither to do injustice nor to suffer injustice. The second best is to suffer injustice but not to do injustice. The third is to do injustice and not to suffer injustice. And the worst is, which is not developed but which is clear, to do injustice and to suffer injustice. Would follow from this argument. But let me state it now in terms of killing rather than of doing or suffering injustice. First, not killing is superior to killing justly, and that is superior to killing unjustly. But here the question arises, what is the place of being killed, justly or unjustly? Therefore, I believe we get this scheme. First, not killing and not being killed is the best. Then, killing justly and not being killed. 3, not killing and being killed unjustly. 4th, killing unjustly and being killed justly. 5th, killing unjustly and not being killed justly, if this is a possibility. Killing justly is preferable to being killed unjustly. This is at least not excluded. That killing justly is preferable to being killed unjustly, meaning, of course, a case of self-defense against an unjust assailant. The right of self-defense is based on this proposition, that killing justly is preferable to being killed unjustly. Now, the key consequence as far as our present context is concerned is this. If you accuse, through yourself or through a lawyer, someone else of a capital crime, then and the man is guilty of a capital crime, you kill justly. Whether the hangman does the decisive act, in fact you kill him too. In other words, forensic rhetoric can be legitimate, which common sense, of course, would always admit, but which is somehow denied in the sequel by Socrates as a consequence of his extreme notion, the radical, the severance of every connection between the good and the pleasant. We must find this out next time. You want to say something? That will be the last question.
Very strange that he said you would pity a criminal more than you would pity the man who killed.
You would, yeah. Why is it strange? Incidentally, it's not as late as I thought. There can be something. What do you mean by that?
Well, generally, if
criminal went in and killed a decent man, we would pity the decent man far more than...
Yeah, but can one not really... have you never heard of people who are gentle and don't like killing in any manner, which doesn't mean that they might not kill in war, for example, and even they might be compelled to act as executioners. There may be a dearth of executioners and it becomes necessary to draft someone. It can be imagined at least. But is it not so that, in other words, what you say is this, is that desire for revenge, enjoying revenge, is such a healthy feeling that it should not be forbidden. That is what you imply, it seems.
Not at all.
No? Then I'm misunderstood.
No, I'm just, doesn't Socrates, when he's talking about pity, he says that we would actually pity a man put to death unjustly, less than we would a man put to death. I mean,
does he go so far?
Did you say we would pity the death of a decent man less than
No, the man who kills unjustly is miserable and in addition an object of compassion. The man who kills justly is neither miserable nor an object of compassion, but not enviable. That's something different.
He says, I suppose, Paulus on my translation says, I suppose at any rate the man who is put to death unjustly is both pitiable and wretched. Socrates says, less pitiable than he who puts him to death, and less pitiable than he who is put to death justly.
Yeah, I mean, say a man like Socrates, yeah, unjustly suffering death, is an object of pity and he's wretched. And he's wretched. He says here. Yeah? But Socrates says, yes, but he is less pitiable, less an object of pity and wretched than the unjust killer.
Yeah.
Yes, he will change that in the sequel. That doesn't go far enough for him. Later on he will assert it does not make any difference because the only thing which counts is justice and not any external fate. But here he still remains somewhat more to the commonsensical view that to be killed is an evil. Is an evil. Now, what then is your precise point?
Well, I thought he asserted that we pity unjust killers who are then put to death more than just men who are put to death. That's what he said.
Oh, I see.
That's true.
You know, but you must not... Yes, but why do you not do this? Go over the passage again. I will also do the same. Elaborate your difficulty in written form and hand it in to me at the beginning of the next meeting. That will be the best procedure. It seems to be there is a difficulty here. In other words, one must really consider each item separately, miserable and object of compassion, which I did not do. And yeah, yes, it's very necessary. Yes.
What does this statement in 469c, what sort of light does it shed on the problem of the Plato, where Socrates seems to suffer injustice, although he doesn't commit injustice?
Yeah, he says, well, Plato fully confirms that Socrates prefers their suffering injustice to doing injustice. Running away from prison, bribing the jailer would be unjust. He doesn't do it. Staying in jail and drinking the hemlock is, if Socrates is unjust, if Socrates is innocent, suffering injustice.
Yeah,
so he prefers suffering injustice to doing injustice.
The reason I ask is, can one suffer injustice at one's own hands justly? suicide just?
Yeah, well, it depends. That depends in the first place of whether suicide can be a just action. Now, if committing suicide is murder, then it means acting unjustly. Yeah?
So, does it shed that much light on it?
Yeah, but you presuppose one thing which has to be established, that somebody is not fleeing from prison was an act of suicide.
I presuppose simply that when he drinks the hemlock, that's an act of suicide.
Now, then you must say that everyone who is executed the gas chamber commits suicide, which is an affront to common sense in itself. Yeah?
Yeah. But does that necessarily have to follow?
Well, there may be certainly a man may have managed it this way, so that in fact he commits suicide by committing a crime for which he will be killed by others. Perhaps because he thinks that the executioner is cleverer at killing him than he himself would be. An extreme case, which is thinkable, because but still unlikely.
If Socrates in the Apology uses his case on purpose, that he sets out to would that be considered committing an act of suicide?
Yeah, sure. If he loses it deliberately, it's suicide.
Is it your opinion that he does lose his case?
That is he loses his case, obviously. Deliberately, that is a long question. And I mean, I can give you my answer, lest you accuse me of cowardice. I believe he brought it about deliberately. But that is a very controversial view, and at first glance, contrary. But I believe it is in fact so. If it was suicide, but most people would deny that, and the first glance evidence is very much in their favor. In other words, you cannot simply, because I happen to have come to the conclusion, assume that this is the sound view. I see. Perhaps our reasons are strong, but they would have to be examined. Yeah. Good. Now, so then next time we will continue the prose section. Mr.
Is there, a particular edition, the Everyman edition?
A very learned question from Mr. Stelzer. Could an existentialist consistently regard the fundamental reliance of the sphere of prudence, reliances of the sphere of prudence as non-arbitrary, i.e. as something other than a groundless choice? Well, in a way, how would the question come up in this connection? It's the primary desires of man for self-preservation and so on, on which this notion of prudence is based, that these are things, these are not simply arbitrary. But on every level but the lowest, this would not be sufficient, because there is always a tension between sheer self-preservation, let me say, and duty, or whatever you call it. Now, the content of duty differs from age to age, according to this view, and therefore the decision to be made here and now will always be affected by that. Therefore there cannot be, to that extent, there is something like, that is a groundless choice, not arbitrary, groundless. may not an argument against the study of philosophy be made in the following way. The author of this statement did not give us his name. Although the study of philosophy may lead to the discovery of the truth, even the truth for all times and places, the number of people who can know it, for instance, even the number of people who can understand Plato properly, is exceedingly small. We could never hope, for instance, to build a society on the expectation that those knowing the truth would be the dominant or even powerful element of it. Furthermore, of those who understand, the number who will be influenced by what they understand will be even smaller. In other words, although they might be acquainted with the best way to live, the irrational parts of their souls will still be their guide and their minds. Improved as they may be, would remain servants to their passions. In paraphrase of Paul, for the good that they would not do, but the evil which they would not, that they would still do. Is there then a justification for the study of philosophy? By those of us who cannot hope to reach the eternal truth in the first place, and even if we could, despite an unbalanced soul, would not be able to follow what we have learned because of this imbalance. Well, how do you know to which class do you belong before you have have tried it? And secondly, I would say it is not entirely left to our whims. Some people, when they are confronted with difficulties, do not find the minimum of rest until they have taken care of their difficulty. I mean, if people can live, many people can live thoughtlessly. And not only outside of universities, even inside of universities. But I know that. And, well, if they live happy, what they regard happily, they will never have a motivation, as they say, for going into these questions. And then I think it is better if they don't try, because without the incentive, nothing can go of it. Those who have the incentive, either without outside influence or through it, that doesn't make any difference. Those who have the incentive can't help following it. I think I can't say more. And if that is a difficult problem for society as a whole, that there are more thoughtless people, in the deeper sense of the word thoughtless, than thoughtful people, then, by God, then society is a very great problem, and which cannot be, there are other reasons for assuming that. And wherever you start, whether you, the simplest way for studying is, of course, today to take the problems of democracy. And wherever you dig a bit deeper, you see that there are very great problems. That the question, in other words, is too abstract to be susceptible of a sufficient answer. Now we come to Mr. Dry. Did you make your picture? That concerns that passage we discussed last time. Now, while Mr. Dry is making his picture, I remind you briefly of the overall context before we turn to this passage. First, another summary of the Gorgias section. There are two contradictions in that. First, rhetoric is omnipotent and rhetoric is not omnipotent. Rhetoricians are in danger of being expelled from the cities. Second, rhetoric is not essentially just. It can be misused, and rhetoric is essentially just. On strictly utilitarian, calculating grounds, the rhetorician must assert that rhetoric is essentially just, otherwise he gets into trouble. And in addition, he must even behave justly, because if he merely asserts it and doesn't act according to it, he may be accused that then his rhetoric is not good enough to make him safe. This is the case. On strictly utilitarian grounds, the rhetorician must assert that rhetoric is essentially just and must behave justly precisely because rhetoric is not omnipotent. If it were omnipotent, he could do as he liked. Now then we come to the polar section. Socrates' long speech, which you remember, rhetoric is sham, contemptible, comparable to cosmetics. It is not only not omnipotent, but utterly powerless. Polos contradicts it. Rhetoric is comparable in power to tyranny, to the greatest human power. The rhetoricians may kill as they please, just as tyrants. But we must observe, if the rhetoricians are comparable to tyrants, they are rightly distrusted and persecuted by the citizen body, who doesn't want to tolerate any potential tyrants. Of this difficulty, Polus is not aware, and it is also not pointed out by Socrates. The critique of Polus by Socrates is along these lines. First, to do what one pleases, which, like a tyrant, is not the same as to do what one wishes. To do what one pleases is simply to act irrationally. To do what one wishes is here meant in the sense of acting rationally. To do the things conducive to getting what one wishes. That's rational. Our wishes to possess one wishes to possess securely what is good for oneself. All doing is for the sake of such secure possessions. All doing are means, in themselves neither good or bad, but neutral. Killing is like sitting and standing up. In other words, it's not particularly good to kill. Ça dépend. If it is useful, then it is good. If it is harmful, then it is bad. Now this contains, this is not merely a momentary admission of Socrates of Plato. In the Statesman 293 C5 to E7, you find the following statement. The Eleatic stranger who there takes the place of Socrates says, it is then a necessary consequence that among four regimes, that one is preeminently right and the only true regime in which the rulers are found to be truly possessed of science, not merely to seem to possess it, whether they rule by law or without law, whether their subjects are willing or unwilling, and whether they themselves are rich or poor. None of these things can be at all taken into account on any correct account. And whether they purge the city for its good by killing or banishing some of the citizens, or make it smaller by sending out colonies somewhere, or bring in citizens from elsewhere to make it larger, so long as they act in accordance with science and justice and preserve and benefit it by making it better than it was, so far as possible, that must at that time and by such characteristic be declared to be the only good regime or correct regime. So killing or non-killing does not make any, that's not a criterion. The main point is whether it makes the city better. This we must keep in mind because there is some of this argument of the best ruler implied, although not elaborated in the Gorgias. We may say Socrates argues against Polus from the point of view of art, of technique, what is, one can say in present-day language, from the point of view of rationalism, from a point of view which could seem to be that of Polus himself. But that there is truly a master art, the political art, which takes care of the city to make it as good as possible, and which is not bound by considerations of legality or constitutionality. It does see intrinsically good thing, regardless of any other consideration. And killing or not killing are a strictly subordinate consideration, depending on whether that killing is good for the city or not. This problem we must keep in mind for future reference. For the time being, we can only say that Polus is utterly untouched by this distinction between wishing to do what one wishes and to do what pleases one at the moment to do. And the reason is, I believe, this, because this master art at which Socrates points, the political art in the highest sense, would under no circumstances be rhetoric. And he is concerned with the place of rhetoric, with the high rank of rhetoric. So, since Socrates has not achieved anything by radicalizing this utilitarianism, he introduces the distinction between acting justly and acting unjustly, quite suddenly and without any preparation. In other words, certain actions are in themselves bad, need justification. Killing is not like sitting and standing up, that you can simply say, well, in this situation it's good for the city that this fellow be killed, hence we kill him. No, the point of view of justice means you may not kill him if he is not guilty of a grave crime. Here then, from here on, Socrates follows up the demands of justice as distinguished from art. The consequence is that it is better to suffer injustice than to do injustice. This implies it is not good to suffer injustice. By no means, but it is better than to do injustice. And if it is not good to suffer injustice, it follows that it is just to repel injustice. And the corollary to that, forensic rhetoric may be just, namely if it is used only for the defense of the unjust. Polus, this appeared, did not know the just things. And this is in a way the refutation of Gorgias, because Gorgias said, my pupils either know in advance what the just things are or they learn them from me. Gorgias has not learned them. Socrates teaches him in his ways the just things. For example, that killing is not like standing up or sitting down. Now, at the end of this passage, which we discussed last time, we were confronted with a difficulty which Mr. Try and or someone else pointed out. There is a kind of hierarchy here. Now, I went over the passage again, and I will first state my results and then see what Mr. Try did, if it differs from what I say. Now, with a view to 469A to B, the order of rank in ascending order. The lowest is a man who kills unjustly. Then comes the man who kills justly. Then the man who is killed unjustly. Then the man who kills justly is the highest. Killing in this implies that killing justly is preferable to being killed unjustly, naturally, we would say, and that is a place where forensic rhetoric comes in. Because by forensic rhetoric, you may prevent your being killed unjustly. Mr. Dry, what is your schema?
It's consistent with yours, but there are more possibilities.
Yeah, which do you have, and which I did not have?
Well, down at the bottom, killing unjustly and not being punished would be even worse than killing unjustly and being punished.
I see, you took in the question of punishment. I see. And that is, all differences are connected with this. All difference between your scheme and my scheme, I see. All right. So, but up to this point we agree. Good. Now we will continue where we left off in 469. 469C. I think that was where we were. Yeah. Or did we go beyond that? No, I think there we left off. 469C3. Yeah. Socrates had just said, I wouldn't wish either to do injustice or to suffer injustice, but if it were necessary to do either, I would choose rather to suffer injustice than to do injustice. Now, what does Polus say?
Then you would not accept the tyrant's power? No, if you mean by a tyrant's power the same as I do. But what I mean is, as I did just now, the liberty of doing anything one thinks fit in one city, putting people to death and expelling them, and doing everything at one's own discretion.
So, Polus repeats what he has said already twice before, but there is one change here. He omits now taking away money. That's to say, the most utilitarian of the three actions concerned. Killing, exiling, they are not necessarily profitable in the close sense of the word, but taking away money is. So, in other words, Polus becomes more irrational, more savage in this part of the argument. Now let us go on.
My gifted friend, let me speak, and you shall take me to task in your turn. Suppose that in a crowded market I should hide a dagger under my arm, and then say to you, Polus, I have just acquired by a wonderful chance the power of the tyrant. For if I should think fit that one of those people whom you see there should die this very instant, a dead man he will be, just as I think fit. Or if I think fit, that one of them shall have his head broken, broken will be immediately, or to have his cloak torn in pieces, horrors will be. So great is my power in this city. Then suppose that in your disbelieving this, I show you my dagger. I expect when you saw it, you would say, Socrates, at this rate, everyone would have great power. For any house you thought fit might be set ablaze at least at this, and the Athenian arsenals also, and the men of war, and all the rest of the shipping, both public and private.
You see, the little joke involved in it is this, that you can all do all these things with a dagger. But Polus is so irrational that he does not even consider this minor technicality. Yes?
But surely this is not what it is to have great power, merely doing what one thinks fit. Or do you think it is? Oh, no, not that way. Then can you tell me why you disapprove of this kind of power? I can. Why then? Tell me. Because it is inevitable that he who acts thus will be punished. And it is not a bad thing to be punished.
You see, Socrates talks as if he had to explain to a juvenile delinquent the most rudimentary elements of, quote, justice. Everyone is most powerful in the sense that he can do the utmost harm to others. Everyone can kill anybody else. There is a whole doctrine based on this axiom, as you know. Well, you know who that did? Who did that? Hobbes. All men are equal because every man can do the greatest harm to everybody else. But if men are equal regarding the greatest, then they are equal. And so that the fact, you see, there is something, Hobbes was a much shrewder man than Paulus, but there is some point which they have in common. But of course, not everyone is powerful in the sense that by harming others, he will benefit himself. That is, of course, the interesting kind of, the only thing which deserves to be called power. Socrates doesn't give examples of robbery, theft, cheating, still less of exiling. Of actions, in other words, which require more than the possession of a knife. Obviously, in the case of robbery, you must have not only the gun or whatever you need, you also have a getaway car, and otherwise it would be no way beneficial to you. Yes, now let us read on there.
So, my remarkable friend, you have come round again to the view that if doing what one thinks fit is attended by advantage in doing it, this is not merely a good thing, but at the same time, it seems, the possession of great power. Otherwise, it is a bad thing and means little power. And let us consider another point besides. Do we not admit that sometimes it is better to do those things that you were mentioning just now, to put people to death, banish them, and deprive them of property, or sometimes it is not? Be sure. Then here is a point, it seems, that is admitted both on your side and on mine. Yes. Then, when do you say it is better to do these things? Tell me where you draw the line. I would rather that you, Socrates, answer that.
So you see, hitherto Paulus has been the answerer, and Socrates was the questioner. And now, from now on, the situation changes. And we see in this section, when Socrates was the questioner, from 486 E10 to 469 C4, when Socrates is a questioner, there is no reference to justice. The argument is strictly utilitarian. The reference to justice occurred in the section when Paulus was the questioner and Socrates was the answerer. What does this mean? We must never forget that Socrates, through his conversation with Paulus, speaks to Gorgias and wants to instruct Gorgias. Now here, by this change, Socrates gives to Gorgias to understand the following thing. He who must answer questions he who must give an account of himself, of his whole life, he who is on the defensive, as you orators are, must have recourse to justice. The questioner is not the one who has to give an account. He does not need, he can speak in terms of utility alone. The rhetoricians are essentially on the defensive because of their great power, which is not omnipotence. Because of their great power, they are distrusted. It is not omnipotent, they must have some valid defense. You see here again in B6 to 7, the agreement between Paulus and Socrates, killing is not always bad. Is not intrinsically bad. Now let us go on. Socrates is now again the answerer. Now he answers now his own question, where to draw the line between actions which are good in the morally neutral sense and actions which are bad. Yes?
Well then, I say, Paulus, if you prefer to hear it from me, that it is better when these things are done justly and worse when unjustly.
Yes, you see, Socrates, being again the answerer, brings in the consideration of justice. To kill justly is better. To kill unjustly is worse. He does not say to kill unjustly is simply bad, and nor to kill justly is simply good. He seems to make a concession to Polus' desire. As the difficulty is deeper, of course, this doesn't come out here at all, because justly is an ambiguous term. It may mean legally, and it may mean, and the laws can be very bad, and it may be intrinsically justly. This is not brought out here. Now let us see. So Socrates has drawn the line. The good actions are just actions, and the bad actions are unjust actions, to simplify matters. Yes?
So hard to refute you, Socrates. Nay, a mere child could do it. Could he not, to prove your words are untrue? And I shall be most grateful to the child, and equally to you, if you refute me and rid me of foolery. Come, do not grow weary in well-doing towards your friend, and refute me. Well, to be sure, Socrates, there is no need to refute you in ancient instances, for those happenings but a day or two ago are enough to refute you, and prove that many a wrongdoer is happy. What sort of thing do you mean?
Now what does Polus now assert? Many men who commit unjust acts are happy. Yeah, but the Greek word oidamonos has a somewhat more powerful meaning than the English word happy. Blessed would be too strong, but it is in between happy and blessed. Enviable people. And Polus does not say that all men who commit unjust acts are happy or blessed. This implies, up to now, is still mild. There may be just men who are happy. And his thesis, Socrates, is easy to refute by fresh examples, by esempi freschi, as Machiavelli would say. Examples which, of a very short while ago, i.e., which everyone remembers and everyone can quasi see with his own eyes. These examples prove, according to Polus, that unjust killing is useful to the killers. Well, I believe those of you who have heard Mr. Wallachy will know that given a certain condition of the judicial system, that's true. Good. And now let us read the proof.
I suppose you see that Archelaus, son of Perdiccas, is ruler of Macedonia. Well, I do not see it, at any rate I hear it.
Now, Archelaus was a very famous man ruling in the north. Thucydides has 2 chapters on him at the end of the second book. He was a friend of letters. Euripides and other famous men went there. And according to tradition, Socrates also was invited to spend his life at the court of this renowned tyrant. Socrates, however, in contradistinction to Euripides, declined the honor. Good. So these things have some autobiographic background, if we may say so. Good?
Do you consider him happy or wretched? I do not know both. I have never met the man. What? Could you find out by meeting him, and cannot otherwise tell straight off that he is happy? No, indeed, upon my word.
By Zeus, not. Here, that is the first perfectly irregular oath of Socrates occurring here. The simple formula, matia. Yes, now go on.
Then doubtless you will say, Socrates, that you do not know that even the great king is happy. Yes, I shall be speaking the truth. For I do not know how he stands in point of education and justice.
Let us stop here for one moment.
Now, how does Polus prove that the unjust men are happy? Two big examples. Archelaus and the king of Persia. Well, in order to make it easier to understand, you can easily replace them by present-day examples, not necessarily from the field of politics. You can also take them from the field of the plays, of the theater or the movies, because celebrities in that sphere are today perhaps better known than political celebrities. Now, what are the men? They are both barbarians. Barbarians without rhetoric. So if he wants to find the best example in favor of rhetoric, he goes to examples of non-orators. He doesn't know how much he ruins his own case. The fact that he is compelled to have recourse to these examples constitutes his refutation. If you want to be truly powerful, then rhetoric is not good enough. This is a way to do it. He admits the powerlessness of rhetoric by having recourse to tyrants. Gorgias' big examples, you will remember, have been Themistocles and Pericles, orators. But, as we see now easily in retrospect, were they merely orators? Of course not. They were in the first place excellent generals. And this is something which can go with relatively little of rhetoric. So, in other words, the claim of rhetoric is now to be the road to power is now being completely finished. And here, read again the last statement of Socrates, Mr. Reinken.
Yes, and I shall be speaking the truth, for I do not know how he stands in point of education and justice.
Polus?
Why, does happiness entirely consist in that? Yes, by my account, Polus. For a good and honorable man or woman, I say, is happy, and an unjust and wicked one is wretched.
Yes. Now, what he calls here, he translates literally honorable and good, more literally perhaps beautiful and good, fair and good, that is one notion and is ordinarily translated in English by gentleman, or perfect gentleman. And that's not a bad translation at all. So, education and justice, i.e. perfect gentlemanship, are the whole happiness. Nothing else is required. Formerly, wisdom had been praised in 467e. We may say wisdom is now replaced by the combination of justice and education, whatever these things may mean. And another implication, if this is a whole happiness, happiness does not require wealth, obviously, nor health, nor beauty. The things which were praised in that popular song in 451 as the highest goods, you remember that? That's all, not only, they are not goods to speak of. The good is health of the soul, as one could say, but more specifically stated, education plus justice. Justice is not only the necessary condition of happiness, but it is self-happiness. The body does not count. You, of course, without a body you couldn't live, but its condition is not decisive. Since the body does not count, the difference between the two sexes becomes irrelevant. Women and men, no difference here. This point is much more elaborate in the Republic, where the equality of the two sexes is explicitly asserted. But this is strange because the expression a perfect gentlewoman, if I may translate it, is apparently very rare, if it occurs at all in a classical phrase. So Socrates goes now much beyond what he had said before. Yes?
Then this Archelaus and your statement is friendship. Yes, supposing he is unjust. Well, but how...
Because after all, Socrates doesn't know it. Yeah? He has only heard of him, and he has perhaps also heard different stories about him. Now comes the proof.
But how can he be other than unjust? He had no claim to the throne which he now occupies, being the son of a woman who was a slave of Perdiccas' brother Alcaeus. And in mere justice, he was Alcaeus' slave.
No, yeah, well, in accordance with the just or the right. May I say why I say that? Because this just to which he refers is, of course, in itself, in our language, the positive right of the Macedonians or the Greeks in general. Yeah? That's clear. I mean, why should the son of... In the first place, we don't know whether they are slaves by nature. And in the second case, even if they were slaves by nature, it would not necessarily follow that the son of a slave must follow the status of his mother. That's positive law. And one could, of course, say the positive law might be very unjust. And this only in passing, but read this again.
Yes. Being the son of a woman who was a slave of Perdiccas' brother Alcaeus, and by right, he was Alcaeus' slave. And if he wished to do what is just, he would be serving Alcaeus and would be happy by your account. But as it is, he has become a prodigy of wretchedness, since he has done the most enormous wrong. First of all, he invited this very master and uncle of his to his court, as if he were going to restore to him the kingdom of which Perdiccas is deprived him. And after entertaining him and his son Alexander, his own cousin, about the same age as himself, and making them drunk, he packed them into a carriage, drove them away by night, and murdered and made away with them both. And after all these iniquities, he failed to observe that he had become a most wretched person, and had no repentance. But a while later, he refused to make himself happy by bringing up, as he was rightly found, his brother, the legitimate son of Perdiccas, a boy about 7 years old, who had a just title to the throne, and restoring the kingdom to him, but he cast him into a well and drowned him, then told his mother Cleopatra that he had fallen in and lost his life while chasing the goose. So now you see, as the greatest wrongdoer in Macedonia, he is the most wretched of all the Macedonians, not the happy. And I dare say some Athenians could be found who would join you in preferring to change places with any other Macedonian of them all rather than with Archelaus.
Yes. So now here we have the proof of successful injustice or wickedness. But if we read only without considering any other sources, read only this account, it is not as clear as it sets it out to be. Whom did Archelaus kill? According to this report, clearly his uncle and his cousin. He surely did not commit this most abominable crime of killing his own father. This is not even Polus asserts that. Pericles and Perdiccas. At the time when he committed this act, Archelaus was clearly in possession of the rule which his father Perdiccas had taken away from the father's brother Alcaeus. Yeah? Now, perhaps we do not know. We know nothing about the death of Perdiccas, but perhaps Perdiccas had been murdered by Alcaeus, and Archelaus merely revenged his father. You know, it's very dark. And above all, what evidence is here for proving that Archelaus murdered his young half-brother? Maybe he really this boy fell into that pit while chasing a goose. How the mere assertion of Polus does not establish it sufficiently. In passing, I mentioned there is no evidence from any other source that Archelaus was such a criminal. We do not know. Is this a piece of Polus' rhetoric, of his accusory, vindictive rhetoric, or calumniating perhaps? We do not know. At any rate, the case of a prosperity of the wicked is not as easily established as Polus thinks. For example, if someone would, let us take a simple example from our lifetime, if someone would have proven the prosperity of the wicked of Hitler in 1937, the situation looked very different in 1945, especially, although in 1944 even. So even this simple argument needs a bit more reflection than Polus assumes. You see here also from this statement that Polus remembers now very well the just things in the loose sense of the term. That, for example, that the son of a slave follows the status of his mother. It's one just thing, and other things. So he is making gradually some progress in a strange way. Good. Now, let us continue.
At the beginning of our discussion, Paulus, I complimented you on having had, as I consider, good training in rhetoric, while you seem to have neglected conversation. And now, accordingly, this is the argument, is it, with which any child could refute me. By this statement, you think, I now stand refuted in your hands, but I assert that the wrongdoer is not happy. How so, my good friend? Why, I tell you, I do not admit a single point of what you say.
So, Socrates, we will see, and already from here, will not question the facts. So let us grant that Archelaus did all these committed all these murders, and yet he rules Macedon uncontested and enjoys all the appurtenances of royal power. Socrates says, granting all these facts, nothing follows. Why?
No, because you do not want to, for you really agree with my statement.
Yeah, that is a point to which Polus comes back time and again, and which will later on become perfectly clear. Polus cannot imagine that Socrates does not envy that tyrant. He cannot imagine that. Yes.
My gifted friend, that is because you attempt to refute me in rhetorical fashion, as they understand refuting in the law courts. For there, one party is supposed to refute the other when they bring forward a number of reputable witnesses to any statements they may make, whilst their opponent produces only one or none. But this sort of refutation is quite worthless for getting at the truth, since occasionally a man may actually be crushed by the number and reputation of the false witnesses brought against him. And so now you will find almost everybody, Athenians and foreigners, in agreement with you on the points you state, if you like to bring forward witnesses against the truth of what I say. If you like, there is Nicias, son of Nicaragua, with his brothers, whose trimarchs are standing in a row in the Dionysius. Or else Aristocrates, son of Cellus, whose goodly offering again we have in the city. Or, if you choose, there is the whole house of Characters, or any other family you may like to select in this place. But I alone here before you do not admit it, for you fail to convince me. You only attempt by producing a number of false witnesses against me to oust me from my reality, the truth. But if, on my part, I fail to produce yourself as one witness to confirm what I say, I consider I have achieved nothing of any account towards the matter of our conversation, whatever it may be. Nor have you either, I conceive, unless I act alone as your one witness, and you have There are matters in which it is most honorable to have knowledge and most disgraceful to lack it. For in some they involve our knowing or not knowing who is happy and who is not. Start at once with the point we are now debating.
Now let us stop here for a moment. Now why does Socrates make this long speech? He gives now examples from Athenians. And as it happens from all Athenian parties, oligarchic, democratic, and in-between people, the most respectable Athenians agree with Polos, Socrates asserts. Then Polos' assertion appears in a different light. Polos can no longer be blamed for believing that Socrates does not hold the opinion he holds, because everyone except Socrates believes that doing injustice is preferable to suffering injustice. It amounts to this. In other words, very few people would speak in these bold terms in which Polos speaks, but this is the maxim on which everyone, with the exception of Socrates, acts. And the pillars of society in particular, is a strong point. And therefore some of the blame which we might attach to Polos does not belong to him in particular, belongs to almost all men, with the exception of such men as Socrates. It's a grave assertion. And you remember that, George, you see also here how ridiculous, from Plato's point of view, George Grote's defense of the sophists looks, when he said Plato is very unfair to these people because the principles stated by the sophists and so on, or what they did in fact, is not different from what every MP does. But Plato would turn the table, of course, and would question the model character of the MPs, and not only of some people like Profumo. In other words, of all people who follow, who choose a way of life except that which Socrates regards as the highest. The success of the wicked does not prove the felicity of the wicked. That's the simple point which Socrates says. Polos appeals rhetorically to doxa, to reputation. These people are admired and looked up to. He brings witnesses who might prove perhaps visible facts. For example, that Archelaus murdered his 7-year-old half-brother. But who can surely not prove, if I may say so, invisible facts, like happiness or misery, because that is well concealed in the hearts of men, and if witnesses appear, they cannot settle this question. Polos has on his side the most known Athenians. He has on his side opinion. Socrates, however, is concerned with knowledge and cannot be satisfied with opinion. Knowledge regarding the most important things. And these most important things are indicated here by this question: what precisely is happiness? All men strive for happiness, but they understand by happiness very different things. And all men, except Socrates and such like, have the wrong view of happiness. That is already the implication from here on. And more specifically, the question is, and here let us read the rest of the speech, Mr. Reinken, the end of the speech.
To start at once with the point we are now debating, you consider it possible for a man to be happy while doing wrong. And as a wrongdoer, since you regard Archelaus as a wrongdoer, and yet happy. We are to conclude, are we not, that this is your opinion? Certainly.
Yeah. Now, what is the more specific question then? Can a man, I translate literally, can a man who does wrong and is unjust be blessed?
Now, the unjust man, that's the man of the unjust disposition. And the man who does unjust acts does not have to have an unjust disposition, and vice versa. Must the unjust disposition and the unjust action come together in order to impair or destroy happiness? Is happiness impaired by an unjust disposition which never issues in an unjust act? For example, out of indifference or out of cowardice, fear of consequence. On the other hand, is happiness impaired by a single unjust act? We are reminded of this important difference between the unjust disposition and the unjust act by this use of the term, and we must always keep in mind, because later on the issue will be extremely simplified, and Socrates will speak only of unjust acts, murder, theft, or whatever it may be, and which is not the same as an unjust disposition, obviously. Yes.
Does Plato develop that in any ways? I know Aristotle does, but does he develop this?
Very well, Mr. Glenn. Aristotle develops it indeed. We have read it, you know where. Yeah. And, well, tell the class where, so someone might not know it and would like to read it up. The fifth book. Yeah, section 7. Good. And, yes, but on the other hand, when you study, I could not offhand tell you whether Plato makes a distinction ever. It is very simple. You have to, by consulting the Plato lexicon, one could probably find an answer to this question. So it's not very difficult. But I would say, apart from that, when you read Aristotle's analysis, you see that is not merely an Aristotelian discovery. It was known. I mean, that a man who is an honest man occasionally made a grave slip can happen. And yet, while it might be fatal to his reputation in the vulgar sense of the term, equitable people would say, nevertheless, I trust him for all the future. Because it were a rare concatenation of circumstances which brought about. Surely, I put to you the question in this form, why does he use this clumsy expression, one who is a doer of unjust acts as well as unjust, unless the distinction, there is a difference here. Yes, good. So now the issue is clearly joined on these terms. But with this great ambiguity, whether the distinction between the man of unjust disposition and the man of an unjust action, whether this distinction is relevant. We will see in the sequel, it is perfectly sufficient to consider only the unjust act, which after all is the only one which is of importance to a law court. No one is punished for having an unjust disposition, obviously. There's no such crime, but people are accused and condemned for having committed an act of murder, theft, or whatever it might be. Now, let us go, or is there any other point? Let's go on.
And I say it is impossible. There we have one point addition. Very good. But then, will a man be happy in wrongdoing if he comes in for requital and punishment? Not at all. In that case, he will be most wretched. But if the wrongdoer escapes requital, by your account, he will be happy. Whereas in my opinion, the wrongdoer or the unjust is wretched anyhow. More wretched, however, if he does not pay the penalty and gets no punishment for his wrongdoing, but less wretched if he pays the penalty and meets with requital from gods and men. Strange doctrine, Socrates, you are trying to maintain.
Yeah, more literally, you attempt to say absurd things, Socrates. Now let us, Socrates enlarges the thesis. Socrates is again the questioner. Socrates says here, the man who commits an unjust act and is unjust is altogether wretched, but less wretched than when he pays retribution and when he is being punished by gods and men. The twofold, the duality of the unjust disposition and the unjust act is matched by the duality of paying retribution and being punished by gods and men. That's the first reference here to divine punishment in this dialogue. Now, we can see the connection between the two dualities I mentioned. Men punish only the men who commit unjust acts. The punishment for unjust disposition can only be divine punishment. Is it not clear? For example, someone who always does the just things and never does an unjust thing, but he does it only out of laziness. Yeah, it's too complicated to commit crimes. Or out of indifference, or out of sheer fear of the consequences. He's obviously not a just man, but no human being can punish him. Gods can punish him. This is the reason why this comes up. Polus asserts that the man who commits an unjust act, if not punished, is happy. If punished, he is wretched. In other words, the morality which everyone knows from criminals, If they are caught for robbery, then they are losers. But if they are not caught, they celebrate the whole with their doles, or whatever the fashionable expression at the moment might be. Successful unjust action is the condition of happiness. No happiness without committing unjust acts. Polus goes now further than he ever did before. But the implication, which we must never forget, that Polus does not mean to speak of criminals. He means to speak of the finest people in Athens and elsewhere. Only the criminals do it in such a crude way, that's not a good thing. The pillars of society do it in a much more rewarding manner. That is what he means. Good. Now let us go on.
Yes, and I will endeavor to make you too, my friend, maintain it with me. For I count you as a friend.
Well, does this mean Socrates will help him because he's a friend? Does this mean that he will help only friends? And if this is true, is Socrates an altogether just man? Yeah? There is a famous saying by Polemarchus in the first book of the Republic: justice consists in helping friends and hurting enemies. And in a dialogue now regarded as spurious by most people, the Plato, the introduction to the Republic in the traditional order of dialogues, this definition is said to be the Socratic definition of justice. Now, this is a very complicated story, but it is at any rate a point which we have to consider. Go on.
Well, now, these are the points in which we differ. Just examine them yourself. I think I told you at an earlier stage that wrongdoing was worse than being wrong. Certainly it is. And you thought that being wrong was worse. Yes. And I said that wrongdoers were wretched, and that was refuted by Zeus, yes.
That's the only time in the Polus section that Polus swears. So that must have been, he must have had a particularly strong conviction that here he was on safe ground. Yes.
At least you're thinking of this. Yes, and true thinking too. Perhaps. But you said, on the other hand, that wrong most wretched is those who pay the penalty less so. Do you wish to refute that as well? Why, that is still harder to refute, Socrates, than the other. Not merely so, Polus, but impossible. For the truth is never refuted.
Okay, let us stop here for one moment. On the whole, Socrates here merely restates his thesis on Polus' his, as before. But now in the simple form. He speaks now only of the wrongdoers, no longer of the men of unjust disposition, which simplifies the situation greatly. And because it is only, to repeat, the only form of injustice which is punishable by men. Yes. Go on.
How do you mean? If a man be caught criminally plotting to make himself the best tyrant, and he be straightway put in the rack and castrated, and had his eyes burned out, and after suffering himself, and seeing inflicted with his wife and children a number of grievous torments of every kind, he be finally crucified or burnt in a coat of pitch, will he be happier than if he escape and make himself tyrant, and pass his life as the ruler of his city, doing whatever he likes, and equally congratulated by the citizens and the foreigners besides? Impossible. Do you tell me to refute that?
The laughing of some of you seems to indicate, if I understood it correctly, that you find that Polus got a point. In other words, there is a certain amount of common sense in this assertion. It is important to observe that he uses the present tense in the main point. You know, this fellow here, now he's being tortured and he sees how his wife and children, he sees that. And then let us make a simple experiment. I don't know whether you remember the name of Scorsese. This was one of Hitler's friends who saved Mussolini from imprisonment in 1944 in Italy. Now let us assume in such a situation the tyrant is just undergoing this punishment. His Scorsese plus 10 other crack men liberate him. Now the question is, will he be happier after the liberation? From his point of view, we can safely say he will feel happy. But which is much more important for the whole argument, because the implication of Socrates is, as will become clearer from every step, punishment makes men better. Now, will the tyrant, after having undergone part of the punishment, be a milder tyrant or a more savage tyrant? And I believe we all would say the chances are that he will be much more savage after having undergone this experience than before. And it is quite, you see, Polus does have some rhetorical gifts. This was a very powerful statement. The soul of the tyrant is not obviously improved if he is, and his children and his wife are tortured and otherwise badly treated in such a situation. Yes, good. Now, Socrates must have an answer to this argument. What does he say? Individuals shouldn't look here in. Good. Yes. Go on.
You are trying to make my flesh creep this time, my spirit is Polus, instead of refusing me. A moment ago you were recalling witnesses. However, please refresh my memory a little. Criminally plotting to make himself the tyrant, you said? I did.
Yes, no, this brings up another problem. Can you justly plot to become a tyrant? When otherwise the question of Socrates doesn't make sense. What does this imply? Previously, when tyranny came up in 469 C, it was understood to be simply bad. Here it is implied, you may justly strive for tyranny. Is this a unique suggestion of Socrates here, or is there some further Platonic evidence that the problem of tyranny is a bit more complicated? Well, two passages occur to me immediately. One is in the Phaedrus, where Socrates gives an enumeration of various jobs, professions, which can be exercised nobly or badly. And at the top is, of course, the philosopher, and then the king, and so on. At the bottom is the tyrant. But with the implication, tyranny can be exercised nobly or badly. That's one point. And the other is a passage in the Republic, in the laws, when the legislator is, the perfect legislator, is asked, what do you want, what do you need in order to establish a good law, a good city with good laws? The legislator says, give me a young tyrant, i.e. a man who has that power that I can introduce that code which I regard as good. So this is not, the problem of tyranny is in a way identical with that of killing. Is killing one possible means, as it was stated in the passage of the statesman, or is it under is it impossible under any conditions, except, of course, as punishment for a proven crime? This is a grave question, and we cannot possibly disregard it. And there is something else, which we must not overlook. Socrates accuses Polus, again, you are using rhetorical means. Formally, you try to solve it by bringing in witnesses, who in the nature of the case had to be incompetent. Now he is using frightening as a means. Frightening. That's no argument. But of course, so it's not quite fair. Polus' argument has a certain power. And it is not merely meant to frighten. Socrates wouldn't be frightened by it, but it is a difficulty. Now let us see where this all leads up to.
Then neither of them would ever be happier than the other. Neither he who has unjustly compassed the tyrannic power, nor he who pays the penalty. For of two wretched persons, neither can be happy. But still more wretched is he who goes scot-free and establishes himself as tyrant. What does that see, Polus? You are laughing. Here we have yet another form of refutation.
Yeah.
When a statement is made to laugh it down instead of disproving.
You see, that's third. Bringing witnesses, frightening and laughing, rhetorical means. Both are cannot refute, which in a way is of course perfectly correct. But the question is whether sometimes laughing expresses is a reaction to a manifest absurd assertion, so that the laughing is only a consequence of the implied true refutation, which must be spelled out, of course, that what has been asserted is absurd. Yes?
Do you not think yourself utterly refuted, Socrates, when you make such statements as nobody in the world would assent to? You have only to ask any one of the company here.
Polus becomes now serious and says, you are mistaken. I do not argue rhetorically by these means like frightening, laughing, and so on. I refute by reference to what was later called the consensus omnium, the universal consent. That is the reason why what you say is so ridiculous or so absurd, because all men would admit that the point as I stated is correct. The consent of all is, if something is universally agreed to, there is no possibility of criticizing it. That's a long, long story, and today we are taught in school from very early life. That is, of course, absurd because everyone knows that up to a certain point people believe that the earth is in the center and the heavenly bodies move around it. And yet, while there was a consensus omnium regarding that, since Copernicus and so, we know that is not true. The ancients used simpler examples. If all men who are not astronomers believe that the sun is perhaps as big as a building here, but that the sun is much, much bigger than the earth, which is against the consensus omnium, is found out by the astronomers. Still, but there is of course a case, here we can rightly say we are not by nature competent to judge the size of the sun, it's too far away. But in things, human things, where no one can be more competent than human beings are, there the consensus of all is a perfectly sufficient criterion. How does Socrates get out of that?
Paulus, I am not one of your statesmen. Indeed, last year, when I was elected a member of the council, and as my tribe held the presidency, I had to put a question to the vote. I got laughed at for not understanding the procedure. So do not call upon me again to take the votes of the company now. But if, as I said at this moment, you have no better disproof than those, hand the work over to me in my turn, and try the sort of refutation that I think the case requires. For I know how to produce one witness in support of my statements, and that is the man himself with whom I find myself arguing, the many I dismiss.
No, with the many I do not converse. It should be let's say, more literary. Yeah?
Many I do not converse. There is also one whose vote I know how to take, whilst to the multitude I have not a word to say.
No, I'm sorry, this was the one. With the many I do not, this is the one, which means with the many I do not converse.
With many I do not converse. See, therefore, if you will consent to be put to the proof in your turn by answering my questions. For I think indeed that you and I and the rest of the world believe that doing wrong is worse than suffering it, and escaping punishment is worse than incurring. And that neither I nor anyone else in the world believes it. You, it seems, would choose wrong and to suffer wrong than to do it. Yes, and so would you and everybody else. Far from it. Neither I nor you nor anybody else.
Let us stop here. Now, this is so. Paulus had recourse to the universal consent. Now, strictly speaking, there was, of course, no universal consent because it was a consent at most of everyone minus Socrates. But in addition, one can rightly say, in what sense can you have universal consent? There are always madmen. And madmen are people who do not consent to what all sane human beings say. That's a difficulty. You see from this reply of Socrates that Socrates says the consent of all speaks in favor of me, of my assertion, not in favor of your assertion. Both have recourse to universal consent. What does this mean? Socrates first gives an example to show, which seems to be relevant. Now, what is that example? That example was probably the vote in the trial of the generals of the Agenusa after who won the sea battle of the Agenusa. Whether that or on other occasion is unimportant. This was a situation where, of course, there existed no agreement The majority were in favor of condemnation, the minority was against the condemnation. But this is not the immediate reason why Socrates used the example. Generally speaking, universal consent is of course never provable, because empirically provable, because at all times the number of dead human beings is much greater than the number of the living ones. And universal consent means, of course, not only the consent of people now, but the consent of all men. This can never be empirically established. Yet, in spite of it, both men claim universal agreement to their assertion. In such a way, however, that Socrates says, the decision will entirely depend on the outcome of his dialogue with Polus. If Polus will agree to what Socrates asserts, then the universal consent is established. Now, this is not very strange. What does he mean by that? I mean, how can the agreement by a single man make sure that all men will agree? Mr. Troy? I see, at least the universal consent de jure, let us say. De facto, he would not have it, of course. But this would be sufficient. In other words, all men who take the trouble to think about it would agree, would come around to Socrates' point of view. And this presupposes, however, that the argument of Polus is the watertight and absolutely rational argument. If not, it would at best prove that people of the kind of Gorgias, or of Polus, would always agree with it. Is it clear? You want to say something, Mr. Wenger? No. Good. This is, but let us read again this sentence, by the way. I do not converse with the many. This reminds of a passage in the Apology of Socrates, Plato's Apology of Socrates, 37a, 6-7, in which Socrates calls his speech, his sole forensic speech, his speech of defense, his conversation with the Athenians, i.e., with the many. So one has to consider our passage here in trying to understand the Apology. If Socrates never converses with the many, then the Apology cannot be a true conversation, and it can only be a piece of rhetoric, and with all the implications which this has. And now, how does, let us repeat the sentence with which this speech of Socrates ends. I believe, he says,
that you and I, and the rest of the world believe,
all and the other human beings,
believe that doing wrong is worse than suffering it, and that taking punishment worse than incurring.
And what was Polus saying?
And I, that neither I nor anyone else in the world believes it. You, it seems, would choose rather to suffer wrong than to do it. Yes, and so would you and everyone else. Far from it. Neither I, nor you, nor anybody else.
You see here there is a subtle difference between the consent appealed to by Socrates on the one hand and by Polus on the other. Socrates says, all men, whether they admit it now or not, all men believe that doing injustice is worse than suffering injustice. And Paulos says, Paulos doesn't use the expression belief. Accept, or to make it right, choose. Socrates refers to what people think. Paulos refers to what is operative in all men. Now, if stated in this form, both men could be right. That all men say the one thing, but act on the other. It would, of course, be a very sad situation if this were the last word, but this is not formally a contradiction. This is the key to the refutation of Paulos, not only to the substance of the refutation, but also to its limitations, to its mode. Socrates refers to the consensus in holding. Paulos refers to the consensus in the feeling on which people act. So, in other words, a man might very well say one should undergo these tortures which the tyrant undergoes. But consider yourself in the situation, is what Paulos says. When you are burned and tortured and see your family, will you then still act upon it? And what counts ultimately is, of course, those feelings on which men act, and not merely the views which they hold when they are in their study and where they do not have to act. This we must keep in mind for the rest of the refutation. Now, Socrates asked then Paulos he should answer. Let me answer to the questions which follow. Socrates is now again the questioner. Yes.
Then you answer, to be sure I will, for indeed I am eager to know what on earth you will say. Well then, so that you may know, tell me, just as though I were asking you at the beginning, which of the two seems to you, Paulus, to be the worst, doing wrong or suffering? Suffering, I say. Now again, which is power, doing wrong or suffering? Answer.
Why does he say answer? Because Paulos hesitates. Yeah? Paulos hesitates. That this cannot be said by Plato because it's a dramatic dialogue. So it must come out as a speech of a man of a character in the dialogue. Answer? What does he say? Then Paulos then answer?
Doing. And also more equal to power. Not at all. I see. You hold apparently that fair and good are not the same, nor evil and wrong. Just so.
Yeah. Now let us stop here. Now, what then is the thesis of Paulos? Paulos' present thesis seems to be a bit closer to Socrates' assertion than the earlier was. Doing wrong is worse. No, suffering wrong is worse than doing wrong. But doing wrong is fouler, more ugly, base than suffering wrong. And this will be the basis of the refutation of Gorgias, of Paulos. But let us first consider the connection. We have come across a distinction, which I mentioned before, between holding and feeling, as I called it. Holding and feeling. Now, there is a connection between holding and feeling. This prepares Paulos' present assertion. Men hold that suffering injustice is fouler than, no, doing injustice is fouler than suffering injustice. They hold it. But they act or feel that doing injustice as that suffering injustice is worse. Now, what about these two terms which he uses, which we must briefly explain? Good or bad? There is no space. No, I think if you only would remove Mr. Dry's picture, good and bad, and the other let is called noble and noble and ugly, yeah? Or foul, noble and foul. This distinction, the whole discussion will turn around it. What does this mean? We can say that good and bad is, at least at first glance, the same, and is a utilitarian consideration. What is good or bad for me in the sense what helps me or hurts me. Noble and foul refers rather to reputation. So the man who does injustice has a bad reputation, or gets a bad reputation. But he still may be better off. And that refers to the first consideration. A criminal, a successful, large-scale criminal, is better off than many honest people. But he has a worse reputation. Does it make sense? And these are two radical, and that is what Poulos means. These are two radically different considerations, but he admits that these two considerations exist. In other words, he does what even the criminals admit. You know, they speak of us. I don't say that we are just people, but we are technically not criminals, I take it. And they refer to us as the squares, and they call themselves the crooks. I.e., they admit it is foul to be a criminal. You are called a crook. But on the other hand, they laugh at us because we are fools, because we are satisfied with our poor incomes or what we have and don't go in for these big holes, and that is stupid. So this is, surely the criminal logic is exactly that of Poulos. Only what Poulos asserts is this, which we must never forget. Poulos asserts that this criminal logic is a logic of 99% of men, or perhaps even 99.9%. You must not, otherwise it would not be interesting if it to do only with these people. So, to repeat then, after some hesitation, Poulos admits that doing injustice is better, but fouler, than suffering injustice. And this admission will prove to be fatal to him in the sequel. The first question is, why does he admit it at all? Because he has learned from Socrates to take the just things somewhat more seriously than he did before. He has reminded himself even of the importance of common opinion as evidenced by common speech. Certain things are condemned when we hear of them, especially if we are not involved. You know, if we hear of a murder in somewhere else, our first reaction is it's murder, bad. There's a common opinion, a common condemnation of that. Men act on the view that suffering injustice is worse than doing injustice. But they say that suffering injustice is better than doing injustice. This is the meaning of Poulos' assertion. And what happens in the sequel is, very briefly, this, that Poulos forgets in a way the meaning of what does it mean, aula, or stated differently, more beautiful, nobler. What does that mean?
And then Socrates gives a simple analysis of what noble, the opposite of foul, means. He gives an analysis of that, and one element of it proves to be the pleasant. The pleasant. Polus never for one moment remembers the pleasure of reputation, of a good reputation. And he thinks only of other pleasures. Therefore he gets into great troubles. For example, the man who is punished severely, bodily, is of course, suffers pain, bodily pain. He's spanked or whatever it may be. But on the other hand, however, the man of the non-criminal has, the non-criminal has a pleasure of sounds, of what they say about him, of reputation. This will prove to be his downfall. Now, let us first see whether there is any point which we can discuss before we go on. Mr. Glenn?
I wonder if we might not be being a little bit unfair to this combination of Polus and Gorgias in one respect. We noted when Socrates began, when Socrates was speaking earlier in the dialogue, that he gave a very strict definition of justice, as I recall. I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but
who?
I think Socrates. He spoke of killing as being simply unjust. This was
but do you regard this as a strict definition of justice?
No.
If he gives one example of an unjust act, would not be a definition of justice. No definition of justice has ever been attempted. That is one, you can say very simply, the rhetorical character of the whole discussion, Socrates included, is proven by the fact that no term has been defined. Yeah? The only thing which could look like a definition is this famous definition of rhetoric, according, in that proportion, which Socrates gave in his long speech. Justice was never defined. That is, and that means, of course, that every participant, and especially, of course, Polus, simply uses justice in the loose common sense, which is sufficient for most practical purposes, but very vague. Because it doesn't make any distinction between what is intrinsically just and the legal. That's the main reason. But go on.
But didn't Socrates, earlier in the dialogue, refer to killing as simply unjust?
No, there was this ambiguity in certain sections. Killing was regarded as indifferent, neutral, adiaphoron. It depends. And then in another context, killing was regarded as always in need of justification, in contradistinction to sitting down and standing up, and that so that in itself it is bad, but it can be justifiable. But this is not. There was no assertion that killing is simply unjust. The maximum, you can say, which was not even explicitly asserted, was that killing is always in need of justification, is not an indifferent act like the two examples which I gave. Yes?
Well, if killing then may be justified, it's not simply unjust. Going back to the paradigm we developed earlier in terms of the lowest man, how then would it be better to be killed unjustly than to kill justly?
No, I think that this is not implied. For example, an unjust assailant, you defend yourself, you kill him. You kill justly. You prefer killing justly to being killed unjustly. And this is not regarded as an unjust act. There are later on passages where this simple admission seems to be obscured, but not hitherto as far as I can see. Mr. Yeah, but in other words, that would prove that there can be, that was of course a special, you mean the Prohibition era? Yeah, but this had something to do with the fact that the law was in force, which was regarded by a considerable part of the population as a foolish law. And therefore the transgression of the law was not regarded as intrinsically bad. This was part of the story. But apart from that, there are, of course, people, quite a few, who glorify criminals because they find it extremely, an interesting way of life. I think there is a whole literature of this nature. What does this prove? That would merely prove that there is no universal consent regarding the badness of criminality. Yeah? Which we know anyway. But what else can we, what other conclusion can we draw from it? Oh, I see. Yeah, but all right. But still, we regard such situations as somewhat strange, don't we? I mean, where criminals are glorified and so on. Yeah, all right, then one would have to go back to the reasons why, generally speaking, criminality is regarded as bad, and however, other parts of the population regard criminality as not bad. You would have to go back to the reason. We would have to know first why men make laws. Criminality being habitual transgression of the law. Yeah? You would have to take this effort. And if the reasons why men make laws are sound, then we might reach the conclusion that the condemnation of criminality is sound, being a necessary conclusion from the goodness of laws as laws, even if the laws are not perfect. One would have to go that. In other words, one cannot leave it in mere opinion. The mere fact that there is disagreement is the most simple incentive to going deeper into the question. Mr. Lyons. Well, first of all, there is some, in what sense can you speak of an abstraction from politics? In one sense, yes, Socrates admits that he has no knowledge of such simple things as how to take a vote. Do you mean that?
Well, I was thinking particularly the who had a day.
because the policy as such is opposed to the tyrant.
Yes, and there could be some merit for one tyrant who would rule over the other ones wouldn't be allowed to have any dedication.
What does this mean? I mean, in a city ruled by a tyrant, there's only one tyrant. What do you mean by that?
Well, his example, he said the fullest example to him would be this is absurd because he would anarchy would reign because everybody would have that example and then also destruction. But if you think in the real sense, if the power would make very sure nobody else exists, conflict is beggars.
I really cannot follow you.
Yes, well, in accordance with your comments to the effect that Socrates at least leaves the implication that there might be tyranny might be acceptable.
Yeah, but that would of course not be a tyrant who indulges his desire for killing and exiling senselessly. Surely not. No, I mean, that is really absolutely impossible thing. It wouldn't last for any length of time. Because his very bodyguard would feel endangered. This is not, I don't believe that this is a grave difficulty. Yes.
He seems to somehow trap Poles in a certain way because he redefines the mole and the body.
Yeah, in the sequel, we have not yet reached that point. We have reached the point only where Socrates, where Polus makes this assertion, that the distinction between good and bad contradicts, in the most important case, the distinction between the noble and the foul. So that what is good is foul, and what is noble is bad. This is the problem. And only Callicles later on will get rid of the difficulty by simply saying this distinction is merely conventional. This is the only natural distinction. Only a fool will be bothered by consideration of noble and foul. He will go only for the good, or seek the good and avoid the bad. And Polus is ruined by making the two assertions, and Socrates, in a way which is by no means free from difficulties, Socrates asserts the two things lead to a simple contradiction. That we will discuss next time. Yes.
You answered a question from the other side of the room a few minutes ago, saying that the just man would prefer to kill in self-defense because to be killed kill justly is more just than to be killed unjustly. That's not contradicting.
Not necessarily. No, being is not killing. What I said was this: killing justly is preferable to being killed unjustly. I did not say more just. That would need a special investigation. But if the good is roughly identical with the just, as Socrates seems to assert, then your conclusion would follow. But the explicit assertion is that killing justly is preferable to being killed unjustly. And I appeal to your feeling. Is it not so? I mean, if you are unjustly attacked, say at 12 o'clock somewhere on Midway, and if you were in a position to get rid of your assailant by killing him, would your action not be justified? Yeah, would you not? would you not prefer surviving, and in such a way that your preference would not only be regarded by you as your accidental preference, but, for example, the court of law would say you rightly prefer it. Because there are such laws to the effect that there is justifiable homicide, and especially under such conditions. That is, I think, only commonsensical up to this point. What will happen later on is another matter. And this implies, of course, that if killing justly is preferable to being killed unjustly, it implies that forensic rhetoric is legitimate. If you are accused of a capital crime, of which you are innocent, and then the accuser desires to kill you unjustly by opposing the accuser, by proving your innocence. You do not exactly kill unjustly, but it might be, under certain conditions, it might be that you kill justly. Because, for example, if you are accused of a crime which has been committed, but which you have not committed, by proving that you have not committed it, but someone else did it, what Perry Mason does all the time, then you kill justly the murderer, and your action prevents your being killed unjustly. It's not clear? Good. And is there any objection possible to this preference?
First started was listing the scale of justice, and being killed unjustly was put placed higher in the scale.
Now let me have a look at my list, which I have here. The lowest was unjustly killing. Then the justly killed man, then the unjustly killed man, and at the highest, at the top, the justly killing man. Justly killing is preferable to being unjustly killed. Unjustly killed is preferably to being justly killed, of course. I mean, if you are unjustly killed, you are innocent. But if you are justly killed, you are guilty. And the lowest is, of course, unjustly killing, meaning without any punishment, because then there is no retribution. You do not get what you deserve, and enemy being killed for it. These are the simplest cases because we limit ourselves entirely to the case of killing, with the assumption that capital punishment is legitimate. Surely, this can be questioned, and there are many people who question it today. We must face that issue, especially in view of the fact that Sugare's teaching about punishment in the sequel seems to ascribe transcendent virtues to punishment, almost going so far that all justice in the world is due to the institution of punishment, which goes very far, as you can easily see. Yes. Yes. Yes, that is true. He always talks.
I mean, but I think we must state it more precisely now. I have spoken of the difference between holding and feeling. If you say that Socrates does not truly discuss feeling, but limits himself to the sphere of holding, is that what you mean? I mean, holding meaning having opinions which do not necessarily are not necessarily operative. Feeling are these kind of things going on in man which determine his action. Well, let us look at the end. At the end of the Polos section, which we will reach in about a week's time, Polos has been refuted in the sense that he has been silenced. He must now hold what Socrates held all the time. But is his feeling affected? I would say no. He feels exactly as he did before, namely that suffering injustice is worse than doing injustice. But he can no longer maintain it, because whenever he maintains it, Socrates can refute him. If that is what you mean, and I think to some extent one can say that, because political life depends, of course, at least as much on how people feel, on the feelings which are operative in them, than on what they say or hold. Only what they say and hold is not as negligible as the late Bentley asserted. That is not as simple as that. By Bentley, Principles of Government, if I remember the title, which I think most of you have read. But it is, of course, prima facie, it makes sense to say what people feel, the principles on which they act, are more important than the principles which they merely maintain, to which they take the extreme case, to which they only pay lip service. Now, Polos is refuted, i.e., to be more precise, he is silenced. Socrates is an infinitely better arguer than he is. And the same happens later on a much larger scale to Callicles. And the question is this enough? Is this enough? And if it is this the best which Socrates can do? Now, if this is the best what Socrates can do, then his power in Socrates' sense of the word is very small. Would this be surprising if this were proved to be true? Why not? I mean, perhaps someone can quote chapter and verse. What is a condition, according to Socrates' solemn statement, for the cessation of evil, of misery, in the cities and among men in general? What is it? Yes? The coincidence of philosophy, which Socrates has, with political power. Without political power, this cessation cannot take place. So, Socrates doesn't have political power. The maximum he can do when confronted with people who are not potential philosophers, and neither Polos nor Callicles are potential philosophers, is to silence them. But we know very well that this does not settle the issue. Because if people are unconvinced, they do these things, actions which they cannot defend, but of the rightness of which they are absolutely convinced. They would say, whether I can give account of it or not, that doesn't make any difference. These are these clever intellectuals There is another word which was used some time ago in this country about these people. It was, well, you must remember, eggheads. And, they have a certain strange quality comparable to tightrope dancing. Well, but that's not important. We act on our feelings and we know that's right. And in some situations this is of course correct, because there can be such a thing as sophistry, which a man may not be able to unravel, and yet with horse and sea, that's not a sound policy, that happens too. And how can a man, and that's of course a deeper difficulty, how can a man who is not a philosopher distinguish Socrates from a clever sophist? I mean, he can take external signs which are not altogether irrelevant. Socrates not being greedy for money and prestige, and the sophists, generally speaking, greedy for it. That's something. But of course he doesn't completely settle the issue. And therefore, since Socrates is, from the point of view of the non-philosophers, hard to distinguish from the sophists, they will treat him like a sophist and prove his fate. That cannot be changed. But nevertheless, it doesn't abolish the difference. Only the difference is not recognizable to every man. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. People who are colorblind cannot distinguish the colors, and yet the difference of colors exists. That is indeed the issue. As I stated on an earlier occasion, these three things, first two, speech and deed, and speech subdivided into, let us say, scientific speech or dialectics, however you like to call it, and rhetorical speech, merely persuasive speech. This is coercion, speechless. It is never totally speechless, but it is relatively speechless. I mean, the final act is saying, cutting off the head can be absolutely speechless, as you can easily see. And it is very important, for the individual concern. All three elements are essential to society in the proper order. The due order would be that wisdom controls both persuasion and the use of coercion. But that means philosophers must rule. And this is very improbable, to say the least, according to the statements of Socrates in the Republic. And therefore, what do you have in fact? Some rudiments of wisdom being there. Without it, no society could live. Somewhere, they may be very powerless, but in one way or the other, they are there. And what will be in control will be some form of persuasion in constitutional governance, as we say, and coercion in tyrannical governments. But even the tyrannical governments need some persuasion. There is pravda, literally translated truth, and there is, at least, I think that's the correct translation. I don't know Russian. And nothing can be done about that. I mean, you cannot, this schema stands. And here we have, of course, in one sense, abstraction from politics is necessary. After all, this is not a political debate. They do not discuss whether they should build more ships or should make war against Sparta or Persia. It's not a political debate, nor is it a judicial debate. It is a strictly private
debate. No political consequences in the narrow sense can follow from that. That's clear. But in this private debate, the elements of the polis are discussed and come to sight. So the question is, no, if, I mean, to the extent to which Socrates says, as he seems to say, if you take the dialogue as a whole, this is uninteresting. You know, when he says the tyrants have no power. Remember? Coercion, no. Rhetoric is sham. To that extent, of course, he is absolutely unpolitical. Because this would be possible only in a society, all the members of which were philosophers. It would not even be valid of the best polis of the Republic, because there you have both of coercion and persuasion. Coercion exercised by the soldiers, by the auxiliaries, and persuasion exercised by the philosophers primarily towards the soldiers. Is this now a bit clearer? Oh, I see. Oh, this proportion, yeah. The 4, yeah. Or 8. With pleasure. Yes, sure. That is fraught with enormous consequences. The abstraction from pleasure, we can say. That is perhaps the formula for the Gorgias. That the abstraction from pleasure, and that means, of course, a wholly unreal picture of life. Surely, that's clear. And this, the foundation for this is led by this proportion. Because one, for example, you know, the discussion with Poulos, which follows now, his refutation, turns around pleasure. And the insufficient reflection on pleasure is the reason why Poulos is so relatively easily refuted. Now, one thing I might perhaps say, so as a kind of transition to our further discussions, when one reads the Poulos section as a whole, one sees first that, as we have stated today, that Poulos says in effect, from the point of view of power, the tyrant is superior to the orator, which makes absolute sense, because if you analyze Gorgias' cases of successful orators, Themistocles and Pericles, you see, it was not merely their rhetorical power, but also their strategic qualities, which gave them the position they had. And strategy is not the same as oratory. I mean, a man can be a first-rate general and rather poor in speech. I mean, you might take General Eisenhower as an example. In a way, even Montgomery. And this is perfectly possible. So, in other words, Poulos says, is driven away from oratory to tyranny. And tyranny belongs, of course, to coercion. And in the later argument, in which we have now begun, the rhetoric proves to be conducive or useful only for making people willing to undergo punishment, which implies men do not, at least unjust men, do not become just by speech, but by punishment, coercion. So we move here in the Poulos section from tyranny to punishment proper. The examples are preferably bodily punishment. From one form, unjust coercion, just coercion.
Just to that extent, it is a movement from injustice to justice. But it is more important for the deeper part of the argument that it is an argument from one kind of coercion to another kind of coercion. That means that in the whole argument, the whole Polo section, is based on the premise of the relative inefficacy of speech. Not speech, but power, brachial power, whether in the case of tyranny or in the case of just punishment. This is the very, very strange happening here. And connected with this is the fact that extraordinary virtues are ascribed to punishment. Extraordinary virtues, which I think we can show this by an analysis of Polos, or Socrates' refutation of Polos. There is, to mention only one point, an implication of this refutation is that punishing justly is pleasant for the punisher, of course not for the punishee, is pleasant. Now this is of course somewhat inhuman. I mean, there are such people, you need them even, who people, I mean, how could you get the necessary supply of executioners if there were not people who would enjoy doing that? But still, we don't think that people who enjoy punishing are good men. But somehow the implication of this praise of punishment, as we can say, is that the just punisher feels pleasure in punishing. And now how this, that is in a way, of course, what Polos deserved after having praised Archelaus so much, and shown this kind of savagery. And at the same time, you must not overhear the undertone. He is not simply jealous or envious of Archelaus. There is also an element of indignation that this fellow got away with murder. And his speech is a kind of accusatory speech against Archelaus. How would he enjoy seeing Archelaus impaled and all the other nice things of which he speaks? And so for this somewhat savage Polos, it is with a view to him, this vindictive doctrine of punishment is somehow in order. But this all, but how these two items are connected is perhaps not altogether difficult to understand. The denial of the efficacy of speech puts the emphasis on deed. And this deed, in the clearest case, is simply hitting, and hitting hard. Well, just revenge. Irrational revenge. This element will come out. But the refutation is only a refutation, I mean, it's a strict refutation only to that extent that it shows, A, the rhetoricians are unable to give an account of what they do, and B, that they are unable to defend this commonsensical assertion, this half commonsensical assertion, because the common sense contradicts itself here, that if in one sense it is, everyone would say that, at least in certain times, in moods, that suffering injustice is better than doing injustice. But you only have to turn it around. That is, I believe, the point which one of you meant. Taking insults lying down, and instead of being able to insult the other fellow, there is a certain notion of virility in the world who would say that taking insults lying down is inferior to being able to insult. Yeah? It's not manly to do that. You see, so common sense contradicts itself at this point. We have to make up our mind. In Plato's, the word manly is somewhat misleading, because in Plato's account of these matters, which he gives at the beginning of the 8th book of the Republic, when the best regime decays, and he gives the example. There's a question from Mr. Butterworth. Well, the reference is not quite correct, therefore I can't find it easily. Pardon? Yeah, I looked that up. It may be in the neighborhood somewhere, but it doesn't make such a great difference. When Socrates says of the rhetorician that he has, quote, imagined, unquote, a process of persuasion suitable for making those who do not know believe that X is Y, what is the significance of the term imagine? Well, I'm sure that the word is not imagine in the original, but something like believe. And what he says is, but imagine might very well render the meaning in the context, and it would then mean something like a polite, an understatement. I know this very well that this can be done, but an understatement would be, I can imagine that it can be done. I don't think more, no. It would be easier if I had the passage in front of me, but I cannot do that now, because it is my firm intention, if feasible, to finish today's discussion of the polar section. But we cannot do that properly without reminding ourselves of where we stand. We have heard Polus' thesis in 474, which will be his undoing. The thesis, briefly, doing injustice is, suffering injustice is worse than doing injustice. But doing injustice is less base. Suffering injustice is less base than doing injustice. In other words, he makes a distinction between the good and the noble, or the beautiful, fair, however you might call it. Let us remind ourselves again how he arrived at this thesis. He started from the assertion that rhetoricians are powerful, very powerful as tyrants. They can kill, etc., as they please. So let's counter that by saying that there is a difference between what a man does and what he wishes. All doing is mere means and is itself neutral. Doing is good or bad only to the extent it helps or hinders one's well-being. If killing helps, it is good, otherwise if it is harmful, then it is bad. Not doing what one pleases is a point, but doing what one wishes. Socrates asserts the tyrants do at best what they please, but not what they wish. This argument has no influence at all on Polus, and we can understand that. Because why should there not be tyrants who are really shrewd from a selfish point of view in their killings, etc.? Then Socrates makes a second attack. Not all actions are in themselves neutral. For example, killing is not neutral, but implying killing may be justifiable, and this then is good. The line which Socrates draws here between good and bad action is just or unjust action. Just actions are good, unjust are bad. Suffering injustice is therefore better than doing injustice. Obviously, because suffering injustice, you don't do anything bad. Again, no impact on Polus. Then Socrates makes Polus admit something very trivial, we have read this last time, that killing followed by punishment of the killer is bad. You remember this very vivid statement. Now there is agreement between Socrates and Polus for the first time in 417b. Killing is sometimes good and sometimes bad. They agree as to this point. But the question is, how do the two men understand that in which they agree? We have to figure out for ourselves how Polus understands it, because it is not made explicit. But it is easy to see killing followed by punishment is bad. Not followed by punishment is good. But the tyrant is by definition beyond the reach of punishment. Hence, the tyrant can kill as he sees fit, and the tyrannical life remains the most enviable life. In other words, we are exactly where we started, at the beginning. At this point, Socrates repeats why this is nevertheless not a waste of time. We have partly seen and will partly reconsider when we are through. At this point, Socrates repeats his assertion. Just killing is preferable to unjust killing. I understate it deliberately. Now, then at this point, Polus proves his assertion by the example of the arch-criminal Archelaus. And ultimately, and that is the decisive step, by the universal consent, all men agree that a life like that of Archelaus is enviable. Socrates grants to Polus that the pillars of society in Athens and elsewhere agree with the criminals in this respect. So while he doesn't admit that there is universal agreement, he admits there is an almost universal agreement, which is quite a point. But Socrates also asserts that his thesis, namely that suffering injustice is preferable to doing injustice, is supported by universal consent. In brief, common sense maintains two contradictory theses. The thesis that doing good is better than, doing injustice is better than suffering injustice, and the opposite thesis, that suffering injustice is better than doing injustice. But here a subtle difference, a distinction appears which disposes, it seems, of the contradiction. Because Socrates says that all men hold this view. Polus says that all men act on his view. Now, it is of course perfectly possible. These things can coexist. Holding one thing, by asserting one thing, and acting on something else. Differently stated, the speech of men is moral. The actions of men are immoral. Now, of course, the man who maintains that would have to explain why this is so, why men are hypocritical. But the theses in themselves are not contradictory. What men hold, what they assert, expresses the noble, the resplendent, the impressive. In what they do, they are guided by the good, by the useful. This is the starting point of Polus' assertions. So the two opinions do not necessarily contradict one another. But they are, of course, not quite satisfactory, because there is such a radical contradiction between speech and deed. And Socrates is looking for a speech which agrees with the deed, and not for this antagonism which Polus had asserted. At this point we stopped last time, and we will now go on in 474 D3. Or is there any point you would like to clear up before we go on? Because if you have not understood Polus' assertion, you cannot very well understand Socrates' refutation of the assertion.
No,
Good. Then, Mr. Rankin, you begin.
But what is this whole fair thing?
You know, fair is always this, fair or noble or beautiful. It is the same word in Greek, kanon. There's the enemy misunderstanding. Socrates is what he's trying to do is now to make clear what precisely does a noble or fair or beautiful mean, to which Polos had referred. Yes. Go on.
All fair things, like bodies and colors and figures and sounds and observances, it is according to no standard that you call these fair in each case. Thus, in the first place, when you say that fair bodies are fair, it must be either in view of their use for some particular purpose that each may serve, or in respect to some pleasure arising when in the act of beholding them they cause delight to the both beholders. Have you any description to give beyond this of bodily beauty? I have not. And so with all the rest in the same way, whether they be figures or colors. Is it for some pleasure or benefit or both that you give them the name of fair? And sounds also, and the effects of music, are not these all in the same case? Yes. And further, in all that belongs to laws and observances, surely the fairness of them cannot lie beyond those limits of being either beneficial or pleasant for both. And it is not just the same with the fairness of studies also. Doubtless. And this time, Socrates, your definition is quite fair when you define what is fair by pleasure and good. And follow by their opposites, pain and evil, that means must follow. Thus, when of two fair things, one is fairer, the cause is that it surpasses in either one or both of these effects, either in pleasure or in benefit, in both. And again, when one of two foul things is fouler, this will be due to an excess either of pain or of evil. Must not that be so?
And let us stop here. So the noble or fair or beautiful is noble either with a view to some need or with a view to some pleasure or both. For example, we call a horse, or in Greek at least, we say a fine horse. We may think of its goodness for running. We may think of its looks, and we may think of both. And this, here the first example, you see there are subtle differences. The first pleasure mentioned is a pleasure of looking, of beholding, not other pleasures. So Paul states the conclusion somewhat more generally. The noble or fair is that pleasant, that good, which is pleasant. For example, an operation is good. Otherwise no one would undergo it. But no one would say it is pleasant. Therefore one cannot speak of a beautiful operation, practice, in this meaning of the thing. And naturally then, if this is a fair, then the ugly or base is defined by pain and or evil. Now, in order to understand that, we must remind ourselves of what Paulus originally meant by his assertion that doing injustice is baser, fouler than suffering injustice. He means by it that doing injustice brings bad reputation. Bad reputation, and that is a painful thing, primarily painful, namely the pain of hearing or of sounds, to use a very external description, but which is necessary to keep here in mind. Or if you don't want to hear, not think of that, use a favorite expression of present-day America. A bad reputation is a bad image of you. So something to behold, which is offensive to the eyes. But of course, the noble affair is a certain pleasure and possibly also certain advantages. Because good reputation has some advantages, and as everyone knows. But these advantages are not comparable in solidity to the pleasures and advantages of tyranny. That is the implication. But the tyrant has a bad reputation, one cannot deny that. But he is not particularly concerned with it, well, otherwise he wouldn't be a tyrant. And now let me first finish it. Why does he accept Socrates' analysis, which sweeps this side of what Polus understands by noble, namely the affair, namely reputation, completely under the rug? Well, we must never forget he is a rhetorician, who as such is concerned with the noble affair. I mean, a man who possesses the art of rhetoric, which is to make not only good, effective speeches, but also fine speeches, well-turned phrases. Rhetoric is something noble, was said by him before. In other words, he recognizes his own doing in what Socrates says about the noble, that it is useful and pleasant. That is what the rhetorician wishes to be. Should be useful, should get an acquittal of his client, and it should also, everyone should enjoy that speech. This is, I think, the simple explanation. But what did you had a question?
Well, couldn't he have meant by follower that it was more harmful to others? Couldn't Polus have admitted that?
Yeah, but how far does this affect this fundamentally selfish man, of whom he of course thinks? Only
He could admit that it was better for the doer but harmful to the person who done. That would be.
Yeah, but there must be some way in which this what happens to others affects the doer. Now, from his point of view, it can affect him only by what they say about him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but how did you conclude originally that that's well, in other words, if you don't assume that doing, if you don't assume that he originally meant by doing injustice, being follower, that it gives him a bad reputation, then you have no explanation of why he thought Socrates.
No, well, you see, the problem we have to solve is this. Before this issue came up, before he, became up, the original position of the absolutely enviable character of the tyrannical life was still unimpaired. So it had not made any impact on him. And this will lead to his downfall. Therefore, we have to understand, be very careful, how far does this lead, in what precise way does this lead to his downfall. And before we can do that, we have to understand the bearing of his assertion.
Well, how do you conclude that by doing that by justice being followed, Polus meant that it gave him a bad reputation? I mean, how do you reach that conclusion as to what his meaning was?
Because, the situation, these gentlemen of Athens, of which Socrates spoke, this noble family, they of course never praise injustice. They act on it. But they always keep up good appearances. The peculiarity of the tyrant is that he doesn't have to keep up appearances anymore because of he cannot be called to account. Yes?
That Polus' idea of disgraceful displeasure, having people say bad things.
Yeah.
Doesn't Socrates' definition of disgraceful say either disutility or hurtful? Displeasure or disutility, is that what he says?
Yes, but this is exactly the point. Socrates leads the way, but Socrates speaks explicitly of specific pleasures, of seeing, hearing, and so on. Now, for example, if we call a horse beautiful, and have in mind a certain pleasure, the pleasure is different than if we call sounds beautiful. Yeah? That's pleasure of hearing, not of seeing. And so, but what he gradually leads up to is that we forget the specificity of the pleasures and think simply of pleasure without any qualification, and this leads eventually to Polus' downfall in a very few steps which we will see immediately. I would like to emphasize that in this section, in 474 D and E, he speaks more than once of a certain pleasure, i.e. you have to watch that, this kind of pleasure or that kind. The expression which he uses here in what we just read, when we call things beautiful, we do this looking away towards, more literal than saying, I don't know how he translated that. Do you call in each case beautiful things beautiful, looking away toward nothing? That is of crucial importance for Plato's whole doctrine. What he calls here, the phenomenon is known to us commonsensically as abstraction. When I call something beautiful, I abstract from quite a few things, and I have in mind only its quality of beautiful. Plato calls it, I look away from X toward Y. And what I mean is the Y in calling it beautiful. This is a very provisional indication of what Plato means by his doctrine of ideas, ultimately. That's only the first entering batch of this doctrine. I mentioned it in passing. Regarding the specificity of pleasures, one would have to raise the question, for example, are sounds ever called beautiful because of their usefulness? For example, if someone gives a very shrill sound for calling a dog, or maybe some whistles in order to get the attention of a human being, this would never be called beautiful, because although it is undeniably useful, it's another indication that the abstraction at which we arrive here, the beautiful means either the useful and the painful, and the pleasant, or both, is in need of some qualification. Now let us go on where we left off.
Come back. What was it we heard just now about doing and suffering wrong? Were you not saying that suffering wrong is more evil, but doing it fouler? I was. Well then, if doing wrong is foul, it is either more painful and fouler by excess of pain for people or both. Must not this also be the case? Yes, of course. Then let us first consider if doing wrong exceeds suffering in composing pain, if those who do wrong are more pain than those who suffer. Not so at all, Socrates. Then it is not subtraction of pain. And so, if not in pain, it can no longer be said to exceed both, practically. It remains then that it exceeds the other. Yes, in evil. So it seems. And so, if it exceeds in evil, doing wrong will be more evil than suffering.
That's beautiful. Did you understand, follow? Suffering evil. Yeah, doing injustice. Doing injustice is fouler than suffering injustice. Fouler means either more painful or worse injustice more painful than suffering injustice? Think of any example of hitting a fellow over the head. Who is hurt? So, it is not that, hence it must be worse. So, that is fundamentally the refutation of Paulus. Yes.
But just a little while ago, the idea of doing injustice being foul was foul because it was painful to hear people say that you should have a good image. So couldn't you say that?
But very well, don't you see that by this generalization of pleasure, through which we are invited to forget the pain of hearing, of sounds, of a bad reputation, or the pain of seeing, of beholding, of bad image, and think of the bodily pain, of the pain of touch. That's the point. And Paulus is not able to think about it. You must not forget, we can read this n times, as I said so often, and poor Paulus has no opportunity to say all the time, let me consider that carefully. I don't want to say yes and no now. Tomorrow I may answer you. He couldn't do it. Well, and why could he not do that, which we could easily do if we were in such a situation? Why could he not do that? Well, he has to consider his reputation. There the potential customers are around. What impression would they get if he would say at every point, I can't make such a quick decision? So, therefore one should never raise high claims, you see, because otherwise you get into trouble. Yeah, Paulus' reply is due to the fact that he thinks of torturing and other unpleasantnesses, or burning and at the stake or otherwise, rather than of the pain of a bad reputation or a bad image. Good. That is, we must keep this in mind, and we will find even more things of this kind, that this is not a refutation of Paulus. It is a silencing of Paulus. And we must later consider what the usefulness or the opposite of such a procedure is. Now let us go on here. Next sentence.
Now it is surely admitted by the mass of mankind, as it was too by you in our talk of while ago, that doing wrong is fouler than suffering.
Do you see now? That it is fouler is not merely a concession of Paulus or a view of Socrates. It is held by most people. It is an endoxon, as Aristotle called it, something which exists in opinion, as much as the other exists in opinion. The average man would also think that doing injustice is better than suffering injustice. For both coexist in opinion, and therefore we are compelled to leave this sphere of common opinion because of the contradictory elements with which it consists. Now let us go on.
And now it has been found to be more evil, so it seems. Then, would you rather have the evil and foul when it is more than when it is less?
Would you accept, i.e. choose? Yes. We are not speaking anymore of holding, but of choosing. Paulus is now compelled to say at least that he will choose rather suffering injustice than doing injustice. Great step. Yes?
When it is more than when it is less. Do not shrink from answering, Paulus. You will get no hurt by it, but submit yourself bravely to the argument as to a doctor, and reply yes or no to my question. But I should not so do, Socrates. And would anybody else in the world? I think not, in this argument at least. Then I spoke the truth when I said that neither you nor anyone else in the world would choose to do wrong rather than suffer, since it really is more evil.
Can you imagine a quicker a refutation of such a position as we find here, he must now admit that he would choose, and all men would choose, to suffer injustice rather than to do injustice. This is a terrific event. I mean, you can, how long can it have taken? 10 minutes. Yet he had first stated the other opinion, the other endoxon, that suffering injustice is worse than doing injustice. Socrates has made Polus contradict himself. Yes, that he surely did, but it is enough for a refutation. We have now two contradictory statements. We have now a true contradiction. Injustice is worse than suffering injustice, and the opposite. Suffering injustice is worse than doing injustice. Yeah? We have a clear contradiction. Now, what follows from it? If a man says A is B and A is non-B, what follows from that? Pardon? Sure, but which? Which is wrong? Does not follow from the contradiction, obviously not. You can only say either this or that. Either A is B or either A is non-B. You cannot say more. But Socrates picks one with what right? Because the only right that he could have is that Polus said A is non-B. Later, then he said A is B. But since he says it on the basis of a very dubious argument, that doesn't settle the issue. Good. So we have to see whether Socrates reaches anywhere a point where a true refutation is achieved. Let us go on very well.
So you see, Paulus, that when one proof is contrasted with the other, they have no resemblance. But whereas you have the assent of everyone else except myself, I am satisfied with your sole and single assent from necessity. And I take but your vote only and disregard the rest.
So now Socrates compares his argument to Polus' argument. The word he uses elenchos, which means something like refutation and cross-examination. But the cross-examinations are very different. Socrates' refutation is not a rhetorical refutation, as is implied. But both belong to the same genus. Both are refutations or cross-examinations. Let us not forget that. Socrates reminds Polus of the opposite opinion which all men, including Polus but excluding Socrates, admit, namely that doing injustice is preferable to suffering injustice. But that opinion has been rendered ineffective as far as Polus is concerned, who has been overcome by Socrates or has been defeated by Socrates. No, more healed. He has been, that's the term which he implies. Polus has undergone an operation, a painful operation. It was painful to him naturally, to his vanity at least. And Socrates healed him from that. Rhetoric is then, we learn, a medicine. You remember in the long speech of Socrates, rhetoric was described as cooking, a sham imitation of medicine. Now we see it is the genuine stuff, it's medicine. Polus ought to consider not the pain of the operation, but the good which it brings. He prefers now suffering injustice to doing injustice, but on the wrong ground, because this is not a sufficient ground, this ambiguity regarding the noble of faith. What does this mean? In a way, he has acquired right opinion. The right opinion that doing injustice is worse than suffering injustice. To that extent, he has acquired right opinion. And right opinion may be based on wrong reasons. It is still right opinion. So we get now an inkling of what Socrates' rhetoric is. Socrates' rhetoric is rhetoric, produces right opinion. Right opinion, and this does not mean that the grounds are sound grounds. As productive of right opinion, it can be practiced only by a man who knows the truth, because only he is in a position clearly and reasonably to distinguish between right opinions and wrong opinions. Socratic rhetoric, so that it shows us a kind of rhetoric which is a true art and not sham. Productive of right opinion on insufficient grounds. Therefore, the lesson which it conveys is not scientific and in Plato's sense of the word, and yet it is right opinion. Now, what has been proven, again, what has been asserted, that the man who commits a wrongdoer is wretched. The utmost which can be said to have been proven is that doing injustice is bad. But this is not exactly the same as that the unjust man is wretched. This would only be the case if continuous acting justly were identical with happiness. But as we have seen before, happiness is identical with justice plus X. That X was defined by Socrates as education. Justice plus education. It is defined by Polos and by ordinary people, wealth and power. Justice plus wealth and power. Then a man is truly happy. Now, but if the wrongdoer possesses X, regardless of whether the X is a noble thing which Socrates has in mind, education, or the low thing which Polos has in mind, wealth and power, then he is not simply wretched, because he has indeed the defect of wrongdoing, but the positive thing or that X. In brief, the thesis has not been proven. I would also add another point which is not discussed here at all in the Polos section. Now, if doing injustice is fouler because it brings bad reputation, is this universally true? I mean, is this universally true, or is it true only under condition? I'm sorry that I have to teach you some rudiments of gangsterism if you do not know them. Otherwise you cannot understand the argument. Yes? Oh, we don't have to go so far away. Ordinary gangsterism. That's also too ambiguous, because Napoleon, after all, in a way could claim he was working for the common good. Yeah? So, it's not so simple, yes.
How about if nobody knows that you're doing it?
Yes, that's it. That's it. This argument developed at great length by Glaucon in the second book of the Republic. So it brings bad reputation only when it becomes known. But there is, of course, no necessity of it becoming known. And on omniscience God, then it would necessarily become known to him. But here in this argument, silence about divine punishment. This is another difficulty which is in no way solved. Now let us go on where we left off.
Now, let us leave this chapter where it stands and proceed next to examine the second part in which we have found ourselves issue. Whether for a wrongdoer to pay the penalty is the greatest disease to use of it, or to escape it is the greater, as I myself have. Let us look at it this way. You call paying the just penalty and being justly punished for wrongdoing the same thing? I do. And can you maintain that all just things are not fair insofar as they are just? This is well before you speak.
Justice Sovereign is fair. It gives him a chance to consider carefully. If Porus doesn't avail himself of the chance properly, that's his fault. Yes.
So, I think they are, Socrates.
So that's the key point. All just things are fair. That's good. And therefore, just punishment is fair. Yes.
Then take another point. If a man does anything, must there be something which is also acted upon by the doer of the thing? Take note. And does it suffer what the doer does? And is the effect such as the agent's action makes it? I mean, for example, when one strikes a blow, something must needs be struck. Must. And if the striker strikes hard or quick, the thing struck is struck in the same way. Hence, the effect of the thing struck is such as the striker makes it. Sure. And so again, if one burns, something must be burned. Of course. And if one burns severely or sorely, the thing burns according to the burn purposes. And again, if one cuts, the same may be said, something is cut.
You see, the examples are, of course, very pertinent because we are discussing punishment. Yeah. Or medicine. Yeah. Good.
And if the cut is large or deep or sore, the cut made in the same cut is such as the butter cut this. Then putting it all in a word, see if you agree that what I was just saying applies to all cases. That the patient receives an effect of the same kind as the agent acted. Do it. Then this being admitted, is paying the penalty suffering something or doing it? Suffering must be suffering. And at the hands of an agent, yes, of course, at the hands of the punisher. And he who punishes the right punishes justice.
There's more little, he who punishes correctly, yeah, say technically correctly, punishes justice. Yes. Yes.
Doing what is just or not, what is just. And he who pays the penalty by being punished suffers what is just. Apparently. And what is just, I think, we can agree is fair. Certainly. Then it leads to the one does what is fair, and the other, he who is punished, suffers.
Yeah.
And so, if it's fair, it's good. So that is either pleasant or beneficial. Well, so he who pays the penalty suffers what is good. So then he is benefited.
You see, he does not even make clear here at the end, 477a, that when he says, if it is fair, then it is good, for it is either pleasant or useful. He does not even take the trouble of making clear that suffering punishment is of course not pleasant. But since it is fair, it must be beneficial, because it cannot be pleasant. So good. So undergoing just punishment is then better than not undergoing it. For this reason, all just things, like just punishment, are fair. What kind of a thing the doer does, the same kind of thing the sufferer suffers. But the just punisher acts justly, and the justly punished suffers justly. But since what is just is noble, the justly punished man suffers nobly, which means either pleasantly or beneficially, but obviously not pleasantly. Hence, the justly punished man is benefited by his punishment. Now, is this argument foolproof? Yes.
This is just one small point, but one of the early examples he uses is burning violently or painfully. For this, burn must be burned in the corresponding way.
there is a certain difficulty here, yeah, you're quite right. In other words, yeah, but still, the doing, the inflicting of pain, yeah, to the inflicting of pain there corresponds the receiving of pain. And if the pain is the inflicting of severe pain, there corresponds the receiving of severe pain. To that extent, it is tenable. Yes? Oh yeah, well, you do something forbidden. We have to stick here to the argument as stated. That of course one must do this kind of thing, what you say. But what we are concerned with first is what is wrong in the argument as argument without taking into consideration facts which are most relevant and which will of course have to be considered. But I believe we are guided to these very relevant facts if we stick to the argument stupidly, as it were, and see where its defects are, because Plato surely knew where the defects are. Is that exactly, yeah, but we must see, yeah, surely he doesn't say that, but he starts only from Polus' premises, which he has granted him, and he draws all conclusions from it. Yes, and Mr. Evans?
I think the problem is that just things are not necessarily noble.
Exactly, that is the first point. Why not? Now, what does it mean just punishment is noble? Noble means always here of good repute, or the opposite would be disgraceful. Now, just punishment is of course regarded as disgraceful. And the just punisher is also not regarded as doing a noble deed, justice. That's nothing to boast of. Yeah? The just and the noble are not the same thing. That is the key point. Aristotle in the Rhetoric says somewhere, to be punished justly is more disgraceful than to be punished unjustly. Yeah? That's exactly the opposite. And this elementary observation had occurred to Plato too. Furthermore, not only to undergo just punishment is just and hence noble, but also to inflict it. But if it is noble, it is either beneficial for the punisher or pleasant for him. Yet the just punisher is not improved by punishing others, at least not necessarily. Hence, we can conclude with equal right, just punishment is pleasant for the punisher, which is contrary to some earlier observations, but it follows as legitimately as what Socrates says. The whole premise to inflict or to undergo punishment is noble, is wrong. Hence it does not follow that to undergo just punishment is useful to the criminal. You see, this simple observation, which is today drawn by many people, perhaps by too many people and too many wrong grounds, that inflicting punishment is not useful to the criminal, follows even without our looking at the facts, by simply arguing, seeing the defects of Polus or Socrates' argument. Someone, yes, Mr. Lyons. No, there is there is a certain correspondence of the acting and the acted upon. It's not so difficult. I believe the most obvious difficulty is the transition. We come to that later. A transition from the assertion that suffering injustice is better than doing injustice to the entirely different assertion that if you have done injustice, you are in need of improvement. Yeah? Surely, but that this improvement is brought about by punishment. That is a very special additional assertion in need of special scrutiny, which Plato will enable us to do it by what follows. Now but you see how important it is to distinguish. You cannot take any assertion which Socrates makes and say Socrates says so. For example, I give you here an example. At the beginning, what follows immediately here, in 477a5, I found the following comment by Mr. Dodds, that the man who is punished who is punished justly becomes better in his soul. He says no proof of this proposition is offered. Socrates assumes the remedial theory of punishment. Nonsense. Socrates assumes nothing, but he draws a conclusion from Polus' premises. Whether there is not some element of truth in the remedial theory of punishment, this we must investigate, but by ourselves, perhaps helped by Plato to some extent. But one cannot say Socrates assumes it. He has inferred it very clearly from what proceeded. Whether the argument is sound syllogistically or not is not a question. It is, I think, quite unsound, but he is a rhetorical inference. Now, Mr. Glenn.
What is the meaning of this argument? Socrates asks Polus, and he who punishes aright punishes justly. Polus answers yes. That is obviously not simply true, and yet there is no attempt made by Polus to distinguish in what sense it might be true.
The word right, I would translate it correctly, to make quite clear, to keep correctly. According to the say, you can cut correctly, food or whatever it may correctly. You can punish correctly. Whether correct punishment is identical with just punishment is not obvious, because just punishment might simply mean punishment according to law. And if that law is foolish, then the correct punishment would not be the legal punishment. That's an indication of this difficulty. But this is, of course, in no way, it is here somehow taken for granted all the time that the justice is illegal, which is not a grave premise.
Yeah, well, it would seem to me that Polus would have been very to Polus' advantage if he could have denied this assertion or this question.
Yeah, but after he had nailed himself down to this first thesis, suffering injustice is nobler than doing injustice, and opposite, doing injustice is better than suffering injustice. And furthermore, he had nailed himself down to Socrates' alleged analysis of the noble, that the noble is the beneficial or the pleasant or both, and he cannot jump out of that so easily. And you must think also these brief steps. He cannot at each moment say, wait. So why do you hesitate? You remember a few cases occurred. He must answer. And there is an element of the comedy here without any question. Now, was there someone? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a question going back a little to your description of the effect of Socrates' rhetoric, namely that it's productive of right opinion, whether or not the grounds for holding the opinion are adequate.
Yeah.
I think you could argue that Socrates kind of pins Polus to the wall, where he asked him if he would prefer more or less evil. And
Yeah, but this is the point. You see that this position, as tried to state it at the beginning, the position which Polos holds at the beginning is not contradictory, self-contradictory. You know? It becomes self-contradictory only by virtue of his accepting Socrates' analysis of the noble. And then he is led to the conclusion that he both asserts and denies that suffering injustice is better than doing injustice. This is the point. I believe we have considered that. Now, can we go on now? Because if possible, I would like that we finish today this section.
It is the benefit, I imagine, that he becomes better in soul if he is justly punished?
Because it has now been, quote, proven, unquote, that one is improved by punishment. Now the question, what respect? Yeah?
Then is he who pays penalty released from badness of soul? Yes. And so released from the greatest evil? Look at it this way. In a man's pecuniary resources, do you perceive any other badness than poverty? No, only poverty. And what is his bodily resources? You would say that badness there is weakness or disease or ugliness and the like. Good. And in soul, too, you believe there is a certain vice. Of course. And do you not call this injustice, ignorance, cowardice, and so forth? Certainly I do. So now with property, body, and soul, these three you have mentioned, three vices: poverty, disease, and injustice.
Now let us wait here for one moment. So you see, the man who is punished justly is benefited, but in what respect? Not in respect of wealth, obviously, because the punishment might be a fine, and nor in respect of health. Hence, in respect of soul, because there is no third part. He mentions three defects of the soul: injustice, ignorance, cowardice. Question: does punishment also make men, assuming that it makes them just, does it make them brave? Does it make them knowers of this particular thing that is hers, but not necessarily more? I mean, because in order to make men wise, the best place is to go to school or to such things, but not to the judge. But one can say it makes some sense at first glance that it makes men just. If this is so, a crucial implication that justice is not knowledge. You do not acquire knowledge by being punished, but you might acquire justice by punishment. And this would explain, of course, why speech is insufficient for making men just, if punishment is needed for making men just. You see, he mentions here three defects of the body and three defects of the soul. Weakness, sickness, and ugliness, he mentions. In the case of the body, and injustice, ignorance, and cowardice. The central one in the case of the body is sickness, and the central one in the case of ignorance, of the soul, is ignorance. Now, of the three defects of the soul, I would not hesitate to say that the worst is sickness, because why one might not like to be ugly or weak, but it is not comparable in being evil to sickness, serious sickness. Now, if this is true, then one might entertain the notion that ignorance is the worst defect of the soul, worse than injustice or cowardice, because in a way it is the root of it. In agreement with Socrates' view, as we have seen, in 460b, 6-7, justice is the form of knowledge. So this reminds us of this grave question. is justice just one virtue among a number of virtues? Or is it the virtue, comprising all virtues? This is very important for deciding the question of whether men can become just by punishment. If the essence of virtue is knowledge, then virtue cannot be acquired by being beaten or tortured or jailed, to say nothing of executed. But if justice is a special virtue, a very special virtue, then maybe punishment is a way to it. We will see that as it develops. Let us go on where we left off.
Yes, so that either...
Now, which of these evils is the most the foulest?
These vices is the foulest. Is it not injustice, in short, the vice of the soul, far the foulest? And is foulest, then also most evil? How do you rule it,
You know that he has already forgotten. We know already now. It must be because of this analysis of the noble, which he has given before. So it is explained to them.
The foulest is foulest in each case because it produces greatest pain or harm or both. This follows from our previous admission. Why so? And foulest of all, we have just agreed, is injustice, and in general vice of soul. Yes, we have. So that either it is most painful, that is foulest of these vices, by an excess of painfulness, or else the harmfulness, or in both ways, necessarily. Then do you think that being unjust, licentious, cowardly, and ignorant is more painful than being poor and sick? No, I do not, Socrates, from what we have said. For
and yeah, at least on the basis of what we have said. In other words, he has a certain awareness that what followed by certain admission. And maybe these admissions were premature. Yes. Good.
For tenderness, then, must be the extent of harm and astonishing the evil by which the soul's vice exceeds all the others, so as to be powerless of all, since it is not by pain that your view is the matter. Apparently. But further, I suppose, whatever has an excess of harm in the greatest measure must be the greatest evil in the world. Yes. So injustice, licentiousness, and in general vice of soul are the greatest evil in the world. Apparently.
Good, that's right. Now, injustice, etc., is the basest evil. Paulus grants this because somebody speaks now of the whole evil or vice of the soul, including cowardice and ignorance. Hence, injustice carries with itself either the greatest pain or the greatest damage. But injustice is not extremely painful. It is, for example, less painful than starvation. Hence, it must be most harmful. You see, always the analysis of the noble into pleasure or benefit is basic. He refers here partly to all cardinal vices opposed to the four cardinal virtues, and then also only to two of them, namely injustice and what he calls licentiousness or intemperance. The Greek word is more revealing. It is derived from the word for punishment. The habit of being unpunished. I could translate it well into German, because there is a German word which corresponds to it. It's you know German. Ungezogenheit. Yeah? Ungezogenheit is exactly what the Greeks mean by it. The habit of not having been spanked properly, and that is intemperance. Yes. Yeah, but
between members of a comradeship. The two parties are equal in station and age, and this usually implies identity of feelings and of character. The counterpart of fraternal friendship is that which exists under the democratic form of constitution. since the ideal of democracy is that all citizens shall be equal and shall be good, so that they all rule in turn, and all have an equal share of power, and therefore the friendship between them is also one of equality.
Yeah, but it's not, of course, ideal doesn't occur. But he says the citizens wish to be equal and good, wish or tend. Ideal is not an Aristotelian conception. So friendship among brothers resembles that among comrades. That is what we ordinarily mean by friendship. I mean, comrades. It doesn't have the military meaning necessarily. In such a friendship, the partners are like in the affections they enjoy and in character. And the friendship of brothers resembles to the friendship among fellow citizens in what we would call a democracy. And what Aristotle calls a timocracy, by which he means a decent kind of democracy. He explained briefly what the analogon of a democracy in a household is. We haven't read that. Where there is no father around, you know, or where the ruler is weak and everyone can do what he likes. That's, of course, something very bad. Long expression, good. So here we have the implication which I mentioned. It seems then that injustice and intemperance, rather than the other vices, can be cured by punishment, which makes some sense. I mean, that is clear. If someone is given too much to food by imposed abstinence, closed off from all ice boxes and so on, he can conceivably become more temperate, at least gradually get accustomed to the situation. There is, however, this point which we must keep in mind. Intemperance is also not less painful than temperance, if we consider the consequence of intemperance. And it is surely more harmful than temperance. Then intemperance would be a greater evil than injustice. In a way, that is the thesis of the curricular section, that it is intemperance which is the greatest evil, under which injustice is somehow subsumed. Yes. In the next section, very just let us see. In the next section, Socrates suggests all the answers. Polus has practically no choice. Let us see what this means. This draws our attention to a very important question. Yes?
Now, what is the art that relieves from poverty? Is it not money-making? Yes. And what from disease? Is it not medicine? Not true. And what from wickedness and injustice? If you are not ready for that offhand, consider it thus. Whither and to whom do we take those who are in bodily sickness? The doctor, Socrates. And whether the wrongdoers and libertines? The law court, do you mean? Yes. And to pay the penalty? I agree. Then it is not by employing a kind of justice that those punished who punish correctly. Clearly so. Then money-making relieves us from poverty, medicine from disease, and justice from licentiousness and injustice.
Yes, now this is a wonderful parallel. We have three vices, three defects, and three arts curing them. But is the parallel so strict? In the case of the physician, in the case of disease, we bring them to the physician. In the case of injustice, we bring them to the judge. What do we do in the case of the poor man? Do we bring them to the teacher of money making? In other words, there are defects where we have no artisan who cures them, unless we assume certain notions of the welfare state. But in olden times, there was no artisan for relieving the poor. Now, if this doesn't work in the case of poverty, maybe it doesn't work in the case of justice either. So that the comparison of the physicians to judges is not quite valid. Maybe the state of justice is in this respect comparable to the condition of injustice, is comparable to that of poverty, where the true healing must be done by the man suffering from the defect rather than by some artisan. Yeah? That we do not know. Here is clearly implied, of course, that right or some kind of justice is a techne, is an art. But it is only that art which liberates the unjust from their just. Whether the justice of the just man is an art is an entirely different question. Yes.
Which then is the fairest of these things? Of course, money may mean medicine, justice. Justice, Socrates, is far above the others. Now again,
yeah, justice is not properly translated. I would translate it stupidly and literally right, meaning in the context the inflicting of punishment. Nothing else. Yeah.
How did Paulus come to admit that injustice was the greatest evil?
Yeah, that is. I answered it, but probably I answered it beneath my breath, not audibly. You remember that it is an evil, you remember? Yeah. Is it good? Yeah, and this is so. We know now that injustice is an evil. And it is an evil not of one's pocket, nor of one's body, but of the soul. That's also clear. Now, why is it the greatest evil? And that is due to the fact that yes, that is what I have no other interest than to understand what is going on in Paulus's mind. In other words, in a way, we have to do what they now call depth psychology. What is going on in Paulus's mind? Because Paulus is somehow in us too. That's the reason why. It's not idle curiosity. When Socrates speaks of injustice, yeah, he adds in this paragraph, as you can easily see, not only intemperance, but cowardice and intelligence, as they would call it today, say wisdom. Now that it is worse to be a coward and a fool than to be sick or poor, that of course Paulus admits. Because a man who is manly and shrewd, yeah, he can always get money when he needs.
And then cowardice and
they are just Socrates suggests here all the defects of the soul together. And Paulus does not have the presence of mind, naturally after the beatings he has received, to say, wait a moment, injustice and intemperance, they are here and they are uninteresting. These are the virtues of a man. Callicles will do that. Callicles will say, this is ridiculous. These are the virtues. And then justice would only hamper them. Well, you see that. So this bringing in all the virtues simultaneously or all the vices, simultaneously with injustice, this has this effect. Good.
In disgrace will be put on poverty in the country of fault? Isn't this something about a matter of choice here with disgrace?
Yeah, well, you see, that is such a difficult, how shall I explain that? You see, it's a principle. The discussion takes place on a level between Socrates and Polus, yeah? Or, so to speak, always. Now, and in other words, it is never the highest point of view, but a kind of average point of view. Now, from an average point of view, I think people would always say that to be poor is not a desirable condition.
Well, it's not a disgrace. Disgrace means that you chose ignobly.
Yeah, that is not so simple. I mean, people, quite a few people, not only wealthy people, but also poor people, do regard sometimes poverty as a disgrace. Oh yes, I mean, you must not assume a somewhat sophisticated sense. Yeah? The poor, now what would be the have-nots? It can very well turn into, very easily turn into that. Yeah? Quite a few, I mean, poor people are also susceptible of despising themselves for being poor. Not all people have this simple wisdom. This really simple wisdom to see that money is not a very high thing.
Or a disease, not a disgrace. You have absolutely no control over it.
May I offer a more shocking example?
Pardon?
May I offer a shocking example by way of proof? When a woman is raped, it's not her fault, but decent newspapers silent because it is felt to be a disgrace.
You know, this is, in other words, what is the sound views on these matters are not presupposed here. Socrates is compelled, and I will state later, I believe I can give you a more neat formula later on. Socrates is compelled to argue on Polus' premises. You can state it very simply as follows: that the position which Polus maintains and Callicles will maintain is the vulgar view, the ignoble view. That is perfectly legitimate to say. But then you must add immediately, this vulgar view is very powerful among men, very powerful, and not limited by any means to the inmates of Gorgias and other remedial institutions. And quite a few people outside of criminal institutions act on it, and even some of them even confess them. If you go carefully over social science analysis sometimes, you will be amazed how close these principles are to those of criminals. I have read an article a short while ago about authority, in which it is taken for granted that a superior official in the bureaucracy owes his authority entirely to the use of the carrot or the stick to his inferiors. What a notion of authority. I mean, that there is an obligation to obey him because he is your superior and is wholly disregarded. And only if he is nice and gets raises of salary in this country, this is a point to which the authority of the superior is traced. What kind of an understanding of morality is that? So in brief, the vulgar view, the morality of success, I believe one can call it, is very powerful everywhere and at all times. Socrates has to try to refute his success view in these particular interesting cases of Polus and Callicles, and we must see how he proceeds in each case. He cannot truly convince them, because, and that is of course crucial, from Socrates' point of view, the alternative to the success morality, the vulgar morality, is philosophy. There's no, there are certain halfway houses, but they are not truly consistent. They are of dubious validity. That is indeed the point. That is the radicalism of Socrates. Yes. To mention one point which I have mentioned before in other classes, in Plato there is no notion of moral virtue. Moral virtue has been discovered as far as philosophy or doctrine is concerned by Aristotle. The term never occurs in Plato. For Plato there are two things. True virtue is knowledge. Vulgar virtue, this is based on mere calculation. And in other words, exchange of one low thing for another. Vulgar courage is fundamentally fear of disgrace, not genuine courage. And vulgar temperance is control of one kind of desires, low desires, with a view to indulging another kind of low desire. Whether the Plato is right in this matter is a long question, but we must surely consider that Platonic point of view. Now, where were we? 478b, yeah, 3.
Now again, if it justice is fair, it causes either most pleasure or benefit from both. Yes, well then, it is pleasant to be medically treated and to those who undergo such treatment enjoy it. I would not think so. But it is beneficial, is it not? Yes, because one is relieved of a great evil, and hence it is worthwhile to endure the pain to be well. Of course. Is this then the happiest state of body for a man to be in? That of being medically treated, or that of never being ill at all? Clearly, never being ill. Yes, for what we regarded as happiness, it seems, was not this relief from evil, but its non-acquisition at any time. How is so? Well now, which is the more wretched of two?
Now let us stop here for one moment. You see, the example of medicine shows that the art, in this case medicine, does not supply pleasure, but solid benefits, which are harmful. And furthermore, of course, that this improvement, non-pleasant improvement, is inferior to never impaired goodness. In other words, to be healed, to be operated upon is better than not to be operated upon, but it is of course inferior to never having needed operation. And this implies that that suffering punishment is unpleasant but good. But needing punishment, to repeat, is inferior to being just. But let us now again look at the case of wealth. Is liberation from poverty painful as the liberation from sickness is likely to be painful? Do the poor feel pain if they receive money as when they are relieved of their poverty? But if this is so, could the liberation from injustice not be comparable to the liberation from poverty, as distinguished from an ulcer? And therefore, could the liberation from injustice not be pleasant too? Just as in the case of both money and justice, there are no experts or teachers, as in the case of the body, namely the physicians. Well, now we cannot truly read everything. In the sequel, he establishes the order of rank. At the top is the good man, and the second, the bad man if punished, and third, the bad man if not punished. What follows from that? Then he makes clear that Archelaus, the tyrant, the arch criminal, belongs, and the orators, belong to the third group, to the bad men who are beyond punishment, because they are beyond the reach of punishment. They are very gravely sick and are afraid of the bitter medicine. The bitter medicine being punishment. But the trouble, of course, what is the trouble with this beautiful simile? What's the difference between the sick man, the man sick in body, like, any sick in body, and the sick in soul, like Archelaus and such people? Yes.
Well, the man who's sick in body would like to be well. He's afraid of the process of getting well, whereas the man who's sick in soul doesn't really know he's sick.
Yeah, they don't feel it. I mean, they have no incentive whatever to do that. Now, Archelaus, furthermore, and the others are men who did the greatest wrong. And they are said to be most wretched, but they are subjectively, if I may say so, not wretched, because for the time being they feel well. But what about the case of the man who is sick and poor and commits a minor wrong to alleviate his misery? Does he become more miserable by committing that minor wrong than he was before? You know, the Gorgias makes the case more simple by discussing only the case of very little interest to most people, namely of the arch criminal. What about the ordinary wrongdoer? You know, this case is this not, or must we not make here a distinction? Let us read 479b3.
Since he was ignorant, it would say of the virtue of bodily health and fitness. For it is very probable, from what we have just agreed, that something like this is done also by those who evade their due penalty funds. They perceive its painfulness, but are blind to its benefits, and are unaware how much more wretched than lack of health in the body it is to dwell with a soul that is not healthy, but corrupt, unjust, and unholy. And hence it is that they do all they can to avoid paying the penalty, and being believed to the greatest of evils, by providing themselves with money and friends and the ability to excel in persuasive speech. But if what we have agreed is proved harmless, do you observe the consequences of our argument? Or if you like, shall we reckon them up together?
You know, let us stop here. The ordinary use of rhetoric, the vulgar use of rhetoric, is not like that rhetoric which Gorgias practiced when persuading his brother's patients to take bitter pills. You remember, there Gorgias acted rightly. These people were foolishly afraid of the bitter pills, and then the rhetorician made them overcome that fear. But in other matters, the rhetoricians do exactly the opposite. They discourage patients from taking bitter pills because they are bitter. And they do it by defending criminals and preventing the just punishment of the things. Gorgias or the rhetoricians ought to do regarding the sick in soul what they have been doing regarding to the sick in body. I think it is a very powerful rhetorical argument. It's very striking. You see Gorgias sitting here, when he goes with his brother, he behaves like a sensible man, and then when he goes before a law court, he does just the opposite. He prevents the cure of these sick people. But what about this parallel of sickness of the soul and sickness of body, and hence of medicine of the soul and medicine of the body? What do we understand by mental disease? Is injustice the same as a mental disease? Yes, now, and then therefore punishment cannot exactly be identified with healing. You know, this complication, this grave complication that we can call vices the illnesses of the soul only metaphorically, indicates a difficulty. And in other way, it shows that Socrates' argument is rhetoric because it is based on this metaphor. Now there is then a summary given in the rest of 479, and which I think I mention only one point. At the end, in 479 E7, Socrates says, has it been demonstrated that the true thing was said? Polus, it appears so. Socrates makes sure that Polus admits that Socrates' thesis has been demonstrated. But again, we must ask the question, and that is a very summary of the whole difficulty, which thesis? The thesis is of the greatest ambiguity. The wrongdoer is wretched, but which kind of wrongdoer? A man who commits the most atrocious crimes like Archelaus, or the minor wrongdoer? This is one thing. Secondly, we have seen the difference between the man of an unjust disposition, who never commits an unjust act, and the man who commits unjust acts and may not have an unjust disposition. More simply stated, Socrates commits an awful blunder against the basic rule stated by him at the beginning of the very dialogue here. What did he blame Polus for at the beginning? Do you remember? Pardon? Yeah, but which? What did he do? What was the question? Yes. No, more precisely, answering the question whether it is noble or base before having determined what it is. And that thing was rhetoric at that time. But what is good for rhetoric is good also for justice. And how Socrates has here decided the question and convinced or persuaded Polus that injustice is worse than justice, without having made clear in any way what justice is. I mean, it was that in a general way we know what justice is, but this is not sufficient for a true demonstration, of course. Now, do you remember a passage in Plato elsewhere where this is exactly the theme, that they have settled the question of the goodness of justice without knowing what justice is? Yes. Very good. At the end of Socrates has proved against Thrasymachus and other rhetoricians that justice is preferable to injustice. The arguments are as defective as those which I have seen here. At the end, Socrates says, well, it's not quite good. We have answered the question of whether justice is good before we know what justice is. It's impossible. We have to do the whole thing all over again. Now here that is never done in this dialogue at any point. We must see what follows on that. Yes, and now in 480, the question is brought back to the original question. What follows from these things regarding the status of rhetoric? Now, that rhetoric can no longer have the function of getting oneself acquitted if one is guilty. Goes without saying. I mean, that would mean to not to go to the hospital because one is afraid of the pain and is not seriously concerned with getting well again. What did you want to say?
I thought you were asking a question.
Oh, no. Yeah. And Now, what then is the rule? Perhaps we read that in 480. Mr. Rankin?
Very well. So if this is true, Paulus, what is the great use of rhetoric? For you see, by what we have just agreed, that a man must keep a close watch over himself, so as to avoid wrongdoing, since it would bring a great deal of evil upon him. Must he not? Certainly. But if he is guilty of wrongdoing, either himself or anyone else he may care for, he must go of his own free will, where he may soon pay the penalty, to the judge and then to the doctor, with the earnest intent that the disease of his injustice shall not become chronic and cause a deep incurable ulcer in his soul. For what are we to say, Paulus, if our former conclusions stand? Must not our later ones accord with them in this way and in this only? Yes, what else indeed are we to say, Socrates? Then,
so in other words, that's clear. No forensic rhetoric for acquitting, for getting acquitted for crimes which one or one's friends or clients have committed. Yes.
Then, for pleading in defense of injustice, whether it is oneself or one's parents or friends or children or country that has done the wrong, rhetoric is of no use to us at all, Paulus, except one were to suppose, perchance to the contrary, that a man ought to accuse himself first of all, and in the second place his relations or anyone else of his friends who may from time to time be guilty of wrong, and instead of concealing the iniquity, to bring it to light, in order that he may pay the penalty and be made healthy, and moreover, to compel both himself and his neighbors not to cower away, but to submit with closed eyes and good courage, as it were, to the cutting and burning of the surgeon, in pursuit of what is good and fair, and without reckoning in the smart. If his crimes have deserved a flogging, he must submit to the rod, the fetters to the grip, the fine to his pain, if banishment to be banished, or if death to die. Himself to be the first accuser, either of himself or of his relations, and to employ his rhetoric for the purpose of so exposing their iniquity that they may be relieved of that greatest evil, injustice.
Let's stop here. So that, in other words, the best use of rhetoric would be to accuse oneself and one's friends just is the same as going to the physician, either for one's own benefit or for the benefit of his friend. One kind of people he mentions are the parents. Now there is a case somewhere in Plato where a man accuses his father of murder. Beautiful, very good. And there Socrates disapproves of it. So there is, but if this is true what is said here, Beautiful, if this is simply and unqualifiedly true, the consequence of course follows. That one has to accuse one's parent or anyone, including oneself. Now how does Poulos react?
An extraordinary one, Socrates.
No, it is absurd, strange. Yeah.
An absurd statement, Socrates, it seems to me, though perhaps you do find it agrees with what went before. Well, either that must be upset, or this necessarily follows.
So Poulos is not convinced, but he doesn't see what he can do to deny these consequences. This is clear. He has been reduced to silence. He has not been convinced. Yeah. And now Socrates shows another possibility for rhetoric in a way which is obviously ironical, but just as there is irony where there is no obvious irony. In the case where there is obvious irony, there is also some seriousness, so we cannot merely leave it at noting the obvious irony. Yes, Mr. Rankin?
And so again, conversely,
Supposing it is our duty to injure somebody, whether an enemy or anyone else, provided only that it is not against oneself that wrong has been done by an identity, for this we must take care to avoid. But supposing our enemy has wronged someone else, we must make every exertion of act and word to prevent him from being punished for coming to crime. For if he does, we must contrive that our enemy shall escape and not be punished. Nay, if he has carried off the great pot of gold, that he shall not refund it, but keep it spent on himself and his, unjustly and godlessly. Or if he has committed crimes which deserve death, that he shall not die, if possible never die, but be desolate in his villainy, or fail that live as long as time as may be in that condition. Such is the purpose that it seems to me for which rhetoric is useful, since it is who has no intention of doing wrong. It is, I consider, of no great use, if indeed there is any use in it at all. For in our previous argument, it was nowhere to be found.
Yeah. Then you see this Plato section, and then even worse than the Gorgias section. Rhetoric is useless. Yes.
What is the meaning of Socrates' summary here of the uses of rhetoric? And we have seen him use rhetoric thus far in a way that does not include the summary.
Huh?
I think that Socrates in this dialogue has used rhetoric. Neither
yeah, sure.
himself.
Yeah, sure. No, but I have to discuss this at some length. But let me first see what he explicitly says here. You see, one must contribute everything one can to the condemnation of one's friends if they are guilty. One must do everything in one's power to get acquitted of one's enemies, because the principle is help the friends and help the enemies. You help the friends if you help them receiving punishment, if they deserve it. And you hurt your enemies by preventing their cure. But this follows from the principle that justice consists in helping friends and hurting enemies. Therefore, now, if this is, however, not just, if it is not just to hurt enemies, then it follows that rhetoric has no use. In the other case, if hurting enemies is part of justice, then it is of some use. This is But the height of the obvious irony is when he says, if oneself is being hurt by someone, this, of course, you must repel. But if he hurts someone else, let him do it. That does not affect you. This is a very remarkable ending of this point, and we surely have to try to understand this thing and take into consideration what Mr. Glenn said. We cannot leave it at what is said about rhetoric. We must also consider what the rhetoric which has been practiced by Socrates. Otherwise, the view is manifestly inadequate. Well, why is it manifestly inadequate? I mean, and absolutely impossible as stated. The simplest and most obvious case. After all, a man may be unjustly accused, and what is wrong in his trying to get an acquittal? After all, it's the case of Socrates himself. However narrow and undeveloped Plato's thought might have been when he wrote the Gorgias, he wrote the Gorgias after the experience of Socrates, so this we can always assume that. Now, the thesis is that rhetoric is useless. He had said more than that, worse than that. He had said it is worse than useless, it is flattery or sham. The severest indictment of rhetoric which one can imagine. Now, why can we not leave it at that? Why can we not leave it at this, regarding this as the Socratic teaching? For the same reason for which one cannot leave it at Socrates' claim that the right kind of speaking consists in short speeches, in contradistinction to long speeches. This is also said by Socrates, and then he gives the longest speech hitherto. So, therefore, Socrates says certain things which are only very crudely and superficially true. And in addition, Socrates speaks of some minor legitimate use of rhetoric, even in the last statement. But above all, the most important consideration why we cannot leave it at that is because his proof is invalid, based on all kinds of premises which are untenable and on reasonings which are untenable. We must therefore draw the conclusion that Socrates discusses rhetoric rhetorically. Therefore, there is then a rhetoric different from the rhetoric discussed, the rhetoric inherent in what Socrates does. The true teaching on rhetoric is presented by Socrates' practice. Rhetoric practiced by Socrates is legitimate. Now, what is the character of that rhetoric? Superficially, of course, short speeches. Questions, answers. But such short speeches as are based on the premises of polos. And this is done for the benefit of Gorgias, as we have seen. Now, the utmost degradation or debunking of rhetoric which Socrates effects serves the purpose to counteract Gorgias and Polos' exaltation of rhetoric. And it is a very general rule in medicine and also in morals that an extreme, a vicious extreme of one kind must be followed, at least for some time, by a vicious extreme of the other kind. Yeah? Aristotle ethics. I mean, if you have a natural inclination to extravagance, you will not become normal in this respect unless you go through a period of extreme thrift. And then you will gradually settle in the right mean. Gorgias is to be brought to see that the rhetoric which he practices is not an art, but sham. Perhaps Gorgias is to be led toward another kind of rhetoric. The kind of rhetoric which Gorgias practices are the epideictic, the show-off, the deliberative, and the forensic rhetoric. The emphasis in the discussion is altogether in forensic rhetoric. And this must be understood why. Now, in Gorgias' great praise of rhetoric, he spoke of the power of rhetoric, and this power of rhetoric showed itself in political speech. Think of Pericles and Themistocles. And at the same time, he spoke also of the danger in which the rhetoricians are. They are persecuted, and with a view to persecution, they need, of course, forensic rhetoric, not deliberatively. In other words, forensic rhetoric becomes most important from the point of view of the self-interest of the rhetorician. In the first place. So this self-interest calls for much greater respect for legality, for justice in the ordinary sense of the word, than Gorgias and Polos show. Without such respect, their forensic rhetoric will be very poor. This is a lesson which goes through the whole thing. But this is a minor lesson. Because the danger threatening the rhetorician also threatens other people who do not exercise the sham art. it threatens also the philosophers. Will forensic rhetoric be sufficient for defending philosophy? Socrates, obeying the law, made a forensic speech when he was accused, but he failed. And this example seems to show that forensic rhetoric is not sufficient for defending philosophy. Now, Plato has given a recipe for defending philosophy and for making it safe on the largest scale, and that is the republic. If the philosophers are kings, then they are safe. They control the whole power of the city. Yet, I do not believe what we are supposed to believe, namely that Plato did not yet think of this possibility when he wrote the Gorgias. I mean, because no one can know that. He could have thought it. But still, this possibility is surely highly improbable, that the philosophers would ever be kings. What then can be done for the protection of philosophy in the cities not ruled by philosophers? One thing one can say, it can only be done by rhetoric, because the coercive power will be lacking. But by a kind of rhetoric of which Gorgias has no inkling. And we must see, we have not yet an answer to that, we will perhaps gradually get it. Now, in order to find the way towards the right kind of rhetoric, one must first know what rhetoric in general is, its limits for good or ill. Now, explicitly, it was said in the Gorgias section, rhetoric is the faculty of persuading ignoramuses exercised by an ignoramus. You remember that? Now, this is evidently insufficient. It is not necessary. Consider Socrates' own rhetoric. Why should it be necessary that rhetoric be exercised by an ignoramus? Rhetoric might be exercised by a knowing man. Why can the persuader not be a knower, adapting his speech to the capacities of the non-knowers? This is a provisional inkling of what we might have to see. Now, what does the Polos section in particular teach us regarding rhetoric? We have seen that Polos replaces in the first part of this section rhetoric by tyranny. The examples which he favors are those of tyrants. And then in the latter part, when Socrates achieves control, the emphasis shifts to punishment. Both tyranny and punishment are acts of coercion. Tyranny, unjust coercion. Just punishment, just coercion. But common to both tyranny and punishment is that they are possible because of the inefficacy of logos, of speech, which inefficacy is also shown by the fact that Socrates does not convince Polos. He can only silence him. So rhetoric cannot be the highest. Rhetoric can only be a servant. It cannot be, as Gorgias claimed, the highest good. But this is true from every point of view. But could rhetoric not be the most beautiful art, as Polos claims? Under what conditions would rhetoric be the highest art? If justice were the highest good, but men were by nature unjust, i.e. by nature concerned only with their own good, hence the way toward justice is to undergo punishment, to get rid of this natural injustice. And since if all men are unjust, no coercion toward justice can be expected from them, the way to undergo punishment would be persuasion toward undergoing it. Under these conditions, rhetoric would be the highest art. But the question is, are these assumptions reasonable? In the first place, does punishment necessarily improve men? Differently stated, is punishment justified only if it improves the wrongdoer? Is it not justified as deterrent or as a protection of the others? But thus, the understanding of punishment as deterrent or protection not mean that we use human beings, this criminal, as a mere means. That's of course a Kantian way of stating it. I.e., is this kind of punishment not immoral? If this is so, then all criminals, if they are to be punished, must be supposed to be curable, or as they say now, susceptible of rehabilitation, if punishment is justifiable. Plato assumes that there are incurable criminals, therefore he cannot have had this view. And this implies, since these incurable criminals are to be punished, that not all actions are just because they are for the benefit, for the good of the individual on whom the action is inflicted. According to Plato, we can say, as the base of the Republic, justice means two different things at the same time. First, giving to each what is good for his soul, and B, the common good. Now, these are two different considerations, and there is not necessarily a harmony between the two considerations. Therefore, the question of justice is so difficult. One must consider the individual, what's good for him, but one must also consider the good of society, which is a different consideration. At any rate, punishment does not have the virtues which it must have if rhetoric is to be the most beautiful or highest art. So this view which I sketched is untenable. Yet, otherwise Plato would not even suggest it. It reflects the truth. Now, in which way? For Plato, justice in the full sense is philosophy. Number one. Number two, according to Plato, most men are by nature incapable of philosophizing. From these assumptions, it follows that justice is the highest good, and men are mostly by nature unjust. Now, the sequel of the argument stated before is due to the fact that from this moment on, Plato substitutes vulgar justice for justice in the true sense, i.e. for philosophy. So, in other words, the argument contains a reference to philosophy, a reference not made clear. We can say that the Polo section is characterized by the fact, and of course the Gorgias section too, by the fact that Socrates abstracts from philosophy. Unfortunately, I have not read it this time with the necessary care, and so I do not know whether there was not a mention of philosophy, but none, I remember none. I believe philosophy was never mentioned. Surely it was never mentioned with any emphasis, then I would have kept it in mind. The polar section abstracts from philosophy, and that means the polar section abstracts from nature. The term nature occurs barely, if at all. But in the Gorgias section, at the very end, the Caliculae section, which we turn almost at the beginning, the themes, philosophy, and nature come to the fore, and therefore a much more fundamental reflection is there. Now, a last point. I believe it is connected with this fact, with a peculiar mixture of consideration of philosophy with the abstraction from philosophy, which leads to this result, namely that to the emphasis on punishment, which implies that one should really derive pleasure from punishment, which is surely not Plato's or Socrates' view. Now, who are the kind of men who are most likely to derive pleasure from punishment? Pardon? Yeah, well, this is a dogmatic assertion because we have no revelation to this effect that cruelty is necessarily connected with a certain sexual perversion. Why not call it cruelty? Because honestly, we would have to make an infinite study whether there is a necessary connection between cruelty and a specific sexual perversion. We don't know. Therefore, I would never use the term. Cruelty. Yeah, but what would be Plato's analysis of cruelty? Which part of the soul is particularly engaged in cruelty? Well, this, pardon? Yeah, sure. According to the simple schema, which is by no means sufficient, of the Republic, there are three parts of the soul: reason, spiritedness, and desire. And anger has very much to do with that. Anger, a kind of thwarted desire. And this thwarting brings in the malice. The desire itself is not necessarily malicious. So, yes, and this is a great theme of the Republic, especially this spiritedness, which is in a way the link between reason and desire. Indeed, I believe that the abstraction from philosophy and that consideration of philosophy leads to the consequence of punitiveness, i.e. desiring pleasure from punishing, and in other words, spiritedness. Now, Polus is definitely spirited in the ordinary sense of the term. Is his very name, cold. Yes, I think this is, it's rather late now, and we will next time begin with the Caliculae section. And there, the Caliculae section is as long, roughly, as everything we have read hitherto, and there, if anywhere, Socrates must settle the issue no longer rhetorically, because Caliculae is not a rhetorician, but an Athenian citizen, a man bent on political greatness, and we must see whether Socrates genuinely refutes Caliculae.